that engineering part.
Yes,
She has also been in the movie part.
Yes.
So she has actually known. Think that is to sit in the office and be pressing laptop. I feel really.
But there's no job that is not demanding, but
Yeah.
at least we should give it to the actress and the actors.
That's why we said we need professionals. Likewise, the engineers, they also have good professionals too. So professionals are also in the movie industry, because you cannot call somebody that don't know how to, be in that mood where you want this particular movie. You will. There are people that you will call and tell them to, please, can you do this particular scene and let's see how it comes out. And somebody else that doesn't even have experience come and do the scene. The person that has experience will do it better, because do you get? The person will not know how to act, no art. If you tell her, say, may cry today, tomorrow, nothing. If you like, add rub inside the eye, nothing will come.
Yes, that's it.
All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. A lot of people actually coming out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments, because people are saying it's not a lie, yo. All right, Global Assist Pro said you must be joking. Now me know waiting my brain suffer for Laplace transform and circuit theory. She's not joking, me at Global Assist. Forget this thing. Chemi's formula. You can just even cram formula in your head and you will know. Though it's hard, I'm not saying it's not hard. I'm not saying it's...
You can even follow the guidelines to do what you're doing.
You can even follow guidelines.
Have you ever seen an actress hold their script while acting?
While acting. Please help me and tell her. You can't hold script while acting. It's not possible.
Yes.
Is that one acting you're doing? All right, NH Chelsea said, yes, so memorize the script is way harder than understanding. Yes, you just said it, Deborah. Because how can you cannot even carry script and be looking at the camera
and then you
say, are you a joker? Jesus, are you joking? All right, another person said engineering errors can put people in danger. Missing a few lines or not, staying in character won't put folks in danger.
They should text on before you.
What are you saying? Amaka Co. Engineering errors can put people in danger. So, see, you can actually follow guidelines. The theories, that all those things are also guidelines. Follow those guidelines and you will.
Then you test on before even using the next.
There's always a time to test on. Thank you. Then you are saying, try and first. Be like they never give you script. Maybe just go home. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are actually saying things concerning this. Let's take more comments. People are coming out to say. Somebody else said, was she hungry when she made this statement? I don't understand. Hey, Mogaj, why are you people even why is it that you people are not even understanding what she's trying to say?
Yes.
Because maybe I don't blame people, but maybe because people have not even done anything that looks like drama.
No, they think
they don't even have insight
like
about
the church drama. Like, let's do drama in church. It's not like that.
I said ordinary drama. I knew where it landed me. Like it took me time to be in that scene. Like I don't actually be in that scene, but it took me time to actually be in that scene, be in that mood, so that it will look real. So that people will not say she fakes it. They know, yes, she's faking it. Do you know when you watch a movie, I feel like this movie is real. When it is not
but
real, there's more.
Yeah, but some people want to be in that mood so that when they look at me, they will even forget that they are watching a movie. Yes, because you get lost. And you just be tired. Is this happening to
I think that's more reason why sometimes our Nigerian people know they like watch Nigerian movies.
God bless you.
Yeah, they don't like to see Nigerian movies actually. Yes. But I feel right now they are changing the perspective based on Nigerian movies, and they're improving basically every day. Yes. They're improving their movies, the way the storyline and the rest of them. Yes. I still give it up to all our actors and actresses. Trust me, it's not easy. You know, we all know that you are doing a good job, but it's not easy. But trust me, if you even ask me till tomorrow, see acting, the actors, the actors, all their acting careers, seriously, it's not easy. It's actually more tasking, and I accept what Etinasa has to say. And yes, you know, a lot of people actually came out to say things, but yes, that's where we'll talk about that. And yes, our next story, we were talking about Wizkid's son, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, teases debut single sparks buzz online. Like he actually brought out this is single that is, you know, hitting the jams, and everybody's like, hey, really? So Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the first son of Nigerian music superstar Wizkid, is making headlines after dropping a teaser of his debut single. The 14-year-old released the snippet of a rap track that features bold self-assured lyrics like "Get Rich or Die Trying" and "I Owe You a Lot More to My Momsy," showcasing a mature voice and lyrical ambition well beyond his age. The short clip has quickly caught the attention of fans and music lovers, with many praising his delivery and calling him a natural heir to his father's musical legacy. The snippet, which has been shared widely across social media platforms, has sparked comments such as "Lion no dey born goat." Hey, my God. As fans react with excitement at the possibility of a new star in the making. While the full version of the track has yet to be officially released, Bola Ahmed confident they will suggest he's ready to carve out his own space in the music industry. And trust me, it's not a lie.
Stop playing.
See, lion not a born waiting, you know the born goat. If you're big, you're big. See, I always talk about, parenting. You know those times when we are growing up, the mindset our parents have, because the fathers we are having that they are Gen Z fathers.
My son
Trust me.
Doctor. My son must be.
You get that feeling? My son must be. In fact, it's the way they put the must. Yes, my son must be a doctor. He must be. In fact, he must be a nurse. Like Alpha. Calm down now. You want to do that thing that you want, and especially when it comes to entertainment, they know they agree.
Yes.
Hey, the blood of Jesus. They know they agree.
That's true.
Basically, they don't accept the fact.
Yeah, they don't agree that. Why would you join? Like, it's thugs that do music. It's thugs that do this, things like that. But they don't know where the future of music is actually going.
Do you get? They don't really have that mind, because trust me, I don't know how parents those days really, and the way they will be forcing their child. You must be a doctor. You must be.
You must be a lawyer.
Not be me go read them. Not be me know what I worry.
You be the first lawyer in this family.
Hey, father, you get you are getting get that mindset.
Yes.
And trust me, this time around, you don't need to force anybody. Like, you don't need to force your child. Your child wants to be something.
You just need you to just guide them the right
Thank
path.
you. Just be a guide to them. Don't need to come and start telling that you must be the I think our parents.
That's why most children, they don't rely on their parents, and they don't even go to them to talk about what they are going through. Because if I tell my dad I want to be this now, no, you must be a lawyer. But I love music, so they just go outside to meet other people. And
trust me, some of them will also do what their father wants them to do, or their parents wants them to do, and still go back
to music. Yes.
Back to music, back to entertainment, because this is their passion. This is what they want to do. But now you're forcing your child. You must be. Like, my friend, you must be, and you have to force the child and do all sorts of things to make that child.
I'll spend my dad's money. Then I'll do what you want me to do.
And at the end, they might not even become that doctor they want them to become. They will even, because they are left to choose what they want to choose and what they want to. They will decide for themselves. So I just feel that Wizkid's son is just. I don't know how to explain it, but then I think his father is really, really so. Into his son, that he doesn't really have this old mindset that he must do this, must do this.
Just do whatever you want.
Because
I got you.
And trust me, that guy's voice. See, they are rising stars. I'm telling you. Because what I'm not saying, that guy is just with the way he sang and everything. It's come on. Lion no they like, as that person said, lion no they born good. Lion no they born. Hey, Jesus! If you born your pikin, you know say na your pikin. It's there evident. You know something the way they hide. So trust me, a lot of people have actually come out to say, "Wow, this is really interesting," and they're happy for Wizkid. And yes, the song to they can't even wait for the single to actually drop. A lot of people are like, "I can't wait to if Wizkid's song be like this." Waiting his song will come be, because that guy is something else. All right, let's take some comments. A lot of people actually coming out to say, yes, this is the next big the father is a star already, so how will I go? This is the next big star. All right, Princess Milkor said we go stream him even though he just coughed. I tell you, like, they can't even wait for the song to drop because what is all this? So another person said focus on your education.
What day?
At it's also good. Okay, let's talk about this education part. It's also good that yes, he's focusing on he's going to focus on his education. Education is very important. I won't say to anybody, education is important. It's good that you go to school, you understand, learn, and still come out and still you know, do what you want. If you want to go into music, it's fine. But then education is the key.
How do you want to sing? How do you want to bring them together?
Yes. What do you want? How do you want to relate with people? It's actually important. So at what was an research that she focused on his education. At Wamuri, calm down. He will. But let's actually enjoy what he's giving us, because trust me, that guy is good. If you know the verse, no talk plenty. All right, Zizi Baby said, we are happy for him. Yes, that's what we would like to hear. And another person said, Kaskoli, like father, like son.
Yes,
fire. Now fire. And trust me, two of them can't do, can't do collabo. Wow. Lord. Like this guy that did. Wow, baby. I don't know if you watched that video, because that was just all this. You go to a born picking where they, it's leading over you. But some people that are doing bad things, they will not pray that their child to be like them. Do you understand?
Yeah.
A lot of people, parents that have gone astray, they will not think my child can never be like. Hey.
I don't pray my son be like me. When you have other fathers say, I pray my son be like me, even do more than what I'm doing.
Yes, even do more than what I'm doing. But now some of them say no, they say no, I don't pray my child. I don't even want my child to go this way because they're doing a bad thing.
Because they have bad character. I'm sorry.
All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people actually come out to say things concerning Wizkid's son Bola Ahmed. Yes, somebody said go boy. Yes, so go boy, go boy. And another person said I am Picado. Bicolo said at Wizkid are your dumb bond Rick. Voila. Another person said get rich or die trying. Learn no more big wins. Bolu, calm down, no. I beg, please don't calm down. Continue. Another person said he's lucky. He's lucky that he has to have a good voice, and maybe he has watched his father. He has seen his father doing things, and he'd be like, I think I need to do more than my dad.
Yes.
You get? It's actually good to see your children, doing better things and doing better than you. It's actually encouraging. And another person said even if the song na trash, Nigeria go still say the song na banger. Why are you paid? At original Regina. Where are you paid, my sister? If the song not trash, go and sing your own. Go there inside studio, make we know as it be. Ordinary movie where they talk say movie hard self. You self don't they come and they say if the song not trash, Nigeria go say this song. Go studio, go do song. Man, know whether it's easy. See your maths. We have a lot of comments. Please, let's take more comments, please. Another person said Starboy Junior. No, this one that it could be Starboy Junior, but this guy vibe now. Don't be smarty. Another person said Boluwa Tife Orema. My guy, I don't want to leave this guy may doing thing because the guy is gonna. Yes, another black Ayo said this one way Oga don they talk about him mama alone. Make him no go this in Papa for the next song, but this boy they rap. Trust me, the guy is good. His father like son. There's no need for DNA self. The thing is just showing. Like if you see the boy, you see his son. So if you see the boy, you see his father.
You see Wizkid.
Both of them are together. So all these sons are saying this mama, this dada. Trust me, mama, boys will always love their mama, and they always cherish their mothers too. So all the sons that they talk now. It's your own, in your pocket. On what Blissful Queen said, he looks like Rema. I think there's this resemblance between him and Rema somehow.
Yeah.
But well, yeah, I think that's a good one. Yes, Sunshine Ubo said, Steez, they smell this joy, Steez. Steez, they cry for where this boy they. In Papa, go learn. I'm telling you, because that guy is going to come out like Jesus. Well, I don't have much to say, but then what I'm trying to say is that Wizkid's boy is gonna be the next. Like there's no word that you don't need to describe that guy because the rap only is saying a lot. Yes. When I don't ask me say I like him, when I come down now. All right, everyone is actually happy and waiting for this guy's single to drop. So definitely we are waiting and we can't wait anymore. All right, the next gist we are talking about is Nollywood actress and entrepreneur Iyabo Ojo has rolled out the red carpet in Lagos as she hosted a lavish welcome party for her daughter Priscilla Ojo and her partner Juma Jukes and their newborn son Rakim. The event, attended by family, friends, and a few celebrities, was a joyous celebration marking the couple's visit to Nigeria and the first public appearance of their baby boy. Hey, who know they happy? The venue was elegantly decorated, reflecting the warmth and the pride Iyabo felt in reuniting with her daughter and embracing her new role as a glamour. You get what I'm trying to say? Being a glamour is not easy. Guests enjoyed live music, fine dining, and heartfelt speeches throughout the evening. Social media buzzed with photos and videos from the event, showing the visible emotional Iyabo welcoming her family with open arms. The occasion not only celebrated the birth of her grandson, but also strengthened cultural and family bonds, leaving many fans touched by the actress' deep love for her daughter's growing family. And who is not to love this family? Because you see, our online in-laws, oh yeah, oh, they have come, oh. Hey, how do you always to shout it, Deborah? How do they used to shout, like when you have a newborn baby and you're trying to welcome the child to the... Hey, don't be like smart, everybody don't come. Seriously, because what is not the love about these people? Like, I think God just prepared. See, and our celebrities this year, they no grill. God just they butter everybody bread, you know.
Yes,
they are buttering everybody's bread. See, plenty things, baby, marriage, everybody just they jubilate, they happy. Lord, and we singles that have not married and not crying God when. Please, I don't want to be crying. They say we should not be crying God when again. And all those people that are doing a real challenge, don't be crying God when.
God is telling you to
don't be crying God when again. Say we should not cry God when. God has done it. So those of you that are waiting for your own spouse and waiting for your own baby, don't worry, God will give you. All right, a lot of fans have actually come out to say things concerning this, and they are actually congratulating Iyabo, yes, on her baby coming to Nigeria and welcoming the child. Yes, let's take some comments. And another person said, please, I don't want no. I am Mola. What is it? Wonder shall never end. Why are you angry? But why are you pained? I just want to ask this person, which one is you don't want noise? Alright. This my comment people, they una no get joy. Like, I don't know why. Some of you don't have joy in you. Alright, Sylvia Swati said, since I saw these people, it has been happiness, celebrating, and love. Yes. That's not a lie. Because what is all this, from marriage, lavish wedding, to everything, happiness, joy, song, only one person, only one family. Be like saying now only you got around. Oh God, this is so beautiful actually. Yes, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. Yes, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people have saying, yes, welcome to Nigeria, son. And another person, tell me expensive, said blessed family. Hey, you see, I get you, Temi expensive. Another person said she deserves everything she's getting right now. Oh yes, you see, increase and raise and. All right, Florence IKP said love is sweet. Love is beautiful. Love is everything to love, because why not? Not violence and love. I just said love. Love is beautiful. All right, another person said, wow, the love is massive. Actually, see, you as a mother, we don't give birth. You get what I'm trying to say? You will love it. There's this bond between mother and child. There's this bond that is so tight. Unbreakable. Deborah, you got that?
Always be there.
I'm telling you, the bond is always there. It's unbreakable. You cannot break it. You have to love this person like your child. Like this, you brought this child to the world. Hi. Please, let's take more comments. But you know, I actually love the fact that she had Iyabo is just doing this glamour thing, and she's the hottest. This one is hot glamour. Because all right, another person said beautiful people are happy people. They deserve all the celebration. Lizzie, Ajorin, and Kemi Oluwa tried, but almighty. All right, so another person said once more, congratulations to you, beloved queen mother. Yes, she's always the queen mother, and that's why we call her a hot glamour. All right, Winnie Tate said, hey, he reached the shot. Hey, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this and saying congratulations, welcome son to Nigeria. And King said beautiful. Oh, it's actually beautiful. And Amena said beautiful couple, so cute. The Omer said, And yes, this is now we take a short break, and trust me, everybody that has been celebrating Iyawojo and the daughter and the child, don't worry. For the singles, you're gonna get married and you're gonna have your own babies. And we're also saying, yes, welcome, son. It's a big one and it's actually beautiful. You deserve all the care at Rakim. And yes, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have Deborah with us. Please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned till we come back.
Of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes, beautiful people, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm your girl, Precious Akumane, aka call me Prezi. And trust me, I know that you are enjoying yourself. And me too, I'm also enjoying myself. And yes, we also have Deborah here with us. She's also enjoying herself. And trust me, we have a lot of things to talk about with Deborah today. So please don't go anywhere, sit tight, and we're still also riding up together. So yes, Deborah is a dedicated and passionate songwriter known for her crafting impactful music and delivering electrifying stage performance. Yes, she is no other person than Deborah! So Deborah, before we go into what we have today, I'd like to ask this question because I always try to put this question in our heads, and I'm like, because the question actually speaks to me too. I also do that. So when last did you stop collecting money from your parents? It's the hard for me.
Wait, did I even remember? I don't think I can remember the last time I said, "Mommy, please give me money." I can just jokingly meet her, "Mommy, please give me 500. But like this morning, "Mommy, I want to buy this. Give me money. I want to buy that." I don't remember.
It's a long time.
Yes.
Like people like me now, we don't get shame. We don't have shame because we collect me. Please leave us to be shameless for. All right, it's actually beautiful. See, we are a baby's girl. Daddy's babies, and parents, mommy's babies. We will still collect. If they give us, we collect, but still we'll still give them to show that we still actually care and we love them. It's actually beautiful. So tell us about music. How did you go on doing music? Did you just wake up one day and say, "I want to do music"?
Actually, no. I've been singing since I was 8 years old.
Oh wow!
Like I've been in the choir since then. I go to practice, go to rehearsal, and then after some years, I started following people, like doing backup singer. Following and my parents, they really did well. Like they allowed me just bring her back home, but you can take her. That's just
your parents, were they also in choir then?
No.
Nobody actually loved music.
They love music.
Oh,
yes,
wow. Music. So how has it been for you? At 8 years starting to sing,
yes.
Was it that easy? You going to choir practice and doing stuff like that?
So it's not very easy because I have to take bus from my home to that was when bus was still 10 naira.
Jesus. See, now you cannot where you want to enter bus, where you want to enter bus for 10 naira. Let the conductor that will be shouting. How do you shout it again? Say when you
to change it.
Hey, they will pursue you.
Yes, now. So
you know a lot of things has actually changed now. You know those days when we buy yam for like how much, but right now you cannot even see yam of
1,000. Say you try.
You even try see one of 1,000. They will tell you say you dirty farm. All right, it's actually beautiful, knowing that you actually did music at that tender age. And trust me, like when last did you realize that you were called to serve through music?
Yeah. I feel like most of my parts, it's not that I learned them. I just find myself singing these parts. I feel like, wow, I'm
so
parting.
it was just inbuilt, yeah?
Yeah, something like that. I'm parting. And people ask me, they come and teach us how to sing this part. I feel like, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but even I did not learn it. So it's very hard to say, okay, this is how you're going to. I just say, just follow what I'm doing. Sing it the way I'm singing it and things like that. So God is helping. Let me just put it that way.
So when did you notice that this was your purpose? Actually, you were actually doing musical, and basically, when did you discover? When did you witness or believe that this was what you were called for?
Yeah, because so it was when I started composing song. Like I received the song and I feel like, okay, let me put it down. Then when I sing it, it's always sounding well. I feel like, wow. So I'll just tell my mom, like, continue doing it. Write them down. Don't forget. Record it on your phone and things like that. So that's how I got. And then in my church, always there. Christ Apostolic Church, I'll be sing, do everything, and then God is always manifesting himself.
So your parents have always been big supporters of you?
Yes.
They support you going to them because you're already talking about your parents. Just bring her back.
Yeah, that's it. You can take her, but bring her back.
So were there any challenges you faced through doing music?
Yes, a lot.
So let's hear some of them.
A lot. Where should I start from? Was it when I was invited to minister in a church? And then this girl was like, come, my pastor is having his birthday, and then we are going to have it as a praise evening. So I was very excited. I told two of my backups, like, please, let's go together. Don't let it be just me. And then we got there. The transport to the place alone is like maybe 1,800 or so, the three of us. So when I was going back, I was expecting to say, please take transport fee or something. This guy gave me 700 naira. So I was not like, wow, how will I get home?
Do you know what you're even saying? That means, because I got a story recently. I talked about where Tim Godfrey actually talked about the things they actually face doing music. Now, the reason why he doesn't come to Nigeria to do music, and he also actually stated that, why is it that he will do music thing that they will just use live chicken?
Yeah, I saw the post. Yes.
Like, really, I don't know what you have to say about that, but trust me, I think the pastors that call us for such things need to do better for us, because when you call a minister or a gospel singer to come do something in your church for you, there has to be this honorarium you give this person, because this is where they feed their children. This is where they clothe. This is where they take care of the family. So that mindset that you're doing this work for God, we know that we are doing the work for God.
Me, I know, but at least.
Do you get?
Yeah.
And I think that's where the whole issues is. The pastors are not the church are saying, that you're doing this work for God, that will not pay you. In fact, will not call you.
I don't blame people that request for money before going for programs. I don't blame them, because when you feel like, okay, I'll go without asking, it is your duty to appreciate. This person did not even ask for anything, but appreciate the person. But you just take it for granted, like she's my friend. No, it's not done that way. Because that's why I've not hosted a program until now. Because I feel like people that are coming, I should at least appreciate them with something. So if I don't have it now, I don't need to bring them yet, because things that I'm not up to do, I shouldn't do it. I don't want the share people go behind me, but I feel like, why did she even invite us? You not even give us anything. I don't want it. So if I'm coming for your program, please let me be comfortable. Yes. When I get home, I will not be like, why did I even go for the program? So I should have stayed at home. That's no good. So please, let's stop.
Right. So what was it like for you doing your song? Because I've listened to most of your songs. What really inspires you in writing?
Okay, I have role models in music.
So who are they?
I have my top fan, my top role model, my top great mentor, Shola Alinson. I really love her so much. I love her songs, and when I was before people started inviting me as a guest artist, I told you I used to be a backup singer. So I used to listen to Auntie Shola's song almost every day. Every day, wow. So anytime I'm singing, so I don't even know. I just listen to her song and sing along, like I'm enjoying the vibes, everything. So one day as I was singing, and then someone was like, "Tell me Shola Alinson." I was like, so I had to keep quiet. Because I'm this shy person. So it came out. She was locally. Wow. I just laughed. That was the first time. I didn't even know. The person just said it because I like our song. So because of me, there was someone beside my shop that went to go and buy a lot of our discs and then started playing them, like because of me, so that instead of listening to it on my phone, I can just listen to it openly, like enjoying the vibes. So since then, I just said, let me write something. If I hear the chorus, I'll write it down, record it on my phone, then put myself into doing the solo. Yeah. If I write something, okay, this is not good, it's not going together.
Sometimes you've written all some of your songs and you're not like actually flowing well with the lyrics.
Yes.
And you'll be like, you have to change
let me change this one and let me add another one. I can write one song in 4 pages, different solos. I feel like, I think this is the best. Then sing it. I'll go and meet my brother. Come and listen to this song. How is it?
So your brother is also a big supporter.
I have a lot of supporter, my friends, because I like to be sure before I do anything. Is the lyrics are they aligning? Yes, something like that.
It's good to have family that really supports you.
Yes, my brother is my backup singer. My brother is my talking drummer.
You get the vibe.
Yes.
So, how do you really balance this whole performance, with your church and when going for events like that? How do you balance everything?
Okay, this is what I do. Most times, God forgive me, sometimes I go for programs and not go to my church.
They don't catch you. Your pastor will catch it.
I confessed openly, so I'm forgiven. So yes, I go for the program. Most times I'll tell them I have program in my church. I'm sorry, I won't be coming. I'll go for my church program.
And they will not see it as you're being you're not being proud because you're not.
Why do you tell me I'm proud? I don't lie. I'll tell you the reason I'm not coming. That's just it. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling fine. I can't come. That's so we have to be plain. I'll open up to you. So it's now left to you to believe me or not.
Wow.
That's just
wow. So a lot of people are actually watching right now, and they're like, I really want to go into music, and I really want to basically center on gospel. So what's your advice for them?
Okay, my advice for you is just be calm. Let the Holy Spirit lead you to do whatever you want to do. Don't just don't sing because you want people to jump up. This song is trending. They just released this song. Just follow what, because that's happened to me before. I went for a program. And the Holy Spirit was ministering to me that sing this song. He even gave me the lineups of the song. But because I feel like there's no keyboard, there is no this, there's no that. So I was nervous. I feel like, no, let me sing
the other one.
The next minister that came after me sang everything. The same. I was not like, wow.
So how did you feel after that?
I asked forgiveness of sin because God forgive me. Because there's a brother, he told me, said, if the Holy Spirit speaks to you once and you did not listen, it's possible he will leave you. So since then I started begging God, forgive me. I don't want to do this any longer. God, please leave me. So since then, before I start anything, first
seek for the Holy Spirit. Wow.
So that's just be calm and then listen to the Holy Spirit, listen to Him talk to you, let Him lead you and do everything, and then trust in God. Don't go for program because of money. Hello, how much will you give me? No. That's not the reason, but at least they should appreciate us.
Oh my God. So I'd like to ask this question, yeah? Okay. In all the songs that you've written so far, which one would you say that you poured in your all into that?
Yeah, Itura.
Itura. What does it mean?
Like comfort.
So can you do comfort for us?
No problem, I can.
All right, let's say it.
It's a Yoruba song, Charlie Offshore. Okay. Awero ni mo bá wá ìtura mo jẹ́ fáyé. Òjò ìtura tó ti rọ̀ kò ní dá láíláí. Ayé mi yóò máa sọ tirẹ̀ títí ayérayé. Ìfẹ́ àtòkèwá rẹ̀ lórí ayé mi kò ní tán.
Thank you so much. Let's say we should not just end because okay, can you tell us the meaning of the song altogether?
Yes, I came to this world with ease. I came to this world comfortably, and the rain of comfort that is raining should not stop. My life will always speak of you for eternity, and then your divine love upon my life should not end.
Wow. So in all your songs, what message does your song really tell people?
Yeah, positive declaration only. Be positive.
I'm telling you.
That's it. Because I've seen everything's positivity. Just be positive about everything, because I've gone through a lot of things. But I'm always positive
about it.
Yes, regardless of...
Have there been any stage in your life where you like, I don't think I can go this?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, you know, when I was growing up, my friends, almost all of them have gone to school, and I feel like, why am I still at home? Why am I still at home? I want to go to school too. I want to do this. I want to be like my friend. And I was listening to Auntie Shola's song.
Yeah.
I was washing clothes, and I was thinking that I was close to crying. Then it got to a stage, the song was Wawale. So then that part was like, Ibi Mode, Oluwa lo ṣe, ọ̀rọ̀ ayé mi tó kún mo fi lé lọ́wọ́. Ohun ojú mi rí ló jẹ́ mọ̀ pa láàánú lólú. Ẹ má lé mi léré, ẹni láàní ṣolódodo. Má débi má dé o, ọ̀nà mi á túbọ̀ là pérégedé. So I had that verse, I was like, why am I crying? Why am I crying? So I just shared, and I was like, yes, Anshala just spoke to me now. I have to be calm, because where I am now, God knows about it, and where I am going to, He knows about it. So why should I be crying? Why should I be sad? So I just moved on, like one day, so it happened.
One day, it happened. So which other song would you say that you would like to sing? Because I know in your songs, I've listened to them. Though I'm not a Yoruba person, but when you actually singing those songs, I had this consciousness. So which other song would you say in all the songs that you actually poured into it too?
I have Heartfelt Worship. I just released, it's like freestyle.
Is that a new project you worked on recently?
Yes, recently.
Oh wow. So
yes.
what's about the Heartfelt Worship?
I went to visit a friend actually, so I just had these strings, like the beats. I was like, wow, I want to do something on this song, beat. I was like, okay, no problem, let's do it. I just, it's not that I composed it or anything, but I just thought, okay, let's freestyle on it. It's not easy, actually. But I had to continue, so we just did it, and it was a success.
So can you do a particular song for us in the Heartfelt Worship?
Okay. Oh la la fiwe.
Is that your song?
Oh la la fijo bare láti rode roni. Oh la la fiwe, like you are incomparable, and then your reign is from generation to generation.
Thank you so much, Deborah, for sharing your light with us today on Spotlight Show. And seriously, I just wish she couldn't just end. Like, she should just continue. But then we have to go. All right, to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight Show. And yes, it was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral, if you're going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am still Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time, let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Watch it live. Let the world ignite.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on burning 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV now.
Organized crimes. The arrests were part of Operation Catalyst, a coordinated effort between Interpol and Afripol to track illegal financial flows. The 2-month operation, conducted between July and September, identified 160 persons of interest and uncovered over $260 million in transactions suspected to be linked to terrorism financing. About $600,000 have already been seized. According to Interpol, 21 of those arrested were directly linked to terrorism-related crimes, while others were involved in money laundering, financial fraud, and cyber-enabled scams. Authorities say investigations are ongoing to recover more assets and dismantle the financial networks supporting extremist activities across Africa. And in Sudan, airline sources said the planned reopening of the main airport in Khartoum on Wednesday after a 2.5-year shutdown was delayed due to drone attacks in the morning and on Tuesday. The first commercial domestic flights by Badr Airlines was scheduled for October 22nd, but early drone attacks on Tuesday and Wednesday highlighted the airport's continued vulnerability. The airport, located in the center of the Sudanese capital, was targeted at the very start of the war between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces, that's the RSF, causing extensive damage to its buildings and an immediate halt to flights. Following its recapture of Khartoum earlier this year, the army-led government prioritized renovating and restarting the airport to signal a return to normal life in territories under its control. According to the International Organization for Migration, over 1 million persons have returned to the capital after millions had left under an RSF occupation.
And in Madagascar, Madagascar's interim president, Colonel Michael Randrianirina, said the Indian Ocean nation is open to win-win partnership with the international community. In his first international interview since assuming the presidency, Randrianirina said that Madagascar was currently in a truly critical state on the brink of disaster, adding that this is the time the country needs the support and help of the international community. The coup leader expressed Madagascar's readiness to engage not only with France, where the ousted president André Rajoelina is believed to be harbored, but also with the international community to move forward hand in hand, noting that it is not the time to abandon the country. According to Randrianirina, cooperation is vital for Madagascar, and talks with the Southern African Development Community will begin soon to avoid obstructing partnership. He said the nation's main priority is energy and water, which sparked the youth-led anti-government protests on September the 25th, and that the government would find a way to partner those who can help in the short term and as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the International Federation of Journalists, that's the IFJ, has condemned the Burkina Faso ruling military junta's unlawful detention of journalists and called on the authorities to respect their fundamental rights. The country's National Intelligence Agency had, in separate cases, detained Oseni Iludo, Michael Nana, and Zawin Manogo Zongrana between October the 13th and 14th without giving any reason for their arrest. They were all freed on the 5th of the same month. None of the three journalists was also given any reason for their arrest, according to local media. Since coming to power in September 2022, Burkina Faso's military junta has adopted a repressive strategy aimed at silencing opponents and specifically targeting journalists, human rights defenders, and other members of civil society. It further clamped down on local and foreign media outlets, including TV5 and Le Monde, which were suspended and asked to leave the country because of their critical reporting. Some arrested journalists were equally said to have been forcibly enlisted into the army and taken to the battlefield against the jihadist insurgency. Still on brighter views, the United Nations has called for Saif Gaddafi, son of the late former President Muammar Gaddafi, to be brought in front of the International Criminal Court for his trial, stating that trial in absentia did not meet international standards. Saif, who was sentenced to death in absentia for war crimes July 2015 by a Tripoli court, is being held in the Libyan city of Zintan by one of the factions fighting for power since Gaddafi was killed in 2011. The UN report said the Libyan government has been unable to secure his arrest and surrender as he remains in Zintan and is considered outside the control of the internationally recognized Libyan authorities. However, the UN reports initiated by the UN Human Rights Office and the UN Support Mission in Libya noted that serious violations of due process were recorded in the trials. The UNSMIL listed the violations to include prolonged incommunicado detention without access to families or lawyers and cases of alleged torture that have not been investigated. Meanwhile, the United States African Command, that's AFRICOM, has announced that Libya will host a key segment of next year's Flintlock 2026 military exercise, its premier annual special operations training event. Known as Flintlock 26, the 2026 iteration will hold near the central city of Sirte, symbolically located along the 2020 ceasefire line that ended Libya's second civil war between rival political and military factions. It is the first time since the fall of Muammar Gaddafi in 2011 that military representatives from both eastern and western Libya will train together under U.S. supervision, a move Washington hopes can foster cooperation and strengthen efforts to unify the country's fragmented armed forces. According to AFRICOM's Deputy Commander, Lieutenant General John Brennan, the decision is a milestone in bilateral security cooperation. He added that the joint participation of Libya's rival forces marks a major step forward towards integration and national reconciliation. And from Libya, move straight to South Africa, where in South Africa, the Minister of International Relations, Ronald Lamola, has said South Africa would not bow to the United States' pressure to amend some domestic policies as trade negotiations continues. The country's refusal to make concession on its own policies follows Washington's demand to review transformation laws, including controversial legislation on black economic empowerment and land exploitation. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration previously led a disinformation drive against South Africa, incorrectly claiming that a genocide against Afrikaner farmers. However, in a brief update on trade talks on the Financial Times African Summit in London, Lamola insisted that his country would not compromise on its policies to appease Washington. Lamola also said the trade talks needed to be limited to economic matters, adding that the country has sufficient safeguards, including the parliament and the courts. Away from that report, Kenya's United Democratic Alliance, that's the UDA, has condemned the remarks by Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, linking the late former Prime Minister Riley Odinga to slow development in the Mount Kenya region. Though his comments drew laughter and applause from mourners, they were said to have since sparked widespread outrage and condemnation from across the country, describing them as reckless, insensitive, and profoundly disrespectful. UDA chairperson and Embu Governor Cecily Mbarere said she was deeply disturbed by Kahiga's controversial remarks during the funeral in Kieni, where he appeared to celebrate Ryla's death. She emphasized that the late Ryla was a true champion of devolution and visionary leader who worked to strengthen county governance and promote equity in national development, adding that Kahiga's statements do not represent the views of the Mount Kenya region. Mbarire further demanded a public apology from the governor, while also urging leaders to rise above petty divisions and lead with empathy, respect, and a spirit of unity, especially as the nation seeks healing. From Kenya, we move straight to Uganda, where the police have revised down the death toll from a major bus crash on one of the country's busiest highway from the previous confirmed 63 persons to 46 persons. The crash happened just after midnight on the highway between the capital, Kampala, and the northern city of Gulu. Initial investigations suggest that it was caused by two buses coming from opposite direction, trying to overtake a lorry and a sport utility vehicle, that's an SUV, with the two buses colliding head-on. The Uganda Police Force explained in a statement that they had mistakenly given a higher death toll earlier, as some victims were found unconscious at the scene and had been erroneously included in the initial toll. Meanwhile, President Yoweri Museveni, while campaigning for January's general election not far from the scene of the accident, has sent condolences to victims and families. Just a word to the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news, and joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and a public and political affairs analyst. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well. Thank you, Barrister, and thanks for joining us.
My
All right,
pleasure.
let's get to the conversation proper. Barrister, interestingly, the police in Uganda has clearly cut down on the figure that they brought out just a couple of hours ago, particularly on the Ugandan multi-vehicle collision that happened around Gulu axis in that country, from 63 to 46. A statement that some quarters have said that the police did not do proper findings before bringing out that figure, thereby sending shockwaves to the people. But first, looking at these kind of tragedy, when drivers tend to want to overtake themselves in a very sharp corner. We've seen these accidents happen all across Africa, not just in Uganda. What would you say to these kind of incidents, and how can it clearly be managed by security operatives who give figures that are not so verified afterwards?
You know, in Africa, because of the bad roads that bedevil African states,
yes,
this type of ghastly accident happen now and then. It happens. And so, when it happens, some overzealous police persons would want to take credit for giving out the figures. Even people that are lying down unconscious, they are counted as dead. They wouldn't want another person to take the glory. And so they'll now pack everybody as dead people until when they get to the hospital, they discover that some of these people are really alive. They are just unconscious. So that is what happened in many of the cases. But we thank God the figures have been reduced.
Right.
I'm sure those who were condemned before are dead people. They will thanking their God. Maybe when they actually get well, they will not ask the police why they counted them as dead people.
Now, looking at the fact that, Barrister, the accident, the tragedy did happen somewhere around Gulu, where, of course, the president was also campaigning. Now, these concerns have been raised about the fact that it is, some quarters have said that it is because of the fact that the president was on one hand campaigning, and then security operatives were just trying to pave way for motorists to take another route, which again resulted to this. How much of these campaigning as against governance should African leaders be concerned about, clearly in a time like this when lives should be clearly taken into higher priority?
Look, nobody is or should be allowed to die in such a manner just because the president is campaigning or whatever. No, it's wrong. It means that the drivers themselves have to be a bit careful and patient. Most of the time, they are impatient. They don't want to wait. You know, you see that something is happening somewhere. When you get there, you slow down. You slow down. When the road is not clear for speeding, don't speed. It causes accidents. So I don't know why they want. I don't know why they want to attach it to the president campaigning within that area.
But don't you see that as a political statement, Barrister? Because oppositions are the ones doing this kind of conversation.
Opposition can do such a, but there's no need attaching the man to the accident. There's no need. It's just the carelessness of the drivers.
All right, then. Now, Barrister, let's go to South Africa, where, as it stands right now, the Minister of International Relations in South Africa, talking about Ronald Lamola, in a conversation in London, did say that the country would not bow to pressure from Washington, and of course saying that they're going to reject every policy compromise from the U.S., particularly the fact that they are still appeasing Washington in extending the AGOA time frame, and of course reducing the 30% tariff in that particular country. What do you make of this statement, Barrister? Do you think this is another confidence coming from someone who, again, is in government?
Yeah, they need to stand their ground and call the bluff for Donald Trump. South Africa is not the only country enjoying AGOA.
Yes.
So why should they be the one pleading for the extension and all that?
Well, it looks more like South Africa has been the one that has been enjoying it even much more.
Then they should count their gains and look elsewhere. Nothing lasts forever. I said I've always believed that Africa should not be looking up to America for economic survival. They are not our God. They didn't create Africa. And so they need us more than we need them. If only Africa would realize this. They need us more than we need them. So this beggarly position, I don't agree. South Africa should stand their ground.
Now, standing this ground, Barrister, is South Africa really, the refuser here, is this clearly a bold assertion on sovereignty or a gamble that could cost billions of lost assets? Because the economy is showing up for it, Barrister.
David, as you and I talk today, Russia has been under sanction. Two of us.
True.
I don't know surviving. Look, African leaders are just lazy, seriously. Russia has been under sanctions, strict conditions and all that. Yet, this country is moving forward. Did you hear that people are begging for food, Russians are running out looking for succor? No. The economy is still moving. They are doing business with other countries. If Europe don't want to buy their gas and their fuel, they are taking it elsewhere and they are making money. That's the truth. So why can't African leaders be creative for once? Why can't they be creative? Look at a country at war in such a magnitude. Even the whole of Europe and NATO are facing Russia, yet they could not. Donald Trump is literally begging Vladimir Putin to slow down in Ukraine. But the guy is not even perturbed. Look at that. One man. One man. How many countries are in Europe that this man is facing with NATO? Yet, look, there is no justification, in fact, no excuse for what South Africa is trying to do.
But then again, Barrister, looking at the fact that South Africa clearly is staying with their position on the Land Exploration Act, some global markets are seeing this like a red flag. If South Africa should stay on these particular policy and stand their ground, wouldn't this affect their quest for both foreign direct investment as well?
No, if you are trying to do the needful, why should that be a problem? In a country where 80% of the land belong to 20% of the people.
Right.
Is that not injustice? That's injustice now. The white farmers are, they just conscripted or colonized the lands, while the real blacks, who are in the majority, have nowhere to go. And you're telling me that is justice? No, they should not back down. Because if it were the white, they wouldn't even allow you. You dare not. You dare not. This is South Africa land. These people came here as an army of occupation. They came in here as tourists. And when they saw the gold in South Africa, they decided to settle down here. That's the origin of these white people. Because of the good things they saw in South Africa, they just refused to go back.
Now, Barrister, concerns are being raised about these trade talks with Washington and South Africa. If this conversation should collapse and it doesn't come to fruition, what do you make? What would you make of the situation in South Africa, knowing that they're also in bed with BRICS and China?
Of course, they had to look elsewhere. Yes, they had to. I'm telling you, if they do, look, for me, the whole world should even isolate America. Yes, they should isolate Donald Trump. Let me see what he's going to do with his goods and services. There is no monopoly anywhere in the world now. I hope you know. You can't say that you are the only one who can provide these services. You are the only one who have this particular goods. No way. Anything you are looking for in a particular country, in another country, they have it in abundance. They have it. So no, there's no monopoly. As you say, without this control, you cannot get this service or you cannot get the goods. No way. In fact, China is even a monopoly, if you ask me, because they have perfected the art of producing goods for the whole world. China have moved from a country to an industrial concern. That's what China is. China is an industrial concern. 24 hours they are working. So which goods do you want from China that you will not get? What is that goods? They are not China for nothing. No. 1.4 billion human beings. If they are joking, they won't be where they are. So whatever you need, you will get it from elsewhere. Don't depend on America.
So you see the confidence at this point of South Africa might be the end of Western influence in that country?
Not just South Africa. Every African nation, every other nation in the whole world. Look, when I knew that the world is beginning to reason was when Trump was campaigning for Israel. When they wanted to take over Gaza. And the man visited the UK. After talking with the UK Prime Minister, 2 days after he left, the man declared support for Palestine. Canada followed. Australia followed. That was what shocked Donald Trump. That these guys are not with him. It was at that point that they reversed their policy. Because the initial proposition by Donald Trump and Israel was to use broom and sweep Palestinians from Gaza Strip and take over that place. They want to call it a green area. But the world resisted them. And now they have reversed their policy. And life is coming back in Gaza Strip. That's the truth.
But concerns are being raised, Barrister. Before we move out of this South African story, concerns are being raised that South African economy is being handled by relatively whites in the country. If there should be some policy shifts, which again, according to the conversation between South Africa and Washington, wouldn't that affect the economy of South Africa in its deepest level?
The whites that are holding the economy, they should now be creative and look elsewhere. Yes, they should look elsewhere. Because there is no justification for these people to continue apartheid when it has ended as far back as 1994. So, no justification.
Barrister, looking elsewhere, is South Africa ready for these people to look elsewhere? That's the question.
Is there any... Is there any law that says that you must depend on one particular country for survival? No, tell me. Is there any law? There's no law. If America does not exist today, the world must move on now. The world must move on. No, please. Let nobody have that idea. Please. It is this dependency that have brought Africa where it is today. Go and look at America, even China. Do they depend on you? Whatever they want, they produce it. They produce it. They call their people, call experts. Look, this thing, how do we solve this problem? People will think. They will bring proposal. They will now look at, okay, let's follow here. Let's do this. Let us try this. All these wonders of will and all that. Was it not the creation of man? All this technology and all that. Somebody sat down and thought of it. Africa, what are you doing?
Well, big question there, Barrister. Let's go to Libya, where the UN has clearly said that they are asking for the son of Muammar Gaddafi, I'm talking about Saif Gaddafi, to be brought in person to face judgment rather than giving him judgment in absentia. Again, this has raised concerns because Saif is somewhere in around Libya, with, of course, where some militias are having a stronghold at. Some have called this particular decision a major one on the part of UN. Barrister, what's your position with this?
If you ask me, the UN have wasted more than enough time concerning this Gaddafi issue. It should have been concluded like that of Saddam Hussein. Instead of wasting their time and all that, why don't they move on until the man surface? Instead of making a mountain out of a molehill, are we going to now begin to discuss Gaddafi's son and all that? The people that are holding him is in protective custody. So,
and he's even running for president.
You can imagine. So why can the time will come when they will get hold of him and there's no way he cannot remain a recluse forever.
Barrister, concerns, and this again is something I wish you can help Africans with. Can a man be sentenced in absentia and of course accused of torture and now be running for president?
Well, you can do that within your locality, but you can be sentenced in absentia. We saw it here in Nigeria. A particular man called Tompolo. He was sentenced in absentia and he's moving about. He's doing business with government. It's as if everyone has forgotten. Tompolo was sentenced in absentia. He was in this country. And the guy didn't even bother. In fact, in some extreme cases, people serve a sentence for another. Are you aware? People serve sentence for another.
What's the implication of all of these, Barrister?
The implication is as far as you conceive it. Yes, what the law allows, if you apply it, what is no problem. It has been entered into record that this man is an ex-con. That's just the only thing. Maybe when he wants to raise his hands for political office, his opponents may now bring it up. That's all.
There are also concerns, Barrister, that it's looking more like the UN's push for ICC, if it's a genuine pursuit of justice or a geopolitical maneuver to reshape Libya's leadership. Do you share the sentiment, Barrister?
America failed in Libya. They failed. Seriously.
When you say they failed, how do you mean?
Because they couldn't put the government together, and now you have two governments. They failed, just like in Vietnam. They failed. Even what's his name? Barack Obama said it. That the one mistake they made was they didn't think of a good replacement for Gaddafi. And that's the truth. If there was a de facto government when this thing happened, you won't have two governments in Libya today. You won't have. So they failed. They failed. They didn't succeed. Even though they took away Gaddafi, they didn't succeed because Libya is still at war within itself. Yes, a government, a country where you have two governments, that country is not a success story now.
Again, some quarters have really said that at this point, why does the ICC pursue Saif Gaddafi while ignoring NATO civilian casualties? And of course, war crimes are punishable when committed by non-Western actors. This a conversation. Barrister, what's your position on this as well?
David, even in heaven, when you are aligned with the right people, you can never be wrong. Abraham lied. Abraham is a liar. He lied against his wife. He equally committed other things. But did you see God telling Abraham, look, you will not do this, you will not do that because you told lie. Up to tomorrow, we still regard Abraham as the father of our faith. But to Moses, with all he suffered to bring Israel out of Egypt, God knew that this man is a stammerer and is hot-tempered. But because he disobeyed once or twice, God said, no, you don't enter the promised land. Can you imagine? Up to today, nobody knows where God buried Moses. We don't know. It was God who took care of him. But he did not enter the. He said, look at the promised land, look at it, but you will not enter there. Is that justice? A man that toiled to bring his people out.
So being on the good book of some process?
Well, yes, when you are alive, God started it. In fact, most of the things that happen today, we follow the Christ. Even the same God who said that he will give Israel a land flowing with milk and honey. And that land is now the Palestinian land that is causing problem. Was it not the land that God promised Israel? No, tell me. What is justice here?
But then, Barrister, concerns are being raised about this conversation that we've just raised. Some political elites move from one party to the other in order to safeguard themselves. Should these also be regarded in that same light?
No, it will not. This one is quite different too. Some people are running away from the law. That's why they enter the APC now. If you are doubting me, go and ask for Shomole. They are running away from the law.
When you say go and ask for Shomole,
he said if you come to APC, your sins are forgiven. And what is that sin? Corruption. They stole money. The moment you come to APC, they will forget about the money you stole. As long as you use it to finance APC, you are welcome.
Does that look like what is the reason for these major defections that we're seeing in all political parties in Nigeria?
If not, to tell me why. If not, tell me why. Is it not people that are heavily corrupt that are running to APC? They know that that's where they will find sanctuary. The people that are going to hell, are they saints? The Satan loves sinners. That's why they are many. That's why they are running to his kingdom.
Some governors have said that it is because of the instability of the opposition party, PDP precisely. That's the reason why they are moving. Look, don't you share that sentiment as well, guys?
Look, if EFCC have not been unleashed on them, they would rather stay with their party than to move elsewhere, because they stand a better chance with their party than to run to APC. APC that's already crowded. Okay, the man in Bayelsa now that is neither here nor there. What do you think is delaying him from pitching his tent with APC? He does not even know where to go. Maybe he was waiting for some people to promise him something. That's why for over a week now, there's no government in Bayelsa. No government. Because the man resigned from his party. And they have not moved to any other party. So, as I talk to you now, under the law, there's no government in Bayelsa. No government.
Well, the legislators will say something else.
They moved on. Which legislature? What are they going to say? To contradict what the law says. He moved with his lawmakers now, so there's no government there. When the executive and the legislators have moved, what other thing are you talking about? The man to execute the law and the one who made the law, they are no longer in where they're supposed to be, and they are nowhere to be found. So, how will you... There's no law, there's no government there now. As of today, no law in Bayelsa.
Anyways, let's come back to Africa, and we'll go straight to Burkina Faso, where the International Federation of Journalists has clearly condemned the, what they call arrest by the junta leader. I'm talking about Traore Ibrahim. This is a conversation that the ones in government have said, look, this is another Western influence and media infusion into our system to wanting to investigate us far more than we know ourselves. Barrister, these contrasting stories have been ongoing for a while. Ibrahim Traore clearly has stated that he does not want any international influence in his country. They would build their country and they want to build their country, but external influence they do not accept. Again, the arrest by journalists being condemned by international media outlets. What's your position with this, Barrister?
They will do their work. The military will always be the military, anytime. It doesn't matter. If they are doing well and the people are, have accepted their government, why not? The question is, if the civilians are doing the right thing, will there be any need for coup or counter-coup? The answer is no. In America, for how many days now, there have been rioting and protests, but nobody has been shot. Nobody has been tear gas. Nobody. It's on record. But let one protest happen here. You see, like just what happened recently. Everybody will be arrested and tear gas and even rubber bullet and all that. So when you are behaving like this, how will anybody not criticize you? You called for it. We are not doing what is obtainable. These are the reasons why we say we want democracy, so that people can speak their mind. People can protest. People can express their views on government policy. But whereby you are not even listening, you are now using your jackboot to suppress them. You are no longer in a democracy.
Barrister, what is the implication of trampling on the right to protest by citizens?
You are calling for coup. David, you are calling for coup. That's just the simple reason. When this thing continues like this, you are inviting the military, because it is no longer democracy. That's the truth. Yes. There's no other way to explain it.
The right to protest, Barrister, is enshrined in the Constitution.
Of course, of course. So when you are not denying the people that right, what are you doing? You are inviting the military. That's just the truth. The military will never leave their barracks if things like this do not happen. Whenever you see a government that is becoming unacceptable, a government that is trying to be dictatorial in a democracy, go and check. That government is inviting trouble. That's the truth.
All right, then, Barrister, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We want to say a big thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a political and public affairs analyst. Once again, Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
It's been a pleasure.
We'll take a very short break now. When we return, more stories in African News will be out next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The African Development Bank Group, in partnership with the government of Angola and the European Union, has launched a $125 million youth empowerment project to spur entrepreneurship and job creation among young Angolans. Called the SCRIZA project, the project is estimated to create over 112,000 indirect jobs, support the growth of over 10,000 micro, small and medium-sized enterprises and startups, and expand skills development in key sectors, including agriculture, aquaculture, transport, and renewable energy. Speaking at the launch, the bank executive director for Angola, Mozambique, Namibia, and Zimbabwe, Eugenio Paulo, commended the government's commitment to youth empowerment by a decisive step towards investing in young people. According to him, by placing the youth at the center of national development, the government sent a powerful message that young people will build Angola's future. From Angola, we'll move straight to Gambia, where in partnership with the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and the Gambian Red Cross Society, the Gambian government has signed a project cooperation agreement for a humanitarian initiative aimed at supporting persons of concerns. These include internally displaced persons, refugees, returnees, stateless persons, asylum seekers, and their host communities. The collaboration marks a significant milestone in the country's commitment to inclusive humanitarian resource response and regional solidarity. Funded by the ECOWAS Humanitarian Department, the 6-month project, valued at $699,425, is expected to benefit over 2,100 vulnerable individuals across the country's 7 regions and deliver life-saving assistance and sustainable livelihood support to those most in need. Under the agreement, the Gambian Red Cross Society will serve as the lead implementing agency, working closely with the Gambian Refugee Commission, NANA, and the Ministry of Trade to ensure effective delivery of services. Meanwhile, over 1 million persons have returned to Sudan's capital, Khartoum, in the past 10 months, in spite of the widespread insecurity and collapsing services. The International Organization for Migration, IOM, has come out to say this. The Sudan Return Monitoring Snapshot recorded returns between November 2024 and September 2025 as families moved back from other parts of the country and abroad. In a statement, the IOM Deputy Director General for Operations, Ugochi Daniels, said the scale of returns to Khartoum is both a sign of resilience, and a warning. He said the returnees are still scared by conflicts in the city, where homes are damaged and basic services are barely functioning, adding that though their determination to rebuild is remarkable, life remains incredibly fragile. Khartoum remains home to over 3.7 million displaced persons, with current returns accounting for just 26% of the total, according to the IOM statement, adding that up to 2.7 million more persons could eventually return, depending on security and humanitarian conditions. Just a watch on the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on another break right now. When we return, more stories in African business and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. And now to some African business stories. The MTN Group has called for urgent action to bridge Africa's growing digital inclusion gap. The Careers President and Chief Executive Officer, Ralph Mupita, says that out of 300 million mobile users across the continent, only 130 million currently use 4G networks, which signals that millions remain excluded from the digital economy. Mupita explained that high data costs, expensive devices, and limited local content are slowing down Africa's digital growth despite major investments in network expansion. The remarks, amplified by Rwanda's Ministry of ICT and Innovation, highlights the need for more inclusive policies and public-private collaboration to make digital access affordable and sustainable. African leaders are being urged to see connectivity not just as infrastructure, but as a tool for economic empowerment and innovation across the continent. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking some sports. Kenya's Police FC are on a mission to write history as they take on Al Hilal Omdurman in the second leg of the CAF Champions League qualifier this Friday in Benghazi, Libya. Police trailed by a lone goal after losing 1-0 in Nairobi last week, but head coach Etienne Ndayiraji says his team is ready to fight back. The Burundian tactician, known for his calm tactical style, believes courage and discipline can turn the tide in their favor. With Sudan's political crisis forcing Al Hilal to play their home tie, in Libya, both sides faces unfamiliar conditions. However, Al Hilal's coach, Lorenzo Renchop, says his team will not underestimate Police FC, who have proven resilience throughout the qualifiers. A win for Police FC would secure their first ever qualification for the CAF Champions League group stage, a landmark moment for Kenyan football and a statement of intent from one of the country's most ambitious clubs. Still talking sports, Nigeria is set to make history as the National Sports Commission, in partnership with World Athletics and Athletics Federation of Nigeria, prepares to host the first ever Africa Running Conference in Lagos. The event aims to promote health, fitness, and athletic excellence while highlighting Nigeria's growing role in global sports. NSC Director General Bukola Olopade described the conference as a milestone moment, noting that World Athletics' decision to choose Lagos over countries like Kenya and South Africa shows confidence in Nigeria's reforms and capacity to deliver world-class events. Also, World Athletics head of running, Alessio Punzi, says the conference will build a full ecosystem for African road running, from grassroots participation to elite performance, positioning Nigeria as at the heart of continental sports development. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time, let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave, every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dele Utomi. This is the Maritime Frontier Show brought to you on VOP Television. Today, as usual, we have a guest at the studio. The name of the person is Innocent Orok. He's a maritime journalist. We are going to talk about various things about the marine and blue economy as regards the performance bonds that were issued to the agencies under the government, under his ministry, the performance of the different agencies under the ministry, and the fact that the marine and blue economy is said by experts to be worth about 90 trillion naira. Yet, in 2024, the combined efforts of the whole ministries and agencies under the marine and blue economy, including those that are under the Ministry of Finance, made just a little bit less than 7 trillion naira. So today we are going to look into the factors that can help propel these government agencies into realizing the potentials therein within the maritime sector. Mr. Orok, you're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah. Now, I just said something about the marine and blue economy is said to be worth about between from 10 to 90 trillion naira annually. But the Nigerian Customs Service, which though operates within the maritime sector, is under the Ministry of Finance, made about 6.01 trillion naira last year. Then the combined efforts of the other government agencies brought in about less than 1 trillion naira, about 900 billion naira. Why do you think that these government agencies are not performing up to their capacity? In fact, they are just scratching the surface of the potentials.
Thank you very much. Like I said, I'm glad to be here. The Nigerian maritime sector, as the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, created the Marine and Blue Economy Ministry. I will let you to know that some of us were the ones that clamor, as at that time, for a Ministry of Maritime Affairs to be created. In fact, during our campaign under the Tinubu Shetima Maritime Advocacy Group, we championed it. We put a proposal, and luckily, the ministry was created called Marine and Blue Economy. Now, what should we do? You know, formally, it was all the maritime sector agencies were under the Ministry of Transport. And now they created a new ministry. They have to lay a foundation by law. And I think the ministry on its own has been trying its best through the minister. Of course, we also understand why we may not easily get there, because like the minister was not a maritime person. Some of the agencies heads were not maritime person, but they are administrators. So they need the maritime experts to work with, to lay the foundation.
They call professionals.
They call professionals to work with, to lay the foundation as administrators. By and large, they have been trying their best, and for the ministry, give it to the minister. Just about 2-3 months ago, they churned out this document, National Policy on Marine and Blue Economy, which is like a Bible for us to operate in the industry. And luckily, I don't think a lot of people have this book, because like a Christian, if you want to know what you are doing so that you don't offend your God, you should read the Bible.
Exactly.
A lot of people don't know, if you want to go into investment under the new ministry, fisheries, ferries, tourism, you need to go into it before. And you know, we have a challenge in Nigeria in all the sectors, policy somersaults. Sometimes people will go into investment, they will not know the laws that guide them. At the end of the day, policy will bring you down. So, in the first place, I will encourage everyone to make sure the ministry launch this. But you know, in Nigeria too, launching a book, having a book, reading it and practicing it is at many
different things entirely.
So, to go back to your question, if we are targeting non-oil money, revenue, which is called maritime, in custom is not purely maritime, because they collect excise duty, which is but core maritime, which has to do with waterways, shipping. If you look at it, we are just crashing, like you said, the surface. So what do we do? If we have to lay the foundation for us to harness, I want to see where we have a model. If our policymakers and experts go to Philippines, Singapore, Korea, who are core maritime nations, what are we looking at? Where do we have the comparative advantage that we can tap and begin to see? It may not be a one-day thing, but we begin to, like they call, the low-hanging fruits, so that we can get something. For me, like the minister signed the performance bond with the ministry, with the parastatals. I've not seen anything out of it. If we take Nimasa, for instance, what is new? The only priority is the safety in our waterways, which was the foundation, the deep blue, which was the foundation led by the previous administration. And thank God this one is following up. But I want to see a situation where Nimasa can pick on shipping. And we have been talking about CFF fund. We will see where Nimasa can test run 2 people, 2 companies. We have given this
CFF fund to 2 companies that want to test run them. And you know what that will mean to us in terms of revenue. NIWA is trying by formulating policies, but how many people are investing? I'm happy that yesterday I was moving waterway. They have waterfront ministry, they have LASWA. And that goes back to the issue of coastal states. Standing aloof, looking at as if maritime is only for the ministry, or for NIMASA, or for NIWA. Because these are where the money are coming from. If in a one swoop, Lagos State got 410 million euros to fund ferries.
Counterpart funding.
Counterpart from them. Lagos State is not there. Okay. What are they looking at? 3 areas. They will develop new jetties, buy about 70 electric ferries, and also new routes where they can.
Created.
They want to decongest the road. That is good money. That is good thing to look at. So if we want to make more money, we shouldn't just be standing and said it is a social trillion value. What are we doing?
Yeah, you are buttressing the point I made when I started this, the introduction of this program. Why can we not have square pegs in square holes? If you have the right, because of course, we know that the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy is about 2 years now running. And you rightly stated that the man at the helm of affairs there is not a maritime person. Can't he manage to get people that are eggheads within practitioners and professionals that he can work with within the sector to help him guide the implementation of the various policies in order to realize the potentials within the sector?
Like I said, you see, the way the government operates in all sectors, they are policy formulators. But in formulating, for example now, if you say waterways, who own the waterways? The waterways are domiciled in the states. But federal government also have jurisdictions.
Yeah.
So what can the federal government do on its own? Will federal government buy ferries even though they own jurisdictions of the water in the states? No. So
NIWA is under the federal government. Some of these agencies are federal government agencies.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It is because if we know we are operating a federation, a compartment where 3 come to become 1, you should know your area. But because, like you rightly said, in our character, we want the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy or the federal government to be doing everything. You have water in your locality in Delta.
Yeah.
If the state government knows that, or the local government chairman knows about this, our water can bring out something. But before I can do what I want to do, I have to align with the center based on the law covering it. If we don't do it, the minister, or even he put a technocrat, will not come to your village where there's water to say, we are going to buy boat here. So it is the alignment that is lacking. If you look at it, you have been in the industry for some while now. It seems as if it's NIMASA that owns Nigerian waters. It is NIWA that owns Nigerian waters. But NIWA is in Lokoja. NIMASA is in Lagos. Lagos is exploring through their agencies, the state, not the federal now, the state. But in my faraway state in Akwa Ibom, it seems as if NIMASA owns the water and water is owned by the federal government, everything, even though they have jurisdiction. What can you do in your own waterways? Are you getting my point? And so, even if you bring technocrats,
a concerted effort by everybody, all hands must be on deck.
The federal government too also have a way, like you said, if you want to do that. You call a stakeholders meeting. Mr. Governor, Mr. Minister of Transport, or Mr. Waterways, depending. What do we do? Like now, like I said, if we open this book, you have a lot of things. Aquaculture, fisheries. Like, let me say something. Last 2 months ago, we were in Niger State. And when we were discussing like this with the Commissioner of Transport, I told her, if you people want to deliberately invest in waterways, through your waterways, you need to go through this policy to see where you can harness it. The minister and the ministry have launched it. Everybody is in the archives. It is now left for you, like a student, like who want to pass exam, to look at where can I tap that concerns me as my state in my water so that I can get something. And that is where, by the time you begin to gather from state level waterways and so on, you see that we make more money. You know, the Nigerian system, like you said, we are using technocrats. Most time we don't use co-professionals. They will tell you they are administrators. And the administrators will now hire technocrats. But whichever way you put it, if the people that are involved are not tapping into it, the technocrats will do the writing, will do the policy and dump it. You understand?
So implementation becomes a problem.
Implementation become, and you know, we have this phobia. Leave government, they don't talk. We just look at, they will do their thing and keep. Like I said now, if we do statistics, a lot of people, even professionals, don't have this policy. So if you want to invest without reading this, how will you know where to put your money? Where the government, because government will use this one either to help you or to mar you, based on what you are doing.
Now, you spoke about this book, The National Policy on Marine and Blue Economy, which has been released. It's dated here March 2025. If I may ask, how many agencies do you think will have this? And how many people, because I'm seeing this for the first time, and like you said, rightly said, I've been in this industry for quite some time now. So these are documents that people like us should be availed of, and then we interpret it, and then every other person who's involved within the maritime sector will now know what to do and where to go in order to, for us, like we said before, put our hands on deck and help, grow this economy. Okay. Why is this still not available for everybody?
Like I said before, the ministry launched it. And you know, in Nigeria, if like we are doing something today now, if it is live and you don't have light, you don't know what has happened. And it ends here. The ministry launched it about two months ago. But you know, the sensitization, they have done their bit to them. And you know, that is the problem we have in Nigeria. We run into problems. A lot of people, for me as a journalist who want to do developmental journalism, so that when you bring point, I can be able to talk on the point of knowledge. I seek for it, and I got it. Just like I custom act. I have it because, you know me, I like gisting, I like arguing. Because the point is, if you meet me, like about 2-3 months ago, somebody who is doing a PhD in maritime, so in a Nigerian maritime, in a World Maritime University, send me a questionnaire for me to, I should be an expert. He's there. If I tell you I smoked good to I got this, but how much I spent. Because some of us, we are the media. If I've been 20 years in maritime industry, I should be able, I may not have money, but I should have the knowledge. Yeah. So like you asked now, if I have, when I told the minister, the Commissioner of Transport in Niger State, he said, yeah. I said, this thing, you need to, there are a lot of, what brought us to Niger State? You have water, like Lagos. And things have changed. If you see this kind of a book, you put it in your ministry, let's look at this book. What can we do?
Yes,
what can we do? How can we align with NIWA? Are you getting my point? So that we can, because things have changed. But if you allow, and you are telling the people the same story you were telling them 20 years ago or 10 years ago, when climate change have changed a lot of things in the water, you begin to have issues.
The policy also covers the
inland
waterways.
Yes, everything, investment, and fisheries, so everything is here. You know, it's a big book, and in Nigeria, we run away from reading books. But like I said, what concerns you is what you look at. So the ministry in the Nigerian system is just to formulate policies. They will publish books, they will do seminars, they will do workshops. It is you that knows what fits you, that you pick it, and when you pick it, you follow up. You know, Nigerian system, you need to pick it and follow up. 2 days ago, one of a member of my state in the House of Reps was talking about they have to raise an issue on Ibom Deep Sea Port. Do not forget, Ibom Deep Sea Port was the second to Lekki Deep Sea Port.
Yeah.
And the thing was like, it will happen today. It will happen, but up till now, nothing has been done. And when I do that story, somebody called me from my state. I tell him that you people are joking. You people are joking. You people don't want to involve yourself in maritime affairs. You think that maritime affairs is a mafia industry. You must agree with that. That Lagos has succeeded in having three ports. They are going for the fourth one, Badagry.
Yeah.
They want to be the first to get 2 deep sea ports. Meanwhile, we started the deep sea port.
Exactly.
Announcing it. Why can't we? That this man is raising the alarm, fine. You dress it, you mandate the minister, you mandate Nimasa, the minister will hear it and keep it. You, that is the state that need it, what will you do? You have mandated the man, Abi, as a caucus, 9 House of Reps member. What do? You think that establishing a seaport is just coming to the floor and talk? But if people have been able to engage even a House of Rep member that represented my side, I tell him this is what we can do. But they will not, you know them now. So now what I'm trying to say is that the ministry, we must disabuse our mind of putting everything on the head of the ministry. If they have formulation, I want to see a situation where the states, for example, look at Bayelsa State, where a state, a coastal state, okay, I'm doing this to develop my waterways. It is the ministry that is holding me to ransom. Are you getting my point? But if the ministry too have formulate a policy, you are sitting down in your state thinking that the minister will come and call you.
Yeah, but you made a point before about every sector, every segment of the government having their own stakes, as in the part they have to play. You refer to the Lekki Deep Sea Port. The federal government has a share, a part there.
Yes.
The Lagos State government, then of course a private consortium.
Yes.
That are largely the owners of the place.
Yes.
In the case of the Ibom Deep Sea Port, the federal government, why did the federal government shy away from it? You think that they do not have the political will, or what is the reason why?
No. You must understand how it works. If I can recall, during the second tenure of the current Senate President as a governor, I remember with nostalgia when he submitted the what do you call this survey, that is the landmass, this into MPA. That is, we secured the land. We secured the landmass. That time it was Ibaka.
Okay.
Ibaka. That is where we started. We secured the landmass area and submitted the survey this into MPA. That was when it started. The politics of our own state now started. Changing name, shifting, we shift to here from Ibaka, from Oron to, you understand? All those politics started. And during the time of Udom Emmanuel, they brought, I can remember, I think I did a story. They brought a consortium, the dialogue, they even set a committee headed by Barrister Mfonosoro to work on it. But you see, the states don't understand. I don't understand what it takes to get a deep sea port. As we were the first state to get a state airport. Airport is different from seaport.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, you cannot, seaport is not where you just clear the sea and build buildings. And just like what the federal government did with Onitsha River Port. If you don't have cargo, it's an empty land. So now, like you said, the federal governments through the state government, Lagos State, saw Lekki Deep Sea Port as a viable place.
Okay.
Because one, the consortium they engage is a shipping line on its own, CMG, CGM, and other things. So when you invest your money, you see the viability, not wasted investment, not stagnant investment. So if we have to, I've not seen my state governor, either the present or the past, going maybe to shipping companies abroad to woo them, to say, if we invest, okay, for instance, we are hearing that Dangote want to invest in Baragri deep seaport.
Which deep seaport?
Deep Baragri in Lagos.
Okay.
Dangote want to. You don't know why he's doing that. Look at his refinery. Look at. So, like I was telling somebody on one of my said, if Akwa Ibom State can woo Dangote, so why not? You can build a depot here. Akwa Ibom can be a depot for your refinery for the southeast and south.
Mm-hmm.
But does they think that it's just to do propaganda, the deep seaport, this deep seaport. So, like you said, they must look at the viability. Who is involved? If you spend money to build this seaport is not where you build and leave it with your money. So I don't think my state is intentional about it. Because if they are intentional, this getting to about 15 years or more, nothing has been done.
Sure.
And it seems as if it's a project that, in fact, the last administration appointed a commissioner, specifically commissioner for deep seaport, and there was nothing. You don't consult. And you know what shipping is all about. Shipping is all about you sitting down and thinking, just create a nomenclature or create a portfolio. So what am I saying in summary is that as a maritime nation, in other countries, local government own ports.
Yeah.
State owns ports based on what is viable for you.
Exactly.
You want to be like my place. We have, from records, we have one of the best crayfish. You can use it as a fishing terminal, part of the port. You can start there. You can use it as a batch terminal to distribute petroleum product. You must not necessarily start with a container, depending on. So you must look at your comparative advantage.
Now, I asked you a question before. Does it cover the inland waterways? Yeah, of course, yes. We have about 28 states with navigable rivers within the country. Why is it that people are not investing in those areas? Well, of course, we know that Lagos State is taking, of course, the pioneering the investment in waterways. Why can't the other states, especially the littoral states, those along the coast, do the same thing?
That is what I'm telling you. That is what I'm telling you. Since the creation of the Marine and Blue Economy Ministry 2 years ago, it's only by ESA that it's intentional. They have created a ministry trying to link, using one of our senior colleagues who knows the terrain, to try to build something. It may not be quick, but every other state, Kenya and Lagos State created waterfront ministry, created LASWA. Can I shock you? As of yesterday, the governor announced that the LASWA GM has been upgraded to special advisor on blue economy. Did you see now? And the guy is being retained there. Now,
which means
he's doing well.
Like you said, they are deliberate, they are intentional, and they are looking at the big picture.
Do not forget, the same Lagos State was struggling with NIWA based on Supreme Court judgment on who owns
the waterways.
That did not deter them from developing their own side of the waterways. They are intentional. Like I was telling before, okay, you know what is maybe what is confusing, or what is a kind of not helping them, is that we in the South Side who claim to be having water because of oil, and now that oil is fading away. What of? In Nigeria, we don't have a fishing terminal where you can say, yes, in Nigeria, this is a fishing terminal, or we have this crayfish terminal. So if we can start, even with that small port, say this is a fishing port that is internationally recognized, that you can ship crayfish here, you can ship fish here. And that is why you see foreign fishermen fishing in our waters, taking it away. The state don't want to be involved. And you know, the federal government hand is full. They created a school of fisheries, just like you created a University of Agriculture. But you know our system. So we are looking for work where they are work somewhere. Can the states, okay, like for example, Akwa Ibom State and Cross River, we share the same water. Can two states not come together and say, for this maritime issue, let us work together and get something out of it? They leave everything. And when maybe like accident happened, they will now shout Niwa. So like you said, like you asked, Lagos State, if by tomorrow or in the next 2 3 years, you see Lagos State say we are making trillions of IGR from the water, you start envying Lagos State. And now you are sitting down because you are getting onshore oil from the water. You think that is what the water owns for you in the South only. So like you said, I think you should start. If Tinubu, the president, has given them this opportunity, created that Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, and with the state use that opportunity to. How many?
No, but you raised a salient point before. If state government, Lagos State government has been at daggers drawn with the federal government over who the ownership of the inland waterways.
Yes.
The same thing can as well apply to other littoral states when it comes to maybe development of their waterways. Maybe because Lagos State is, of course, much richer. It's like a country on its own when it comes to the economy. The other states are less endowed in terms of financial prowess. Maybe they've been cowed by the federal government. Because we talked about the issue, made a salient point about the fishing, the fishermen or fishing within our waters. The West African coast or the Nigerian coast, it's one of the richest in terms of marine biodiversity, aquatic endowment. Yet, like you said, people are given licenses to come and fish here from abroad and fish, and they take away. And the fish they even bring, the little they bring into the country is very costly. Why can't the federal government decentralize some of their policies and their operations to make the states have some level of stake in all this and then invest in it?
Well,
because if they do not do that, some of the monies they are taking away into some other areas that do not need it are supposed to be plowed in such areas.
Well, first we must understand, if we say the jurisdiction of the federal government in our waterways doesn't stop the state from. For example, it's like you have federal road in your state. Does it stop the state people not to drive their cars? No. But when it comes to issue of law, for example, now look at Lagos State. In fact, yesterday, the former governor of Lagos State, Fashola, was making issues that before they bailed that they carried this thing, there were issues that they fought with federal government, but they stood their ground. We must understand, before this program, I said collaboration. For example, now, if you hold this book now, you see the policy as a state, and you know that this is what you want to do. And the policy conflicts or disturb you. Nothing is cast on stone. Are you getting my point? But because even the state too are not even interested. Lagos State that is interested, even the Ghana shock yesterday event, the representative from the Minister of Finance was there, Federal Minister of Finance, Niwa was there. Can I also shock you too? The fund they got from those foreign, Niwa has to sign on that federal level. You cannot get foreign loan without the federal government.
No, we know that.
So if because the French government look at it, okay, you say you want to run electric ferries in Lagos. The federal government say, no, don't run, this is my water. That is not what the law means. But there are some things you cannot do. But on transportation, on this you can move. So the question is, the states, most of the states are not even interested. Do you know why? Because they look at it as capital intensive. They look at it and most of the politicians, they are tenor. If I do this thing now,
and that person will take the glory.
I will take the glory, or will I earn money from it before I leave? So why am I putting money into it? But Lagos State, the Lagos State was consistent, laying the foundation from the current president, who was They laid the foundation on how they want to. What was their goal? They want to decongest the road through waterways, which has been the oldest mode of transportation, where we say this one discovered River Niger and so on. Oldest mode of transportation. That was their aim. Are you getting my point? So, for example, in my own state, did you know that just like what happened in Lagos State 2014, 2015, where the whole of Apapa to Maitu and Ongu block, the people like us who live in Ikotu will now board a ferry. Remember that time we bought ferry and go and disembark at the Nyaruba, because the whole of that road was blocked and people were making money. In my state, for you to move from Akwa Ibom to Cross River, which is about 45 to 1 hour journey, now it will take you like 10 hours because of the bad road.
Yeah.
But a ferry from Oron to Calabar is 45 minutes. I still remember when I was young, very young, 6 years by we used that was the mode of transport. That time, it was the government of Eswene that built that Calabar to road. But all those things collapse now. Now somebody will be sleeping along Calabar to road 2 days.
For a journey of just about 1 hour.
And because there is no boat, no longer boat from Oron to Calabar. The one they have this flyboat where a lot of people don't go to. Imagine somebody invested in ferries there. Imagine the state government. So what we are saying is that I don't think the federal law on the waters stop the state government from operating, but like what they call continental shelf, maybe like exploration. With some of the items that are on exclusive list, which is federal government, you cannot. But for you to ferry in the water, federal government doesn't stop. The law doesn't stop you doing that. But you may not explore natural resources, maybe like oil, as a state. Understand? You understand what I'm saying? That is what it's not about you.
No, that's we are talking about. That's about the state level. You touched a little bit on NIMASA and the fact that they are not really ready to disburse the CVFF. That's a cabotage vehicle finance fund, vessel finance fund. Why do you think that it has become a very big problem for the CVFF over the past 15 or so years for them to disburse this and then help to create opportunities for shippers to own their ship through the CVFF funding? From your own point of view,
you see, I'm a realist, and like somebody would say, in Nigerian system, when government tells you when money enter our purse, we will give you. It doesn't work out that way so easily. That's number one. Number two, there's this belief that even the cabotage fund, that Nigeria don't have ship. So automatically, if you look at it, if you want to argue to say maybe it's not Nigeria that are contributing self, that is by the way. But to answer your question,
but the money is there, and they keep saying that the money is there. It's not.
To answer your question, I think we have since 2007 when NIMASA was created, and they reform that ship. Before it was
enemy.
And they have an acronym then, but before 2007, when they now brought this CVFF fund, you count it up to now. So, for me, if I want to lay the blame, I'm laying the blame on the contributors, the ship owners, because to me, in my own opinion, they are not doing enough to push government to disburse it. Why do I say so? You see, like I said from the beginning, if you know that the government will run is that when money enter their hand, it's very hard to come out. Because Minister A will come and do it and promise. President B will come and promise. You, who is the contributor? What do you do? How can you solve this problem once and for all? So far, they peg the power of approval and final disbursement on the minister. Every minister is timeline. time bound. I can come as a minister, whether not 2 years or 4 years, and begin to. It's not my priority, after all. But like this, like if you are deliberate about it, if you are sincere, like I said from the beginning, say, let us even break the jinx by test running only 2 people. 2 people with the money. Because we also have this phobia, the SSBF fund was some people take quality to marry wife.
Was abused.
About something of 20 or 22, 23
years ago.
So can't you try a new thing? But even as that one happened, have you not been collecting money from the CFS? So why can't you just test run 2?
Besides, something happened recently. A private shipping concern acquired a ship, the Ocean Dragon, by the Clarion Shipping Company. That is a pointer to the fact that Nigerians are capable.
Yes.
So why can't the master do it?
That's what I'm telling you now. You know, if you remember.
And that's the very first.
If you remember, I can still remember vividly, 2015, before Jonathan left, Akpos, Apologemi, the then DJ of Nimasa, shortlisted 6. They even put the amount they would disburse before that regime was aborted and Apologemi was thrown out. The next person came and they danced around it. The person that got closer to it was Amechi. When Amechi traveled to Singapore and he want to begin to hear the 15%, 40%, 35%. And at the end of the day, he collapsed. Amechi left. Sambo came in. Sambo swore that he would do it.
He did swear. Yes, he never materialized.
That he would do it. He left. Now, the current minister. And you can remember, I think 2, 3, 4 months ago, there was hype. So for me, that's why sometimes I tell something, anytime they brought that issue of CVF, because I know they write the story again. No, I've told myself, I can't write the story again. Because...
Why?
Why? Because to me...
We are making fun of ourselves.
You are just fooling ourselves around it. And moreover, that's why I said that is where the ship owners are not getting it right, in my own opinion. Fine. You know, Nigeria, now everybody, nobody want to stay at the front to say, I'm the one that fronted. It has gotten to a point where the ship owners should use a media campaign, not blackmail. We'll begin to streamline it from where A said this and stop, and B, so that the world will see that it is the government that it is saving. Or, in other words, if the government, let the government now come out and say, no, it is the ship owners that we say 15% bring. None of them have brought 15%. Because we also heard of that the beneficiary should bring 15% of the amount.
Well, what do you really think is the problem? Is it the counterpart fund or the funding or the 10 or 15% from the company or the private person or the shipper that's a problem? Or is it the usual bureaucratic bottleneck within the system? What do you really think?
That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. The only people that could have given us the true story is the contributors. The shipping, because if we meet Nimasa now, Nimasa will tell you the money is there.
That's what they keep saying.
They will tell you the money is there. If we meet the minister, either they will tell you that the money is there. But now, we want to see a situation, if they are saying it is the 15% from a shipping company that want to be a beneficiary. We want to see the shipping company coming out to say, yes, I was shortlisted based on my this thing. I have my 15% of the money. And the money has not been released on board. If we don't hear that, then it will seem as if no matter will never tell you that the money is not there. So if the thing has gotten to a cycle where if we now own Nimasa, Nimasa will now say, no, we are ready. It is the ship, the beneficiaries who have not been. And sometimes the beneficiary will come up with the issue of, if I put my money down, there will be no cargo to carry. So you see, the thing is becoming like a water that is in the mouth and now becomes speed. So they become you cannot speed it out. So now it is only the beneficiaries or the ship owners, the contributors, that can, if they are also sincere on their own part, that if this is the rule, or if the rule doesn't favor them, they can also come out and say, okay, this 15%, we cannot. Can we are you getting me? Can we renegotiate or can we? But now, the master will tell you his own, that the money is there, that the minister, they will even tell you that is in the table of the minister. At that level, we don't know. Maybe before you know, the minister will go, another person will come, they will start the clamor again. And this minister will say that if you know, like the current minister, I think on one or two occasions where he was able to chat with the media, they brought that propaganda. It will be his boss.
Yeah. Now, can we also look at a certain area within the maritime sector that has remained largely dormant? Tourism. Why is it that people are not really investing in that? There's a whole lot of money to be made from there.
It still goes back. Like if you read this tourism, this thing is under waterways. It's in this book. How the government, the ministry can aid tourism, but you must also look at it. If you invest, like now, if you go to VI, part of VI and part of the country, they have some boat clubs that big men do go and sit down and enjoy themselves at that level. You know, tourism in waterways is expensive. It's expensive. So you also look at it, and you know, in Nigerian system, people want quick return on investment.
Yeah.
So if, for example, now you pick your money and maybe go to Baragri, develop a tourism place near the water, you can call it Coconut Village near the water, where people can come and have varieties of coconut, and maybe for export too. It's huge money. But your fear as an investor will be, how will I survive government policy if I put this money? Are you getting my point? Yeah. So it scares people. And you know, sometimes when you are living in an environment where maybe like Lagos, it's even good. If Lagos state government was not deliberate, you know, most Lagosians don't know how to swim. When I say Lagosian, not those coming from Lagos.
Most people living in Lagos.
That's why I say Lagosian. So it is even now that because of the traffic on the road that forced some people to be using the waterways. And some of them begin to master it. Are you getting my point? Mm-hmm. So investment could be deliberate. And like really, that kind of a thing, government too and private sector should know an idea of maybe holding a symposium, a seminar on tourism on water. That is under NIWA. But you know, like most of the associations under tourism boat owners, their capacity is very small. And they are also being tied down by government policy. Before you can get, okay, did you know now in Nigeria, like Raleigh has, don't have a yacht for tourism.
Of course not.
Apart from maybe these all these small wide.
There was one that was bought by one bank at a time like that was parked at the waterfront at Marina.
At the end of the day,
it was never used.
Because, like Riley said, we people have it, some rich men have private, silent. But it is something that, like you say, like now you say you are having World Tourism Day or both the World Boat Day. The same canoe you are saying to boat. So they are not encouraged. The few private people that are into it, that's why I will drop my heart for Lagos State government. They are pushing into that. They are pushing into that. So they need enlightenment. And they need to read this. There is that particular aspect in this book, in this policy, tourism, under NIWA, where you can develop the waterways as tourism site. Let me shock you, went to Benin Republic, Cotonou. I tell you, from like mile 2, along the water goes from like mile 2 to
Seme.
To Seme or local like that, along the coast of the waterways. It is tourism. You know what they do? They give maybe like one half kilometer let me say 100 meters gap like this space, planting coconut.
Yeah.
Before the water. Then they now build, then you can now rent your shop. We went there. They plant coconut as flowers along the water where they just maybe like 100 meters like this space wide. And they plant coconut. Yeah. Then you can now, if you are an operator, you see the coconut there before the riverside. There are shades. Like shade, you can now rent and be doing this thing. The coconut are just growing. Some of them have not yet fruit yet. But they create that for life. Become a tourism, you can snap pictures. So if you now want to, that's where government comes in. When you pass through from Marina, you enter the Baragri route, maybe after Apapa or Tinkan, you see coconut, you see bush, both sides empty. Nobody develop it. Some of the things, and that's why you see we have a lot of drinking joints in the mainland instead of waterway. So then some people, so if you tell somebody now, can you cross to Snake Island? It becomes fearful. So government is not. But it's in this book. If you see this, I'm talking. If you open to newer aspect of waterway tourism, is there?
No. It's one thing to have something as a policy. From policy, you will move to implementation stage. What do you think the government should do? Because we are running up the program. What do you think the government should do in order to translate from policy to implementation so that the potentials within the maritime sector can be realized?
Thank you very much for that question. As we run up. Yesterday, me and one of my senior colleagues were deliberating when we look at what Lagos State was doing to attract that kind of money. And we ask ourselves, what are the other states doing? What is NIWA doing? If we can do a maritime summit, first, not just, but we look at like you say, NIWA, let's hold a summit like we pick a topic on tourism and say, okay, vis-a-vis the policy statement on the maritime and blue economy, this thing, how can it work? You bring in foreigners, we begin to talk about it. Because, like we said, if, for example, now you are a private investor in Nigeria, you go to maybe France to see what they are doing in their waterways or any of the island, and you want to establish, it will be difficult for you alone to succeed with that partner, without the government or without government policy. So, like you said, most of these things are where we can, because like you asked, we go to these big men, they go to this country, they see the thing already done. It suits them. They take pictures.
But taking the baby step of taking the decision to invest and replicate those things here.
Yeah, these things, okay, what do we do? Can you come to my country and let me? But because the way we are. So the way forward is we should look at it. The maritime business is very, very big. Vast. People cannot make headway in shipping. There are other areas. If we want to face, maybe dedicate some time or some listen to waterways through NIWA, we look at where we can the low-hanging fruit. Yeah. So far, shipping vessel and a sea is an octopus that can never be broken. So, but like you rightly said, we must look inward and let us not deceive ourselves. Who is government? The minister cannot do it alone. Like what we are doing now, we are government, we are putting it, if they can, like I tell you, whether they like it or not, I can turn my chest down and say, at least I was part of the people that I can bring 2-3 writes up that I wrote on to create maritime with the Farrington. Farrington was on it. I have 2-3 interviews from him. But government, so at the end of the day, some of these things, we have to do it. We have to do it. Look at what, if we can copy what Lagos State is doing, we can move forward. We can even get funding that we do not expect.
Everybody, all hands should be
on there. Let's discuss it. We are discussing now. You can get to 1 or 2 person who will look at it.
Thank you so very much, Mr.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we've been speaking with Mr. Innocent Orok. He's a maritime journalist of repute. My name is Dili Utomi, and of course, you know that this is a Maritime Frontier show on VOP TV. See you again next week for another edition of the Maritime Frontier show.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversations across the nation. ASU suspends 2 weeks warning strike. So this particular one, it's actually good news to an extent, in as much as there is an ultimatum afterwards as regards to that particular suspension to the federal government. Join the conversation with experts insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Tinubu has done more projects in FCT than any past government. Nyesom Wike, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, has boasted that President Bola Tinubu's administration has done more projects in the FCT than any previous government. Wike made this claim during the commissioning of newly completed engineering infrastructure in Wuye district. Abuja, to be precise, highlighting several ongoing and completed projects, including 12 new roads, Light Up Abuja Solar Street Lights Initiative, access roads to Mabushi Bus Terminal, and the construction of 600-bed hostels for the Nigerian Law School in Buhari. Okay, so if Wike is actually saying this particular one, for someone who is actually an opposition as regards to political party, saying that the president's administration is the best or has done so much for the people of Abuja, the people of FCT, to be precise, than any administration. Don't forget that your people, your PDP, has actually been in the corridors of power over time, and also they've actually had the opportunity to rule that particular city. Okay, so that means you are also watering down everything that your party has done in the past. So Wike, we just want you to remember this particular one, and we believe that the PDP are still trying to reach out to Wike and his cohorts as regards to their grievances, for all of them to share their sword and for them to come together to build the party. All right, away from that particular one, Tinubu will win with greater margin in 2027. President Bola Tinubu's re-election prospects in 2027 are looking promising, with various groups and individuals expressing their support. The Southwest Agenda for Ashiwaju group believes Tinubu will win with a landslide victory, citing his commitment to progressive ideals and policies that have shown tangible results. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, predicts Tinubu will win, will secure 70 to 80% of votes in the Southeast region due to his commitment to regional development, particularly the establishment and funding of the Southeast Development Commission, SEDC. I understand that Benjamin Kalu, has been quite, will I say, trusting, or I'm looking for the right words to say, because he really believes in APC, he believes in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and not only that, even to Abia State, where he is coming from, he's been really, serious as regards to the projection of the party. That made him and the sitting governor had one or two rancor as regards to the party becoming an APC state, in the coming days. And Mr. Alex Oti said that nothing of such, that he remains with the Labour Party and all of that. So, but basically, I know that Benjamin Kalu can say anything, but that doesn't mean that the outcome of the election would actually be what he is saying. And if that is his party, what else do you expect? You have to also talk about your party in a very wonderful way, just like the PDP are still saying, even if they are left with 8 governors remaining in the party, they are still saying that they can still win the 2027 election. So how much more to someone who has how many governors under them, and they're the one leading the National Assembly? So what do you expect? But kudos to them, and I wish you the very best as regards to that particular prediction. All right, court sacks 13 Ebonyi Council chairman, nullifies LG elections. The Federal High Court in Abakaliki, Ebonyi State, has nullified the 2024 local government elections, sacking all 13 council chairmen and 171 councillors. The court ruled that the elections conducted by the Ebonyi State Independent Electoral Commission in July 2024 were unconstitutional due to non-compliance with the Electoral Act. That particular one is self-explained, and for now we've not heard anyone frown at it, but in the coming days, of course, we know that someone somewhere, people somewhere would actually revolt about that particular one, and maybe by then we would know what the next thing would be for the people of Ebonyi. All right, moving on to the matter that we discussed yesterday. Court remands Kanu lawyer and brother and 10 others in prison. A magistrate court in Kuje, Abuja, has remanded Nnamdi Kanu's brother, Emmanuel Kanu, and his lawyer, Aloy Ejamako, alongside 10 others in Kuje prison over their participation in the Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest. They were charged with inciting disturbance, breach of public peace, and disobedience to a court order. The charges stem from allegations that they disrupted traffic, chanted war songs, and demanded Kanu's release in disobedience to a court order. The court refused to air their submissions and instead remanded them until Friday. Till now, we don't think there is anywhere in the Constitution that actually restricts any lawyer from participating in a peaceful protest. And then we also saw that particular footages as regards to that peaceful protest that was carried out in Abuja. But let's allow the judiciary to do their job. But what we are saying is they were arrested illegally and we want them to be released. That's it. That's all everyone has been saying. And let's see what will happen on Friday, since the matter has been adjourned to that. And let's come back to Lagos, where the whole atmosphere yesterday was painted blue, talking about the island, to be precise, and a co-hotel. Lagos APC endorsed Tinubu for second term. The Lagos State chapter of the All Progressive Congress APC has endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his second term in 2027. The endorsement was made during the APC Stakeholders Forum 2025 at the Hotel and Suite at Victoria Island, attended by thousands of parties chieftain from across the states. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described President Tinubu as deserving of another term. citing the fulfillment of campaign promising to Nigerians. Okay, and former Lagos Governor Babajide Fashola and Akinwumi Ambode were present at the forum. Okay, and Lagos State Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat emphasized the need for continuity, praising Tinubu's leadership and vision for national transformation. Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Abbas, has seconded the motion endorsing President Tinubu for second term. Okay, what else can we say? This is their family meeting, all right? So they were only amplifying what they want to see in 2027. Good luck to them, and good luck to every other political party. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this particular conversation, all right, which actually broke around 2 p.m. today as it suspends 2-week warning strike. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP TV. The Academic Staff Union of Universities also has suspended its 2-week strike warning, okay, effective immediately. Also, President Prof. Chris Piwuna, to be precise, announced the decision at a press briefing in Abuja, citing fruitful engagement with the government representative and intervention by the Senate. The strike, which began on October 13, was called off due to effort by students, parents, and Nigerian Labour Congress. ASU is demanding the conclusion of the renegotiated 2009 federal government ASU agreement, release of withheld salaries, sustainable funding of public universities, and cessation of lecturers' victimization. The union has given the federal government a 1-month ultimatum to resolve outstanding issues, failing which it will resume the strike. We're now being joined by Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, development economics, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It's officially, ever since I took over the program, this is your debut on People's Voice. You're welcome on board, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, to some, it's actually good news that the strike was suspended today. And to some, they feel they didn't just suspend the strike, but they only listened to the plea of parents, plea of NLC, and the plea of the Senate. And hence, they've given the federal government a 1-month ultimatum to fix what they need to fix. And if that's not done, they would resume the strike. What do you have to say as regards to the strike situation and where we are presently?
Well, that's I see it in different ways. One, it is wrong, it is bad that to start a fight, you know that you will not win. That's you start a fight and you stop halfway. It makes you lose respect. So the issue, one, cutting off that the strike is a good one. Understand? At least for the students who have been running from one state to the other, understand, risking a road accident and so on and so forth. But on their own part, when you begin to every month you declare strike, every month you declare strike, people see you as not being serious. So, and according one, in ILO, that's International Labour Organization, a strike is used as a last option. That's when every negotiation has failed. You now say, okay, since everything on the table has, let us now proceed on. industrial action. That's the main word, industrial action. So, and before you embark on industrial action, you must have dotted or your I's and cross your T's. No, this is where we are going, and we will not stop halfway, because when you stop halfway, the people that you are contending with will feel that you are not serious. Now, hearing from parents to me is good, but hearing from senators to me, that's because their children are not schooling in Nigerian universities. So the strike does not directly concern them. Understand? So therefore, me, I would have said they should continue until their demands are made.
Doctor, you've actually said something quite serious here as regards to your submission. First, you said don't even start what you can't finish. Otherwise, you look unserious to whoever you want to have a conversation with, you know. And you said they should have continued, given the fact that, just like the example you cited, that the reason for people, the reason why people go on strike is that every option they have on the table has been,
failed.
you know, has failed.
Yes.
And that is when they said, okay, it is time for us to proceed to for industrial action, which is strike. But in Nigeria, this has always been our modus operandi, where we first go on that strike before negotiations are met. And talking about the senators, just like you said many of their children, if not all, are not schooling.
All their children,
okay.
None is schooling
Doctor
in the country.
All
All their children.
saying this again, that all, not some,
all their children. So they are not directly impacted. Understand me?
Okay, so if that's the situation, let's look at education policy and reforms. What are your thoughts as regards to our educational system in Nigeria?
Well, the truth is that because of this constant strike, our certificates are not being respected worldwide. Imagine a 4-year course, you are doing it 6 years. Understand? A 4-year course, you are doing it 6 years. There's no way that that certificate will carry value. And again, if you Google, I did this last year, 12 top universities in Africa, 12. No Nigerian university is among. Then in the world, our best universities are ranked 1,500 and 1,700 and that's our best universities. So in Africa here, best universities are in South Africa, Egypt, Kenya, Uganda. And we call ourselves the giant of Africa. And the reason is this: our universities are not being well funded. Researches are not being carried on. Understand? And when they know that universities are not being well funded, their researches are not being carried on, the value of the university go down. The value of the university go down.
Okay, so since we are talking about value, Doctor, how can the government improve the quality of our education in Nigeria?
Well, they cannot because their children are not there. Okay, imagine a minister of education, his children are schooling in UK. Understand me? You are minister of education, his own children is schooling in UK.
That means you don't believe in the ministry that you are heading.
Which shows the one that the ministry you are heading is not good enough. Which cannot happen anywhere in the world. There's no way the secretary of education, because that's in UK they don't use the ministers, they use secretary. There's no way a secretary of education in UK, his children or her children will be schooling in another country. They will force him to resign immediately. Because there will be no emotional attachment. Understand? So the only way our educational system will be well funded is when laws are made that every public officer must be using public institutions. that every public officer, them and their children, will be using public institutions. An instance, if the Minister of Education, his children are schooling in Nigeria and they are strike, his children will go and stay with him in the house. Every morning he sees them. Every evening he sees them. That will force him to do something. But in this situation, his children are abroad. He doesn't even know that universities are on strike. So that is the only way our institutions will begin that to function. Minister of Health must be receiving treatment in Nigeria hospitals, in public hospitals. His children will be receiving treatment in public hospitals. When these are done, you see that all these fund staff institutions, they will begin to fund them because it will affect them directly when those institutions are not well funded.
All right, so, Doctor, what step should the government take to resolve the current impasses with ASU?
Mind you, this is about 16 years old. 2009, that's when that agreement was signed with Jonathan government.
Yeah.
But government is a continuum, which means any promise that Obasanjo made, you cannot say it was made 20 years ago. You can go that to court based on that. So, federal government, because once you sign an agreement, once you put pen to paper, it shows commitment.
Yes.
So they should try and fulfill their agreement with ASU. There should be sincere written. Now, if 10 agreements were made, or 10 demands were made with ASU, government can come up, because of our lean resources, we cannot do everything, but let us do 1, 2, 3, 4. Next time we can do the remaining. Let there be transparency. Mind you, the Minister of Education started by denying that there was no agreement.
Yes, Governor, Doctor, I saw that particular statement. First, that was the first thing that he actually said. He denied, he said there was never an agreement. And I think it took them up to 24 hours or 48 hours before they said, oh, there is an agreement, but the agreement is not was not properly signed. I saw it.
So that shows that they are not ready to fulfill that agreement.
So which role we decided to play, or is it the normal thing? Because I remember we were together on Morning Boss, I think 2 weeks ago, or last month, yes, when we talked about the FCT doctors protesting, and they said they are going on strike because of lack of payment and how they're being treated and all of that. And the same Senate, they said the same Senate has told them to suspend that strike. Now, is it the normal thing now, or is this the new normal in Nigeria, where you start a strike, next thing they send Senate to just calm you down a bit, and when you are calm, the main ministry, the federal government, still overlook, or they don't also pay attention to this, to whatsoever your demands are?
Well, for me, it is them that is listening to the Senate. It is them that. For me, if I'm a member of the union, I will tell that the Senate go and force the executive to fulfill this agreement. So the unions, the NMA, the ASU should be sending a Senate to the government. Go and tell them this is our agreement. They should fulfill it. It shouldn't be government sending senators. Well, Senate is not a peacemaking institution.
No, it's not.
Understand me? It's not a peacemaking institution. So I wonder why they are listening to. How sincere are they? How sincere are they? Because they don't want the boat to be rocked, because it will also affect them.
Of course, I remember when this administration came into power, the president, to be precise, said that ASU strike would be a thing of the past, but it is already creeping in, and it has actually resurfaced in its administration. But But let's look into that particular conversation that I believe the federal governments are not ready to have with the ASU. The ASU, I think part of what they're demanding is as regards to their independency, and they're talking about universities' autonomy. Okay, so let's look into university governance and autonomy. What are your thoughts on university autonomy in Nigeria?
One, autonomy, the truth is, one, I'm always realistic. Once there's a regulating body, you cannot have autonomy. Once, just like the media saying we have autonomy, you cannot have autonomy. Why NBC is listening to you, checkmating you? Understand? So what they should be talking about is a kind of freedom to do certain things, because as we speak, government appoints their VCs. That's for the federal institutions. While governors appoint for the state universities. But the issue is this: schools, lecturers in different institutions should be allowed to elect who will be their own vice chancellor. Understand me? Because I remember I entered secondary school 1980, September 1980. Understand? Then our form teacher just looked at two well-dressed boys with white stockings and appoint them prefect and assistant. We say no. We must appoint our own prefect and assistant. So we begin that to hit the chairs and everything, or the principal right into the office. What is happening? We say that the teacher appointed the prefect and assistant. Or the principal said, no, let them choose
who they want.
And understand me? So that's when, from there, that we begin to know our rights. Understand me? From there, we begin.
Doctor, I wish it continued that way. And I wish Nigeria
our own continued.
Doctor, what I'm saying is I wish that particular system, that particular, modus operandi actually, cut across, across board in Nigeria. It would have been better. We would have picked our INEC chairman. We would have picked our EFCC chairman. You understand? We would decide who we want there.
About 4 months ago, Mexico voted for their judges.
Yes.
Understand me?
We should vote for our judge. We should vote for all these people, so that they are not indebted to anybody at all.
So they will know that they are representing the people, not the government.
Yes. So, Doctor, when we talk about, regulations and all of that, the ASU are still saying that they want them to have direct control as regards to whatsoever that has to do with them.
But you cannot have the direct control. Why you are being funded? They say that who pays or the piper dictates or the tune. You don't even understand. Government is still funding you. Ordinarily, government is not supposed to be funding universities.
Okay.
Government is not supposed to be. University is supposed to be well funded. That is to be self-funded.
Self-funded.
And if you are self-funded, you can now want autonomy. I'm providing everything for myself. I should be independent. And not when somebody is providing for you, you say you still want to be independent.
So but Doctor, you would agree with me that in every sector in Nigeria, no matter who that person is, if they are actually generating their own personal money, they still need accountability, otherwise that transparency will not get it.
They can account for themselves. Now, an instance, I see paying of government funding NYSC as a waste of resources. Imagine the number of youths, understand? And government is funding them. If our government is thinking, those youths will generate money for themselves and even remit to government. They don't have the idea of what to do. They don't have idea of what to do. So as we should be talking, we can use that word, quasi-autonomy, not full autonomy.
Okay, Doctor, you will I say you just sent or you just shook the table of students in NYSC by saying that the government were not meant to,
no.
So, Doctor, let's go back to the students in university. And I remember you talked about different universities in Africa and how they actually
the rankings.
The rankings. You talked about ranking, and so many of them are, they are quite good as regards to the technology, leveraging in it and all of that. And you talked about research, while you started, okay. And these are major things that we are lacking in Nigeria. But if I may ask you, Doctor, how can technology be leveraged to improve education delivery in Nigeria, and what opportunities exist for innovation in the educational sector?
Well, everything that's in the universities today, there's what is known as STEM courses. Understand? So any school that prioritizes that is STEM courses, understand, that is science, technology, mathematics, understand me, so can always do well. And that's where the world is moving towards now. Tech, AI.
Yeah.
Before, about 15 years ago, the money was in investment banking. Then most of the young girls, I want to marry a banker. I want to marry a banker. Today, nobody's talking about marrying a banker. So we should be watching the trends in the world, know where it is going. Now, money has left banks and is now in technology, in AI. So we should also, that's why I keep on saying our curriculum should always be updated every 3 years. But you can see a curriculum that has been the same thing for 30 years. What are you teaching? It doesn't make sense. So, and the AI can be used in teaching any course in the world.
But the same, some people, Doctor, of maybe your counterparts, your colleagues, would also come out to say that AI is making so many students lazy now. They say that they can't even write naturally anymore. Everything is being done through AI. It's not making them to defend what they feel they know.
AI is supposed to be a help.
Okay.
Understand me? That's technology does two things. Makes things cheaper, makes things easier. These are the two things that technology do for any person. It makes things cheaper. And easier. And understand, this is a TV. Instead of I walking there that go and put it on or put it off, I use a remote. It has made it easier for me. Understand? So we cannot we cannot take away the brain and put AI. Understand? That's why even if my children want to do anything, I will tell them, keep your phone. Understand?
Better.
Do it with your head. Understand me? Do it with your head. Understand? Because that should be the foundation. AI is meant to help you. Understand? To do what you are doing. Not that it should be when you ask what's your name, you go to AI. Understand me? So what you have, that emotional intelligence, AI don't have it. And what makes you a human being is that emotional intelligence.
Okay, Doctor. Of course, we've also had situations where students get to, put in for a particular job to apply, and when getting there, at the interview, they cannot even defend their certificate or defend whatsoever they said they studied in school. I don't know if I have to say AI assisted or not, but notwithstanding, let us move to regional and global perspective now as regards to our educational system. in Nigeria. Doctor, you would agree with me that in as much as we still say that Nigeria is not ranking #1 in the world, but we have produced the best doctors, or almost the best doctors in the world. Okay, and I would also say for a fact that in some other sectors we're also doing fine, you know, and that's the reason why they keep harvesting us, you know, like crops outside the country. So, Doctor, how does Nigeria's education system compare to other regions? Okay, and what lesson can be learned from international best practice in education?
No, the issue is in Nigeria, you learn the hard way. Understand me? You learn the hard way in the country. So when you go that's to where things are better, you will always do better than the people there. So that's why we are extending abroad. Because here, you scratch, understand me, to get what you want. You scratch. Just like if you look at Nigeria sportsmen and women abroad, they always work harder than the whites, because in their mind, they are conscious of where they come from. This is an opportunity. If I miss this, I don't want to go back to that
to where I'm coming from,
poverty-ridden background. Understand? So this forces you. This puts pressure on you. This puts pressure on you. The same thing with our professionals here.
Yeah.
When they go abroad, they always excel. They always excel because they are conscious of where they are coming from, and they will not want to return back there again.
Okay, I think we have a caller. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hey, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I want to speak about the government in relation to ASU.
You want to speak?
I don't see
about
any reason why the government should. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I can say I don't see the reason why lecturers will be paid peanuts, why senators, House of Rep politicians will go home fat. It's an imbalanced society, and it's not fair. When you talk of our education, I'm a scholar, I'm a political analyst. You see that Nigeria has one of the toughest academic scheme in the world, and that's why whenever we go out, we travel out, we excel. But the way government treats us, they treat them like losers, like loners, and it's unfair. These are builders. These are people that build society. I can't imagine if a senator earning 21 million, 46 million, why a lecturer is learning barely 120,000, 150,000 is unfair. So please, I will ask us to still stand their ground, because there is still more to gain in this. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Ina, for your call. All right, Doctor, of course, let me quickly convey what he said. So let me quickly convey what he said. He said that first he would like us to talk about the situation of our Nigerian senators taking 40-something million, 50-something million as take home, but our lecturers, professors, they are still scrambling on 100,000 plus and, what have you. And,
you can hardly see any professor earning $1 million a month.
So he said. And that's why he's saying that. Now, what he's saying, what Inaya is saying, he said he would say that, and he would want the ASU to continue the strike instead of calling it off. And this is actually refuting what you have said. That was what you started with, that it is looking as if they are not serious, because if truly they were serious, they should have continued, instead of just saying, oh, Senator has spoken to us to take it easy, to step it down a bit. Because if you are stepping down for Senate. Senate is not doing litigation. Senate is not a middleman.
They're not even a mediation.
You understand? They're not mediating anything. So why don't you face the federal government, the Ministry of Education, the people that you have conversation with? And I think this is actually a conversation that I want you to take up and talk about. Because why, Doctor, should a professor, why should lecturers be taking peanuts? And a local government chairman, doctor, is earning more than a lecturer who has taught everybody, even if some of them don't have the certificate.
A local government chairman can pay 50 professors every month. look, that's, for me, it is shameful because, as I said, I started secondary 1980, finished 85 in University of Nigeria, Nsukka. That's where I did my secondary school.
Yes, sir.
So, and we have a WhatsApp group. That's 85 sets.
Yeah.
On Nsukka High School, 85. Understand? Those students. And when somebody has a misfortune, and we are to pay maybe 20,000, 10,000 to help, you will see professors find it difficult to pay.
To meet up.
You see, professors find it difficult to contribute their own 20,000. So it's just what the Buddha called MON without EY.
Without EY.
Understand me?
Doctor said, that's MON without EY, meaning you're only taking the title, and there's no EY to make it to monetize it.
So for me, and this kills motivation. This kills motivation. So when you are that's a lecturer answering that's a professor, and you now see the wristwatch of a student can buy whatever you wear from head to toe, you already discouraged. Understand? To the student, you've come to spread poverty. You not even want to listen to you. Understand? He will not even want to listen to you because he's already better than you. Why? We are in a material world. Materialism has become the essence of everything. So these people, there's no way you can be given your best as a lecturer under that situation. You are teaching, you don't even know when next your salary will be paid. Government will be threatening you like a primary 6 boy. No work, no pay.
No pay.
Why you produce all of them? Understand?
No, doctor, I beg to differ. I don't think you produced all of them. You know why? Because some of them didn't actually go. they didn't actually go. Because we have been seeing different certificates of late, doctor.
But at least one of them went through primary school.
Of course. You know, doctor, because if you want to tell that particular way, you will start giving names of those that we just know that they only submitted certificate that is not theirs, and also that of the NYSC that they have been quarreling about of late.
But even in primary school, somebody taught them.
But doctor, is it not even funny that a professor who should be voted in political parties to control and to help us balance administration is the one that they will call to become a returning officer to be counting votes of someone who cannot even speak English up to that same professor?
To mess him up, to give him a bad name. Because, do you know the thing now, when ASU is on strike, some people say it serves them right, that government should not pay them because they are the ones that are rigging elections. Understand? This is what some people say, that government should not pay them. After all, they are the ones that are rigging elections.
Because they've also been used.
They have been used.
But why? I'm not supporting now, but the truth remains that in a situation where poverty has been weaponized, in a situation where you know that you control a take-home of a man, you know that if you starve him, this particular man would be hungry until the day you want to give him back his right, but to look as if you're doing him a favor. Will it not be easy for you to buy the loyalty of that kind of a man?
Once you stand up that to serve as an INEC returning officer, your integrity is gone.
Sincerely.
Only a few will maintain that integrity.
But doctor, that few, they are not safe.
And only a few. And those few would end up causing a problem with their wives at home. Understand? When all their wives see the other returning officers changing cars, building houses, and you are still
and you said you returned from where? Your wife will tell you it's better you go back.
Understand?
But doctor, that was on a lighter note. What are the biggest challenges facing the education sector in Nigeria?
Funding. Everything revolves around money. Understand me? So funding is the biggest. That's a funding. That's with fund. There's a difference between living wage and minimum wage. In Nigeria, we are talking about minimum wage. We're not talking about living wage. So most of the time, that minimum wage does not amount up to living wage. So when these lecturers, professors, doctors are not living well, there's no way they will bring their best. Understand? There's no way they will bring out their best. Then in the universities, where there are no infrastructure, where there are no equipments, an instance, pharmacy students, a lot of the machineries that are supposed to be in their laboratories are not there. Understand? What they will just be seeing pictures in textbook. They will not see it in real thing. The same thing with the medical students. So there's no way they can bring out their best. So everything revolves around the funding. Everything in the university revolves around funding.
Okay, doctor, on a lighter note, just like you mentioned, I remember back then in my primary school days, computer was introduced, and guess what? Till we finished that particular primary school, they never brought one for us. So we were only hearing and seeing it in the book.
Me, in the university, I studied computer science 101 without seeing a computer. Understand me?
Yes.
I studied in the university in the soccer there. 101 without setting my eyes on a computer.
We didn't see it.
It was during my NYSC in Ibadan that I now went to a computer.
So it was when we got into secondary school that we saw that, okay, this truly, that thing that they taught us in primary school really exists. You know, now we can see computer. But doctor, in closing, how can stakeholders hold the government accountable for education policy implementation?
I say the easiest way of going about this is to make a legislation that every public officer, him and his children, must patronize public institutions.
Including the health sector, doctor?
I say every public officer.
Yeah.
If you are a minister of health, you must be going to public hospitals.
Yeah.
Your children must be going to public hospitals. You are minister of education, your children must school in Nigeria. Understand? This is the only way that there will be emotional attachment. If I don't do this thing, it's going to affect me. It's going to affect my children. Any other thing is just a waste of time.
You know,
so there should be a movement to force the National Assembly to make a law that every public officer must be using public facilities. Understand me? As President is talking, use Nigeria goods, use made in Nigeria, and you are going abroad for medical, it doesn't make sense. And at times, when they go there, they are being treated by Nigeria doctors who cannot practice here because the facilities, the remunerations are not there. So that's the problem.
Okay, so doctor, in a situation where they tell you that, oh, that particular child of mine will give birth to him outside the country, you know, so that ends, he has to school there and all of that. So what would you say?
But thanks to Donald Trump, he has stopped. Understand me? That's why Donald Trump will always, if you are pregnant, born it in Nigeria. Understand me? So this one, when they are 8 months, they will sneak abroad so that their children will be UK citizens, American citizens. It has stopped.
So henceforth, moving forward, this is what you are actually
understand
requesting.
me. Yes.
But doctor, finally, you would agree with me that this situation has been lingering, and just like you said, the caller also reiterated that ASU strike should not, ASU shouldn't suspend their strike. Do you really think that the federal government would really, you know, with the help of Senate, just like they have faith, do you really think that the federal government will look into this and settle this once and for all?
The government is not sincere, so it's just to hold them by the jugular. Government is not sincere. If you don't put pressure on them, they will not do it. So that's why I'm not really in support of cutting off strike. Because if you cut off a strike, it's giving them freedom. They'll continue until maybe at the end of the next month, you will come, we are going on strike again. They'll say, okay, Senate, oh yeah, go and do your duty.
Go and
understand? So for me, they should show seriousness. We need this, it's now or never. Understand me? We need this. You must fulfill this agreement. It has been here for the past 16 years. We need it fulfilled. Because they are afraid of the next election. Understand me? They are afraid of the next election. So you have that to mount pressure on them to get what you want. That's any politician. You don't get something for him when he's going for an election. If he gets it, forget it. For him, he will not even pick a call.
Okay, so that's the words of Dr. Peter Anosike, a philosopher, development economics, a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, and politics. He actually said that if you have anything to do with any politician, before election, mount pressure to get it out. Otherwise, you won't get it again. All right, this is how far I can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. It is still people's voice. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Odo. Have a good evening rest.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time, let the praise wave rock. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the guy of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adopikin. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind more. Not be all show the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, another beautiful edition of the Locker Room. It's all about the UEFA Champions League match week 3. So much going down as far as talking about the biggest club competition in the world, the UEFA Champions League, and some call it the trophy for the big ears. And of course, those who are the biggest as far as club football is concerned all around the world understand that the UEFA Champions League is the numero uno. And of course, my name is Jerry Apelo. I say welcome once again to the Locker Room, where we deep dive into the football world with some insightful analysis. And joining me today are the usual suspects. We get Hafiz, who gets to join us once again. He's smiling, chin up. Okay. Yep. Anyway, it was a good day at the office for the faithfuls. Anyway, talking about the English teams doing well, Man City, and of course Arsenal and Newcastle United defeating Jose Mourinho, who came all the way down from Portugal to his old thumping ground, but he was the one thumped on 3-0. He conceded, courtesy of Benfica, and of course Umaiwa gets to join us. I know he's not anywhere near Europe. Anyway, it's understandable. He has to talk about what's happening with the big boys. Anyway, to have a feel, he's going to have it. Anyway, that was just below the belt. Just
that's a very, very low blow, and I'm sure that the Mayowa I know is going to come with a reprisal. And good evening, everyone, and good evening, Jerry. Champions League, like you mentioned, match day 3. Yes, Tuesday's games went down really, really well. The big boys did what we expected of them. I mean, the likes of Barcelona, who played the early kickoff against Olympiacos, they won 6-1. Yes, Barcelona, and Femi Lopez getting a hat-trick, and Marcus Rashford, the Manchester United loanee, getting 2 goals, and Lamine Yamal scoring from the spot. And Pafos and Kairat, they played 0-0. There were a lot of goals on the Tuesday game, and about 53. Jerry, if I'm not mistaken, and there were 5 red cards across all the centers, including 2 in the game between Leverkusen and Paris Saint-Germain, which ended 7-2 in favor of the defending champions. That means the Parisians, with Dembele coming back to score. It gave us an exciting matchup. But there's one thing about the Champions League, especially when Tuesday gives you a lot of goals, you can struggle for goals on Wednesday. And we have interesting fixtures coming up today and day 2 of match week 3. That's talking about the Champions League. And Real Madrid Juventus should be the headline of today's fixtures. Bayern Munich will be playing Club Brugge right there in Germany, and Athletic Club will be playing they'll be playing Karabakh, and Liverpool Frankfurt also another fixture, and Galatasaray will be playing Bodo Glimt, where we'll be seeing Victor Osimhen, trying to break a record for that team right there.
All right, definitely. Just did the commentary there, and of course, I was just going to sit back and start imagining how the games were going to look like. And of course, let's start off by talking about the Tuesday fixtures. No one saw that coming. 4-0, courtesy of Arsenal defeating Atletico Madrid at the Emirates Stadium. It was a game for the first time they played in the Champions League. And who would have seen that coming? First half, it was goalless. We expected that it was going to be maybe a
it was the Aram Derby, like people said, and yes, it was looking like the Aram Derby. At the first half, Atletico, for me, I don't think they really came to the party to get something from Arsenal. They looked like they came for the draw. It was only Julian Alvarez, the man who is their star man, was the one coming forward trying to get a goal, and he rattled the bar, in the second half. But Arsenal, they turned on the style. And Victor Gyökeres, who has been hungry for goals over the past 8 games or 9 games thereabout for club and country, finally got 2 goals for himself. And, I know a lot of people say he bundled the goals in, but then that's what the striker is there for. And Arsenal, with their normal routine, they got the first goal. It was a Declan Rice cross and a Gabriel Eder that gave them the first goal. People call them set-piece FC, but, when something is working for you, why not to continue to use it? So that was how Arsenal got their first goal. And they also got another goal, a brilliant run from Lewis Kelly, playing Gabriel Martinelli, who has had something like a resurgence, in his Arsenal career, because a lot of people were calling for him to be dropped. Leandro Trossard was brought in, Madueke was brought in, but Martinelli is still holding on and saying he deserves to be the starting left winger, and he got a fantastic goal. Jan Black was fantastic on the night for Atletico Madrid, but then when Arsenal turned on the machine, there was nothing they could do about it. And that was how Arsenal, turned on the start to be Atletico 4-0. Other results, Dortmund also got the better of Copenhagen. 2 goals from Felix Mecha, who scored a fantastic goal also against Juventus, and to keep on his form in the Champions League. Yes, you mentioned Benfica and Newcastle, where Newcastle got 2 goals from Avi Barnes and 1 from Anthony Gordon. And a goal, I think it was one of Avi Barnes' goals that was assisted by the goalkeeper, talking about Nick Pope, from a direct throw from the goalkeeper. But PSV Napoli, that game, I think that was the game that a lot of people were surprised. And for the investors, I'm sure they lost some money right there. Maybe they didn't really get ROI on that game. Talking about PSV Napoli, 6-2. No one really saw that coming. McTominay got 2 goals, but justice was already done. PSV just ran Napoli riots there. And Union Saint-Gilloise, who has had like a fairy tale run in the Champions League so far, I think they won their first 2 games. They lost scandalously in Belgium, 4-0 to Inter Milan. And Man City did their job against Villarreal. So it was a lot of goals. Look at goals in all centers. Only Kairat and Paphos, did a new, something like a stain. But then, aside from that fixture, I think goals everywhere in the Champions League last night.
Okay. Maiwa is now with us. It's good you're here on time. Though you finished 17th last season. At least catching up with those who are playing the Champions League. It's good that you're here. Anyway, just have a feel.
Maiwa, please calm down. I know you want to fire some shots.
It's
well, it's always amazing to be here. What that means is I'm ready for the challenge. In school, if you score 90%, especially in the US, they give you 9A+. I'm hoping Liverpool will make it 5/5. They are playing at 5 today. They've lost 4.
Introducing you.
They can make it 5/5.
Calm down. We just say welcome.
Go on.
Look at this Agbaya.
Reload.
Look at this Agbaya.
They can make it 5/5. And today's another good day to see what 125 million pounds can buy you. Maybe it's going to buy you.
Mario,
Go ahead.
You know the thing that you saw a fist fight and you want to bring a gun.
No,
you know, it's a fist fight.
He didn't ask me to fight him. No,
you are the one that brought a knife to a gunfight. So what do you expect?
By the small power vested in me, please, you are free to go back to last Sunday. You are free to go back to last Sunday. Please,
Otis have passed
fire
away.
no.
Otis
He
have passed away.
he has refused to wear his jersey. He has refused to wear his jersey. I told them to come deliver a cap to him. They couldn't find him. The person I said they couldn't find him. I was giving you a cap. They couldn't find him.
Hey, fear God.
No, you have the whole week.
I'm not needing. You can still send it.
But Jerry, on a serious note, do you think Liverpool is capable to turn things around today, owing to the fact that a whole lot of people are beginning to, doubt the credibility of Arne Slot? He came in last season, won the league very easily, and now, 4 games in a row, and there seems to be no solution so far.
If you ask me, I think that's a difficult answer. I will have a difficult answer because it's still the same team that's going to persecute the Eintracht Frankfurt game, and I don't know the confidence level of the team right now. It's in tatters, and Arne Slot will need to prove himself. Maybe a decent result, but not convincing yet. And the lineup will determine, what will happen in this game. If he starts Isak again, I'm going to have issues.
But for me, I don't think it's much of a crisis. There will be a time, like I said, we spoke earlier.
4 games.
We spoke earlier.
What can be worse than that?
No, but we spoke earlier.
And Harry Maguire scoring against you. That's worse.
When you are not Manchester United Pro Max, how can you be losing 4 games in a row?
Oh God!
Come on, it's Maguire that caused all this. Anyway,
is it Maguire or Gakpo?
It's Maguire.
If Gakpo has scored that one, but
and Maguire didn't score.
Yeah.
All this.
But Maguire is okay. It's okay to feel on top of the world.
When Maguire scores against you, that is what happens. The whole world will see that you are falling.
It's okay to feel on top of the world, Maguire, even though you've already played your own Champions League game on Sunday. That's
true.
What do you say about last night? That's their own Champions League game.
Oh, you play a Champions League game weekends. Oh wow, that was just like
he has this week.
That was like that was the southpaw,
No. Well, it would be nice if a so-called Arsenal and Arteta cannot bottle it the way they usually do. They've done that in the last 3 seasons. It's this is another possibility for them to go 4 times in a row. So I don't expect anything better from them. But the games in the Champions League yesterday, a whole lot of teams, did so well. A whole lot of investors, apart from those that invested in the Pafos game, I think they were smiling to the bank. I saw a whole lot of tweets yesterday, and I was smiling to myself. The shocking result is PSG demolishing, Napoli. A lot of people might say the game did not go the way it's supposed to go, and the rest of that. But PSG have been doing fantastic in the Champions League, and what they did yesterday, dispatching Napoli with reckless abandon, and also that will be the 3rd game in a row that Antonio Conte could not get his team to win. So I think there's a lot of pressure for Antonio Conte, and their performance in the Champions League is so horrible. So good games, and the big teams they actually showed up, except from Napoli that messed up yesterday.
Conte, how would you lose that lot of
scandalously?
It's an away game, but it doesn't happen for Antonio Conte side taking Napoli away to PSV, conceding as much as 6 goals. That's a lot.
But Jerry, I think that maybe that's like the beauty of the league phase. When you are in the group phase and you are spamming results against the smaller side, maybe when they belong to the likes of Kairat and all of that. But I think this is where I will just maybe a bit stand up for UEFA. I think this league phase, actually shows that it's balanced, and there's no time for, say, you want to do retribution. It's 1 game. If they give you a home game, you take it. If you are away, you take it as well. That means you just have to prepare whether you are home or away. So for me, I think Napoli maybe their preparation hasn't really been great, or maybe they were not expecting PSV to come at them like that. And you mentioned something when we were talking about the Flamingos, where you said you need to study the team you want to play. Maybe that's the mistake that Napoli, maybe they didn't study PSV very well. They are very, very rapid when they play at home, and it just hits them quickly, and before they could say Jack Robinson, it was gone. So I think that was what happened between PSV and Napoli. But then we have exciting games today. Hopefully, but I don't know what Mayowa thinks about today's game, but I don't think there will be as much goals as the ones of yesterday.
All right, Mayowa, because on a good day, Real Madrid versus Juventus is actually a big fixture. This is more like a Champions League final back in the day.
Yeah.
And of course, I remember back in the days of Cristiano Ronaldo, when he was at Juve.
Yeah, did they play Madrid? No. Did they play Real Madrid?
When he was at Real Madrid,
it was this.
I remember that
there was this game.
very well.
No, there was even this game that I think they got a last-minute penalty. That it was not Oliver, the English referee, when Juventus player wanted to fight. That was a penalty and all of that. There's always drama when Real Madrid plays Juventus. There was a time where Morata was on loan from Real Madrid to Juventus, and he sank Real Madrid, and that was in 2015. It's always interesting, but now, I mean, both of them are on two opposite sides right now. Juve are struggling even domestically, while Real Madrid, they're still trying to get the better of Barcelona with El Clasico coming next week. So with this game in mind, I think it's going to prepare them for El Clasico, but they need to do their job in what a lot of people believe it is their own competition. So I think it's going to serve up a good game tonight.
This will be the 22nd meeting between Real and Juventus in the European Cup or UEFA Champions League, as the case may be. Only Bayern Munich versus Real Madrid has ever been played more often, and that's 28. So these are traditional Champions League sides. Are we expecting the old tradition of a big game, but definitely without the big names as it used to be?
Well, I mean, it has been a struggle for Juventus. They've not been able to get their rhythm. Remember over the weekend, they lost to Como 2-0, and the result has not been that fantastic. They've not been consistent. The problem has been their inconsistency. Coming in Madrid also, they have to wait till the 80th minute before Kylian Mbappe scored that goal against Getafe. So the two teams are struggling, and to be honest with you, because of how the two teams have been the last couple of weeks, I don't think I want to expect much in this particular game. However, this is an avenue for the Juventus side to prove that they are one of the biggest clubs in Europe, and also Real Madrid, who are the club with the most leagues in the UEFA Champions League. So it's an avenue for Alonso to prove that he actually deserves the job. There are rumors in Spain that the hierarchy in Madrid, they are looking at Xabi Alonso in terms of his performance so far, and probably maybe the game in the Champions League might also be a bearing on, might also be, might also come out to be some of the reasons why they might end up firing him even before the end of season. As the reports say, the hierarchy in Spain, they are not really happy with his performance so far. I don't know how that will go, but I'm looking forward to see how Alonso will be able to redeem himself, and let's see if he will be able to make a name for himself in the Champions League, going to the fact that the confidence in him is very low at the moment.
Yeah, the confidence in him is very low at the moment. Of course, it's a judgment day as well for Arne Slot, the coach of Liverpool. They go away to Eintracht Frankfurt at the old stomping ground of talking about Ekitike, and of course I can see you also laughing anyway.
Is Konate going to play?
Konate will be on the pitch. Because,
is Van Dijk going to play?
Definitely they will have to play. They have no choice because these are the two center parents.
For our investors, for those that know how to invest, sure know that Liverpool is conceding goals. I mean, if you look at Konate and Van Dijk in the last 7 weeks, they've consistently conceded goals. And this is not the banter aside now. I think there is a problem with the central defense. If you look at, and I'm referring to the Manchester United game again, the 2 goals, they were, the fourth came from the center of defense. I mean, what's his name now? Mbeumo sprinting out, getting behind Van Dijk. Van Dijk not noticing, a Manchester United striker behind him, and until he was in front of him before he scored that goal. The same thing with the cross. I mean, Konate had a lot of opportunity to adjust himself to be able to take that ball off Maguire, but he didn't do that. I think the combination of those two guys is a whole lot of problem for Liverpool. Probably maybe this is the time for Arne Slot to consider playing, two holding midfielders in front of the center of defense because of the pairing of Konate and Van Dijk at the moment. They are not doing the job properly, and that might spell, another heartbreak for Liverpool today.
Anyway, Boemo is an Agbaya because that game, there was supposed to be a stop in play. Yeah. And after the injury to McAllister, the football thing to do was to stop play and make sure that he's fine before they continue play. Of course, Man United opportunity comes at once. They had to just...
the question is, why must the opportunity come against Liverpool? And when they saw the opportunity, they took it. That's how you know. That's how you know it's him.
Because he's saying that they gapped anyway.
Opportunity that came 4 times in a row. How do you define opportunity that comes 4 times in a row? How?
Man United. Please. Is it for Man United?
Please.
You've lost 3 games in a row now, so today will be number 5.
I was the one that said you should start, and now I'm the one that...
No. I want to address this.
Oh, Lord.
Because we don't address this now, we'll come to where I was defending Mbuemo's
Jerry,
goal.
your voice is shaking.
Yes, and even Maguire, will be defending Maguire's goal. Okay. It's Gakpo that cost it.
Rest.
Don't worry, I will rest now. Don't worry.
No, not rest. Fire on. Brighton is coming. Anyway, there's also the game between Chelsea and Ajax. This is the 3rd European meeting between Chelsea and Ajax, having met twice in the 2019-2020 UEFA Champions League group stage. And the Blues won 1-0 in Amsterdam before a 4-4 draw at Stamford Bridge. And of course, it's also going to be a big game for Chelsea, though injury worries. But Ajax has not been the team we used to know back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that since Francesco Farioli has left the team, they've made good signings. I mean, they have Liverpool's Yaros also as their goalkeeper. They have Mateos as well. They have good young players. I think they've looked inwards. That's Ajax. Ajax is always, they know how to spawn good players. The likes of Fitzim is there. They have Taylor, who is also there. And they still have their long-standing Steven Berghaus. I think they've got a good team, but they've not played the Champions League, in a while, let me say that. And right now that they're back in the competition, it's not really been the best of starts for them. They even lost also to Olympique Marseille. They lost 4-0, and it wasn't quite the fixture for them. But this time around, they will be looking to go to Stamford Bridge to negotiate the Chelsea side that, even with everything they've been doing on the pitch, I know Liverpool have handled 4 losses in a row. I think, is it going to be a time where we are going to see Chelsea also giving us the red card? How many times in a row now? Aside from their, injury problems, they also have issues with indiscipline and suspension. But I think this game will be somewhat balanced because even Chelsea, you know that they also have good young players as well. Maybe not the players with such grit as like that team that won the Champions League under Thomas Tuchel. But this time around with Enzo Maresca, on board, and they are the current club world champs. So let's give them that. So I think that game will be interesting enough to watch at the Stamford Bridge. It's going to be a good game, just to watch for the love of football. It's going to serve us a fantastic game right there at the Stamford Bridge.
All right, of course. So it's a big game as well for both sides, but definitely with the form of Chelsea, you won't want to give them this one against Ajax.
Well, I mean, if you look at it on paper, you would say Chelsea should take it, but Chelsea have they've had a lot of issues. If you watch their game against Nottingham Forest, the only reason why Nottingham Forest did not win that particular game was because they didn't take their chances, and Chelsea got their chances second half and they took it, and that was it. If they had played against a team that is much more conservative, if they had played against a team like a Crystal Palace over the weekend, probably Chelsea would have lost. They are not finding a loss in that, and also I think mentioned something that's very, very important. The discipline record of Chelsea this season has been very horrible. They are getting red card with reckless abandon, getting yellow carded with reckless abandon, and it's high time Enzo Maresca addresses that, because at the end of the day, it's going to affect their overall performance. However, with the pressure that Maresca is under, he's been able to, get the result, whether hook by crook. The bottom line is getting the result. And I think he has an opportunity to be able to play against an Ajax side that have been absent in the Champions League for a while, coming back to the Champions League now. And, they are the World Club champions, and, they have a pedigree to protect. For the Ajax side, they have a mix of old hands and new hands, and we want the Ajax of old that we know that produce the likes of Delete and the rest of that. They are beginning to move away from that. Now they are beginning to recruit new players, and I hope those new players will be able to make a name for themselves. It will be a very difficult game, but if Chelsea approach the game the way they approached it against Nottingham Forest in the first half, with what Ajax can do in terms of their fast pace or their fast movement of the ball, then I probably punish the Chelsea side, and it's going to be an interesting game to watch. For me, it might probably end in a draw if Chelsea decide to approach the game the way they approached it against Nottingham Forest in the first half over the weekend.
They have a Manchester United legend in their team that's talking about Las Vegas. Maybe he can get a goal for Ajax.
Why not? At 33, 34, I think he does a decent job to score the goals. I don't know if a Henderson will be there to do the job also in the midfield.
Henderson has left. He's now at
he has finally left, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I understand why you're trying to do a balance there, but it is what it is. Let's talk about Victor Osimhen. Galatasaray will be at home to Bodo Glimt, and of course Osimhen will be looking forward to breaking the record of scoring 7 consecutive goals, and the first for Galatasaray on the international stage. And it's going to be a very good game for Osimhen to prove that he's still the big deal.
It's going to be a chance for Osimhen to prove that he is the big deal. Like you said, he is the big deal. I mean, I don't think he really has a lot to show, even though people still feel like his best years, or let me say his current best form, shouldn't be spent right there in Turkey. But then with Galatasaray, with his goals propelling them to come and be playing right now currently in the Champions League, I think Osimhen, I mean, last time out in the game against Liverpool, he was the one who scored the only goal from the penalty spot, and his coach has come out to say that he will be playing this game, even though he was on the bench, over the weekend. So for me, I think Victor Osimhen, I mean, what a star he is. Is there any adjective left for me to describe this player? He's just fantastic, absolutely, and turning up for club and country when it's clutch, most especially. So I think there's nothing stopping him. They are playing at home. They are playing at their stadium, and I don't think anything will, they are playing at Rams Park. That's the name of Galatasaray Stadium, and I don't think anything will stop him to get a goal against Bodo Glimt, even though Bodo Glimt can prove to be a very, very tough side, but especially that's when they are at home, not away. And right now in Turkey, they with likes of İlkay Gündoğan, behind the likes of Leroy Sané, Lucas Torreira, Gabriel Sara, and also at the back. I mean, they still have the likes of Mario Lemina too. Speaking of Lemina and Osimhen, I don't know how they are going to partner up, because Nigeria and Gabon will be meeting very soon. Nigeria and Gabon will be meeting very soon. So I don't know what they will be discussing right now in Maiwa. But then I think Victor Osimhen, I am actually propelling him to go all the way to break that record for Galatasaray.
All right, of course, and nothing going to stop him tonight in Maiwa.
Well, I think the opposition they are playing, a Bodo Glimt side, it took Tottenham to knock them off, getting to the Europa League final. It shows the kind of pedigree they've been able to build. They've been able to build a very strong side. A lot of people who do not know about Bodo Glimt, they think because the name is not popular, they don't do well. But I mean, they are one of the top teams in their league, and they were able to qualify to the Champions League, almost effortlessly. That is how good, the Bodo Glimt side is. However, they are going to Turkey. They are going to Galatasaray Stadium, the same stadium where Liverpool lost. I mean, it's going to be the atmosphere alone contributes to the overall performance. There's a particular, Osimhen, who I'm scoring on us, that is currently tied with Yilmaz, and this is an opportunity for him to be able to break that particular record. I think the way he has refined Oyo for club and country and what he has been able to do this season so far, and there's also a particular person who knows how to read, players very well. He knows how to read the movement. He knows how to, spread the passes in the likes of Ike Gundogan, probably contribute to Osimhen, probably, getting the goal. Like I think I've said, I'm also voting that Osimhen will probably get the goals because of how good Galatasaray has been this season. The coach earlier this season, before the Champions League started, he made mention of something that there has been this stigma on Turkish side as regards their performance in Europe, and he wants to create another storyline for the Turkish side in the Champions League this season. Probably this might be the season they do it. They've been able to do it against Liverpool, or why not against Bodo Glimt with our own Osimhen firing on one cylinders.
Yeah, I know you have to bring in Liverpool. The love between you and Liverpool.
But that's the truth. We were beating.
Anyway, it is what it is. It's your time. Yeah, definitely.
It's going to cook for the rest of the show.
Anyway,
we love it.
Anyway, that brings us to the CAF Awards, which definitely the nominees for the best player of the year is out, and of course, our own Victor Osimhen, the original Victor, like I always say, is up against Mohamed Salah, Achraf Hakimi, and of course the likes of Guirassy for the best player for the year 2025. And of course, Hafiz, who do you think is going to take it?
Well, for me, I've always been saying it when this topic has been coming up. I think the players, that got nominated, these are players that actually performed for their clubs, the likes of Iliman Ndiaye, the likes of Fistos Mayele, for Pyramids, who is a prolific goal scorer, and his goals propelled them to win the CAF Champions League after they defeated Sundowns. The likes of Serhou Guirassy, who, he was also in the Ballon d'Or conversation, his contributions for Guinea and also for Borussia Dortmund. Achraf Hakimi, you can't take it away from the man. He's a right back, but then when he plays football, you will be doubting the position he plays. He came up with clutch goals, including that one against Arsenal in the second leg, to propel PSG to go on to win the Champions League. They won the Ligue 1 as well. That's their league right there in France, and they also won the Cup, making it a treble, overall in this season. So I think Achraf Hakimi also has a big say on that one. Then Mohamed Salah, who also had a stellar season for Liverpool, also getting a record goal contribution. So for me, I think all the players that nominated have a fair chance. But if I'm to stick with my guns, I think I'll just go with Achraf Hakimi, who has had a fantastic season. Also seeing his team, Morocco, qualify for the World Cup. Automatically got the automatic ticket. Salah also, did a good job for Egypt. Why are you looking at me like that, Jerry? He did a good job for Egypt.
You know what?
No, when I was talking, it was looking at me like, you're not going to mention Salah.
It's good that I'm here.
But Salah was busy ballooning the ball over the bar now.
It's good that I'm here to set the record straight.
Yes.
Because it's very interesting that when he came to Hakimi, my brother knew all the stats. But when he came to Salah, he started saying some goal contributions.
No, I said he had the record.
He had the record goal
contribution. I said he had
the goal contributions you are saying. We are talking about he had the highest number of goals
and assists. Yes, that's
which is a first.
It's a record
for a player.
Yes,
but come on, and you just say
I'm not going to pick that over. I'm not going to. For me,
when Hakimi, you said he qualified for the World Cup. You almost forgot Salah. Agenda. Hey,
this is not an agenda. Look, Jerry, no, Jerry, don't let us paint a picture, to people reviewing it.
Okay.
It's not about agenda. We're trying to give our analysis.
No, I know Hakimi, yes.
Hakimi, yes. Maya, take it away. He doesn't want to even believe anything I'm saying at this point.
No.
Maya, please take it away.
I'll put it to you.
But see, the top three is very clear. Osimhen, Salah, and Hakimi. But let's look at what they've done. Osimhen, 37 goals, won two trophies. But the problem is he plays in the Turkish league. And remember, the goal coefficient the coefficient that they give their goals in Turkey is way different than what they give to people that play in England. There's a Salah. He has over 44 goals and assists in a season. Won the EPL alone. There is a Achraf Hakimi, scored 9. I think over 12 assists, if I'm not mistaken. Then has about four trophies, including the UEFA Super Cup. And he was very fantastic for the PSG side, in their treble winning season. So definitely, if you want to look at it, it's definitely going to be an Achraf Hakimi because of what PSG done last season. Then, a Mohamed Salah, in as much as he's currently ballooning the ball over the bar, he doesn't know the way to score. He's very, very slow and the rest of that. I think,
very slow.
He did so well last season, and he shot a lot of people up in terms of his performance. So he probably comes second, and Osimhen comes third. So Achraf Hakimi wins it. Salah comes second, Osimhen comes third.
And the Ballon d'Or pairing, who was better?
It's not about this Ballon d'Or pairing that you're calling.
Let's be realistic here.
No, this Ballon d'Or pairing.
Let's be realistic here. No. The Ballon d'Or pairing. Who was the top?
I asked you earlier. I said Girassi and Osimhen.
I just need the answer.
Relax.
I need the answer. I need the answer before you move ahead. Ask the question. I need the answer.
But Jerry. But Jerry, you know that Ballon d'Or, they are striker. They have the striker bias all the time.
Of course, this is a
they have the striker bias all the time. So you don't expect an Achraf Hakimi to be top there.
Salah had a better season than Hakimi.
Okay.
Individually.
How?
Individual talents. Let me tell. Let's forget about
21 goal contributions for a right back is superb.
For a right back,
yes.
It's when you are playing,
and deliver 4 trophies.
And he delivered 4 trophies. And it's not as if he was just a passenger in the 4 trophies. He was not a passenger. He delivered right there. He was there. It was an important piece.
Without Hakimi, that PSG side, would they have won or not?
Of course, maybe they would have won. Maybe.
Come on.
Maybe. So, okay.
They would have won without him now.
So, without Salah, to Liverpool would have won anything.
Spoon. They won't even see Spoon last season.
No, but I think Jerry is right. And I'm not trying to shade you, Jerry. I was watching, what's the name now? The former defender for Liverpool speak. I can't remember his name now. The one that does this Champions League, whatever.
Jamie Carragher.
Jamie Carragher.
Yeah.
And when he said it, I went to check. Actually, this season, Salah has not been scoring. Liverpool, they've been struggling. Last season, if you take away his goals Liverpool might not win the EPL. He did so well last season, and Jerry is actually right.
But why is it? My own question for Jerry right now is that why are you not looking at the contributions of a right back? This is CAF nomination.
Hakimi, thank you very much.
This is CAF nomination.
No, the thing is that
and it's not just pop. Like I said, it was not a passenger. No, Jerry.
Thank you very much, Hakimi, for your contribution.
We can't do that. Like, this is a treble winner.
But Jerry, treble winner, Champions League winner.
This Salah was
do you pick Salah over him?
Look at his performance at the Club World Cup too. Look at his performance at the Club World Cup.
Very well.
It was fantastic. He has even won the European Super Cup as well. Why are we not trying to acknowledge what this player has
when the awards come?
It's the CAF awards.
When the CAF awards come,
Salah better win.
And it's being held in Morocco
to contend with. No, Maya, don't bring that. Don't bring that.
That's the only reason.
You've given Jerry a point.
I'm setting him up. He knows I'm setting him up. He knows I'm setting him up.
You've given Jerry a point.
You know they will try to rig it.
You see?
Because even
what I'm saying. No. Jerry, to be unfair, it would be unfair to say they want to rig it. It would be unfair to say that.
Ahead of him. Osimhen should even be ahead of him.
He said Osimhen will be ahead of Hakimi, so let's see how it's going to go.
Even Girassi should be ahead of Hakimi too.
That means you are striker bias. That's what we are saying. That the Ballon d'Or is striker bias. That's what you are doing.
Absolutely.
Without Hakimi in that team, I know that PSG would have still gone ahead to win the Champions League. That's fine.
But that is what if he got injured, and that is what if now we don't know. He might get injured and PSG might be knocked out.
No,
I mean, are we saying his contribution was not important to the Champions League win?
Jerry is trying to paint.
His contribution was just part of it, but the major
was
guy
just part of
yes,
it.
now
Was
major
just
guy
part of
was
a treble winning
Dembele.
team.
See, Dembele do it. Those two
But
guys,
Dembele is not Africa now.
Okay, now let me tell you that even the duo you mentioned,
Okay, are you saying that Dembele should be in the CAF Awards too? This is an Africa.
No, that's what you are saying now.
Maiwa, are you seeing this forward bias? He mentioned Dembele, he mentioned Dewey, he did not even mention Vitinha, he did not mention Nuno, he did not mention Pato, he did not mention Marquinhos, Fabian Ruiz. It was a collective. These players were
what about Donnarumma? Donnarumma was also important.
Thank God you're saying it now.
I said it's a collective, but a defender, a right back with 21 goal contributions.
There were some players in that team. Without them, the team would have still gone ahead to win those Champions League.
If it was Trent that was having these numbers while he was at Liverpool, you know how he was waxing lyrical.
No,
now, why don't you want to give
Trent has done it with assist in the Premier. He has done it now.
He is deservedly the African footballer of the year because
Trent has the record assist for the defender in the EPL.
Okay, now that you are saying, okay,
so because of that, it should win Ballon d'Or.
Osimhen won 2 trophies, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
it should even be more.
Yeah.
Salah won. One to show for all his goal contribution. One.
Yeah,
Sorry to cut you there. Maiwa, did you know Mohamed Salah and Hakimi met in the Champions League last season, and we know how it went.
Yeah, that's true.
So please,
he knows.
Please, Hakimi is the main man for the CAF Awards.
If Hakimi was not in that PSG side, would they have still beaten Liverpool?
Wait, rephrase your question.
No, would they have still beaten Liverpool?
I don't understand. He was there, and Salah was there, right?
He was there. You cannot be doing what if now. We cannot play what if now.
They were both there, and we saw how it went. So CAF has given them the opportunity. Okay, you guys have it to head, right? And we know who won over 2 legs.
That's why it's football. Anybody has his own opinion, and entitled to it.
But you're trying to suppress other person's opinion.
Let the vote count at the end of the day.
Yeah, we already know what you will say. I already know what you will say.
You might be surprised that we were just talking, and we might see Guirassy making the top 3 at the end of the day.
How would Guirassy make top 3? What did Guirassy do last season? What did he do for Borussia Dortmund?
Don't worry now.
Jerry's not even mentioning the players of pyramids and all of that. How about the players of pyramids? The player that actually won the CAF Champions League.
Yeah,
people won Champions League, not somebody that won a local league and is still trying to catch somebody that won a treble. Please,
with all due respect, what's the local league, please?
He's a local champion. He won the Premier League, and that was it.
Are you calling the Premier League a local league?
Is the English local league now?
If Hakimi had won the league alone, I am sure Mr. Jerry Apello will tell me that he only won his league.
The thing is that this thing is about voting. And I cannot be wiser than those who did Ballon d'Or pairings.
Well, that's true.
Who did Ballon d'Or pairings and decided that the Premier League was a local league. They would have given Salah a better coefficient.
You didn't let me talk when I was saying. You didn't let me talk.
For instance,
Girassi finished ahead of Osimhen.
Those who did.
Girassi finished ahead of Osimhen in the Ballon d'Or rankings.
Those who did the pairings would have said that since he won 2 trophies with Galatasaray, he should be ahead of Salah in the Ballon d'Or pairings. Unfortunately, that was not the case. But I will rest my case. Since the EPL is locally, I don't know the Ballon d'Or. They need to investigate the Ballon d'Or pairings. Anyway, let's go to
I want you to be honest. Salah and Rafinha, who had the better season in your opinion last season?
Salah and Rafinha.
Yes.
Salah and Rafinha, well, I think, to be honest with you, apart from what Salah did in the EPL, I think Rafinha has a much more better season than Salah. And that's just the honest truth.
And Rafinha finished 5th in the Ballon d'Or.
True.
So what are we saying here?
Okay.
What are we saying here?
Anyway, it is what it is.
Please, Ashraf Hakimi for the CAF Awards, in my opinion, I can give my opinion.
Yeah,
right?
if they give it to Salah, you go and create one for Hakimi. So that you say,
just focus.
We have seen stranger things happen. So let's see.
Okay, he can do his own award.
And Hakimi already has a trophy this season, and Salah is still waiting for.
CAF, please consider Kafi's CAF award so that he will give it to Hakimi.
Oh Lord. Let's go.
I know Osepe was.
Let's go ahead.
Osepe told me he was going to watch this show.
This Jerry, I tell you high.
Osepe, Hafiz says he wants to host CAF. He's so CAF award. And he wants to give it to Akim. So you can. I'll give his number.
Let's go ahead.
I'll give his number.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead.
All right. Let's go to the Super Eagles, where the head coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, Richel, has been forced to drop 3 players from the list who will be in action next month in the World Cup qualifiers playoff. And of course, the coach has already started preparation for the games against Gabon next month in Morocco and has already drawn up the list of players who will be at the mini tournament. So Chel will be without the trial of Terry Murphy, Felix Agu, and Fisayo Dele Bashiru, who are expected to be back from injury in December. We know that Shemi Ajayi is also out suspended. He's now set to plan his team without the trial. And of course, meanwhile, Birmingham City defender Bright Oshayi Samuel will return to the team following his recovery from injury, which kept him out of the last round of games. And he was on for the entire duration of his teams, won the win over Preston in the English Championship side yesterday. And of course, we expect so many other names to come up. Are we going to expect new names going into the playoffs?
I think that there will be replacement for these players that are out, but then I don't know. Sometimes, like I usually say, it's not all about the injury. It's just about the player, the importance of the player. Felix Agu, but these are players that normally are not usually in the starting lineup. Terry Murphy, I'm surprised that he's pulled up with an injury again. I mean, I don't think he played up to 10 minutes in that game against Benin Republic, and he still managed to pull up injured. And Felix Agu has been injured even before the round of qualifiers, and also Fisayo Dele Bashiru, they're out with lengthy injuries. There will be replacements for sure, and I just hope we'll be boosted with the return of Olaino, if possible. And like you said, Semi Ajayi also out suspended, but we'll also be boosted with the return of Ademola Lookman, who will be coming back from suspension. I think for me the issue is at the back, at the centre back side. If we can have a fit Bright Osai Samuel and maybe a returning Olaino, we'll be hoping to see Benjamin Frederick go back to his usual position, which is the centre back position. And maybe we can be paired up with Calvin Bassey, while we see Bruno Imechi or Zaidu Sanusi on the left-hand side. And also, I think another boost, the major boost for the Super Eagles would be the return of Maduka Okoye. For me, his coach at Udinese has already said he is going to be still the number one, despite the performances of his replacement, Sava. But I think we'll be boosted by the return of Okoye. Now we don't know who is going to be between the 6. But it's looking like it's still going to be Stanley Wabali. But if Okoye is there, I think it will still raise that competition for that goalkeeping spot. And eventually, the man that a lot of Nigerians want to see is actually Victor Osimhen. That's the name that Nigerians will be following, because it seems like we are Victor Osimhen FC at this point. And if Victor Osimhen is fit, I think that's where we can, I say that we will go into that game against Gabon with confidence. But I think these players right there will be replaced.
All right, Bayo.
Well, I mean, no doubt. The 3 players mentioned, one of them has gotten injured before even the last game. Was them Terry Murphy has not been an integral part of the team. Even when he's around, he makes cameo appearances. So I mean, I don't think we'll miss them so much. And like Hafiz rightly said, we were debating this issue some times ago in terms of our central defense. I hope Echel plays with Benjamin Frederick and Calvin Bassey, since we know that Bright Osai Samuel is returning, and Ebune Imachi or Zaidu Sanusi will be there. However, once that thing that Hafiz point out, which is very, very crucial, is this: we have to start praying that Osimhen does not get injured in the next 21 days. Because right now, if Osimhen is not playing, we don't get to score. And that's a very, very big concern for us. What if the Gabonese, they are able to map out a plan and mark out a Victor Osimhen, or God forbid, get him injured in that particular game? What are we going to do in terms of getting the goals? That's my only major concern about this lineup.
All right, really major concern. Of course, we even forgot to mention that Nwabali was also nominated for the goalkeeper.
Yes,
of the
year.
Of the year. Quite a remarkable feat, but he's going to be contending against Manchester United's Onana.
Onana is there, yes.
Rowan
Williams, Yasin Bono as well.
So it's going to be.
But it's good that he's recognized. I mean,
how did Onana make it to the list? How?
Yeah, for Trabzonspor now.
And for Trabzonspor, I mean,
when did you join Trabzonspor? You just joined them this season.
I think also for Cameroon. I think also for Cameroon.
The qualifiers.
Yeah, maybe probably
struggling to make it to the playoffs. Alongside
they are struggling to. The guy considered over 87 goals. How is he making it to the list? How?
Yeah, the more goals you concede, the more consideration.
I think that's just one thing about AFCON. I mean, or maybe about CAF.
As far as his name is trending. So at least so that the nominees will be trending. It will be controversial.
Maybe just to fill up the space.
So people will talk something.
Because even if you look
at Onana is not there, you will not be controversial.
If you look at Nwabali as well, I mean, aside
at least Nwabali has not considered as much as Onana.
I know, but aside from the qualifiers, I don't think his club football performance is what's enough to give him that nomination. I don't know.
Just beyond maybe because he plays for Nigeria.
But I think most names that are there, maybe I'll just go with maybe only Williams because his team got to the final of the CAF champions. They are talking about Sundowns, and maybe this season as well, their performances so far. But then, if you look at it generally, I think Pyramids goalkeeper that actually won the CAF Champions League, I think he is also nominated. Maybe he should be the one, in my opinion, because at least for the efforts, there was something to show for it at the end of the day. Yasin Bono, I don't think Al Hilal went on to win anything also last season. But, well, it is what it is.
All right, the time really fast spent. We just have to try and wrap it up here. And, of course, it's not good news for Uche Crisantos. We hear that he has been demoted to the under-21 side of his English club side, Crystal Palace, and following a slow start to life at his new side. I never saw this coming, that he was really struggling at Palace.
Yeah, I mean, not even giving his performances for Getafe. I can recall one of my maybe colleagues, my friends, who said he was surprised that he even left Getafe. But I mean, it's a step up from Getafe, to Crystal Palace. I think it's a step up for him, joining the side that won the FA Cup. So for me, I think, I don't know, it's not really had that start. That's a fantastic start to life. Even for the Super Eagles, he hardly gets minutes. And right now, being demoted to the under 21 side, for me, I think in a very, very serious side, I don't think he should get a call up to the Super Eagles, to be very honest. But maybe with that lack of bodies, that lack of presence in the midfield, I think Uche will still be called up. But then, for you not starting so well, not getting game time at your club, to even be demoted to the under-21 side, personally, I feel for Crisantos Uche right now. And I'm trusting him to get back up because he's a fantastic player and he's shown what he could do. Maybe that side of Aram football that was a borderless place for Getafe, maybe it has entered him and he's not really showing it for Crystal Palace because Oliver Glasner doesn't play that way. Maybe that's what has been affecting him. Because Jeremy Pino came from Villarreal and Jeremy Pino has hit the ground running. Jeremy Pino has done really well. What's happening with the man that was supposed to, replace Ebere Eze, that's talking about Crisantos Uche. Getting demoted to the under-21, I mean, is bad enough, Jerry.
All right, of course, time really fast. Maiwa, we just have to wrap it up here. Thanks for being a part of the locker.
Well, it's always amazing to be here, and I'm hoping, I'm being a hater right now. I'm hoping Liverpool makes it 5/5, so I can cook you tomorrow. Thank you for having me, Jerry.
It's not going to happen. Not going to happen.
I can't wait. I'm on the fence. I want to eat.
All right, big thanks, Hafiz, and of course, big thanks to the guys behind the scenes, talking about the likes of Victor, talking about Alex, Victoria, and of course, Jerry Maya. My name is Jerry Apelo Haisin. Thanks for being a part of the locker room. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Some legal experts argue that his exit from the PDP without formally joining another party calls into question the legitimacy of his governorship under Nigeria's constitutional provisions. Barrister Adams.
Yes.
Doyediri was quick to leave the People's Democratic Party.
Yes.
And he didn't make formal arrangements, proper arrangements, I would say, to join another political party. Now it's almost 1 week. Today is 1 week that he left the PDP. As he is today, he is partyless. The Nigerian constitution does not allow for independence candidacy. PDP is saying, look, there's a constitutional crisis in Bayelsa State. We have a governor who doesn't have a party. So, Barrister, what's your reaction to this? You're a constitutional lawyer. What does the Constitution, the Electoral Act, what do they say about this vacuum, this lacuna, more like that we've experienced? This is the first time we are seeing this kind of thing, if I'm not mistaken. I've checked through. I can't recall when a governor left one party and it took him like 1 week plus, to get into another party. Doyediri is partyless. What is the implication of all that?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think what is happening today in Bayelsa is not something that is new to me.
Okay.
When people say it's not on record that a governor has left a political party and he tends to go to another party and he's spent about 1 week, I don't understand what that means. I've seen governors who operate and they will tell you they have left the PDP or left the APC and they are going to decide their future. That is within their rights to do.
Barrister, can you bring us to the speed of the moment?
Yes.
Help us recall one of the governors that did that.
I might not have
okay, because
the particular name.
I ran a check.
Yes, I might not have a particular name, but it's a usual thing that does happen in Nigeria here. Governors or politicians in Nigeria, like I said, is that their lingua franca is defection. Some call it cross-carpeting. That is the lingua franca. It's understood. Now, when you see in a Diri's case, let us not lose track of, where we are going to right now. What I find, in the Diri's case is that Diri being partyless, as the case may be, I will say, in my own opinion, it's not correct until and unless something happens. And if that happens, then I will not say, yes, it's correct. Let me give you for an example. The Supreme Court, in that February 18 matter, the judgment they delivered in Rivers State, which has not been overturned by any higher court, the Supreme Court is the highest court in Nigeria, said that defection is not your mere announcement on radio. It's not on social media. It is not a jamboree kind of thing. That for defection to be proper, they extended the limb. That for defection to be proper, that you must have gone a step further to pick the card of the party to which you are defecting to. And that your name also has to be on the register of members of that political party. So if I want to impliedly, peruse what is going on right now, Diri has not had his name put on APC's register of members.
So he has formally left the PDP?
He has. No, I'm coming. Okay. Supreme Court extended it. That yes, you can, before, if you just say, I have declared, we take it as that. But Supreme Court is now saying that, legally speaking, under the judgment they gave in the Rivers State matter, mind you...
Barrister, which matter is that? The 27 lawmakers?
The 27 lawmakers.
Okay.
27 lawmakers. Mind you, Supreme Court judgments are binding by virtue of, Section 287, of the 1999 Constitution. So if the Supreme Court gave a judgment that they have not overruled themselves, and being the highest court in the land, that is the law on defection, whether a legislator or a governor. So until and unless, in my own opinion, until and unless Diri has his name registered in ADC or APC and now present that his card, technically speaking, he still remains a PDP member
Barrister,
and a PDP governor.
How will he remain a PDP member when he has written to his ward chairman,
yes,
to the state chairman, and
yes,
the national chairman of the party,
yes,
telling them that he has formally resigned from the People's Democratic Party?
Resignation does not mean he has left
no
the party.
longer a member of the party.
If you are no longer a member of the party, does not mean you have left the party.
No, he has left.
You understand? Let's assume he has left.
Okay.
Let's assume he has even left. The periscoping I did just now is that on a normal, if it were to be in those days, before that judgment came, I think February 18, 2025, by the Supreme Court, that would have been it. But the Supreme Court is saying, even if you have done those things, until and unless your name is on the register of members of the party you intend defecting to, and you have their membership card, you are not a member of that, you have not defected.
You have not defected from the party?
From the party A to party B. So technically speaking, in my own opinion, he still remains a member of PDP.
No, Barrister, I'd like for you to help us untie, because this is more like a legal...
It's very simple. It's very simple.
It's not simple.
It's very simple.
It's a legal conundrum.
Yes, it's very simple.
It's not simple.
Yes.
It's not as simple as that.
Okay.
It's a legal conundrum, which
Yes.
I would like for you to help us untie.
That's right.
Now, you write to your deputy, to your ward chairman.
Yes.
Because you registered at that ward level. You write to the state chairman of the party as a governor.
Yes.
You now write to the national working committee.
Yes. Have they accepted it?
And now PDP...
Have they accepted it?
is saying no.
No, that is what I'm saying.
Doing?
Resignation. And you see, we have to look at this particular whatever.
Okay.
When I resign, somebody has to accept my resignation.
Okay, so what if the party doesn't
If the party does not resign, so he remains a member.
No, Barrister, the party is not at liberty, to accept or reject your resignation. The moment you leave, you leave.
Well, I don't know where you are driving, from, but I am of the opinion resignation must be, there must be accepted. The same way they don't accept that, you can say, okay, you leave. But what I am even saying is that it is the form we are talking about, but the substance of law now, based on the judgment of the Supreme Court in February 18 in the Rivers matter on defection, whether you are a legislator or a governor, the Supreme Court said in that particular judgment, and that is why the 27 lawmakers are back to the House of Assembly of River State.
What I understand the Supreme Court said at that point was that you do not defect on the pages of...
That is what I'm saying. That's right.
But then also, I can't recall...
They wrote.
Okay.
They wrote in the 27 lawmakers issue, they wrote to the House of Assembly. And that was why the Speaker, based on what they had to declare their seats vacant. You understand the point?
Yes, I do.
So,
because the Deputy Speaker declared
you understand?
Want to defect.
They wrote, and it said based on that particular legislation, whatever they did, that their seats were not declared vacant. That was what caused the problem in River State.
And the Supreme Court said...
And the matter went on to the Supreme Court. And February 18, the Supreme Court now gave that landmark judgment.
That until the other party accepts them.
No, not accepting. That until the other party, have their name in the member.
Like accepting them.
I don't know. Don't use that word. I said until the name is inscribed
Barrister,
on the membership register.
If they don't accept you, how will they inscribe your name in their register?
That is
because at that point, Tony Okocha says, look, PDP, forget it. These people are already our members.
Mm-hmm. And when he said so, was their name on the register of the APC at that time?
Barrister, in all of this, what has the Supreme Court done? How do you see that jurisprudence, in strengthening party politics?
The jurisprudence in that particular matter, for me, was political.
Okay.
It was political. In the sense that Section 109 in that particular instance was clear. Section 68 for House of Reps and House of Senate was clear. It was not ambiguous. That the moment you defect and it comes to the notice of the Speaker by way of a letter or whatever transmission, the Speaker will, declare your seat vacant. the argument then was that whether it was self-executory, whether you can, once the speaker makes that pronouncement, it means that that is the end of the matter, as the case may be. So there was that argument. And because of that argument, that was why the matter got to that Supreme Court level, as the case may be. The Supreme Court now came and I said that for anybody at all, any politician at all, who belonged to a political party before, and now wants to, exit that party or another party, that the man must do two things. That is one, he must make sure that the name is on the register of the party is going to, maybe from APC to PDP or PDP to APC. And he also has to have their membership, card. That is why it will be effective and legally binding.
Okay, all right.
So in this case, Doeduri has not, in my opinion, he's still a PDP member.
Okay, now the implication here is that up until 2027, Doeduri can decide not to go to any party and he will remain the governor of Bayelsa State.
Well, yeah. That is the implication, because you see, why I say it's the implication is that for the legislature, you have section 109, then 109 sub 1, then for the House of that's for House of Assembly, then the House of Reps and House of Senate, you have section 68 sub 1 that says or talks about defection from a party, a house, a party that sponsored you to the assembly and going to another political party. He said so specifically that the moment you do that, automatically you have lost your seat. So there's a provision, or there are provisions for the legislature.
Okay.
But for the executive, there are no provisions in the Constitution. I dare ask anybody to tell me or point to where in the 1999 Constitution where it is said that once a governor leaves his seat, automatically that particular, it leaves his political party, that is, position becomes vacant.
Okay.
The only area you look at it, section 177. If you look at section 177 of 1999 Constitution, what does it even say? It talks about qualifying. What qualifies you? So what qualifies me to enter a university is for me to, possess my WAEC or WASC. The moment I get to the university, it becomes a different ball game altogether. You understand the point now? But without WAEC or WASC, I cannot go to the university and jam. But the moment I have this qualification, what happens to me thereafter? It's left to the board to decide, or the university I go. So in this case, 177 talks about qualification. That is when you see 35 years of age, you must be a Nigerian, you must not be an ex-convict, you must run under a political party. That is qualification. After qualification, what now happens? That is the question we are asking. And the Nigerian situation has taken us to that level again, what I call hospitonics, where a situation where we had a cataclysmic, a situation on our hands that could be exploited by, laborious, and very greedy politicians. And that is what is happening today now. There is no particular, section in the Constitution that says the governor will lose his seat. There is none. And it is elementary in law that the moment the act or a law does not prescribe punishment for a particular offense, you cannot punish the person.
Barrister, if you were, assuming PDP approaches you now,
yes,
to represent them in this matter,
yes,
say, look, Doeduri has left our party.
Absolutely.
And he has not joined any other party. So
yes,
there's a constitutional problem, crisis in Bayelsa.
Yes, yes.
Will you accept that brief?
I will accept the brief.
And canvass this argument.
If I accept the brief, accepting brief does not mean I must go to court.
Okay.
I can advise them.
Not to go to court.
Of course. Arbitration before litigation.
Okay.
Mediation for whatever.
It ends in litigation.
If it ends in litigation, there must be an opening I've seen that I can tap in. Let me also tell you.
Have you seen any now?
Let me tell you this. Lord Dennis said that, you know, the judicature can expand and contract the law. That is why you see most lawyers or judges or courts can, like the Supreme Court judgment, it's a law. It's a law in the law court, it's a precedent.
It's a precedent.
That they can use to determine the future of whatever is happening tomorrow in Nigeria here. So what will now happen is for the National Assembly to now, you know, fashion an act to, you know, take care of that particular judgment of the Supreme Court. Now, let me tell you, if I were to advise the PDP, I would tell them straight. I have not, except maybe I have to go to the galaxies or maybe go to the moon to go and do research. But I have not come across any clause in our constitution that says that once the governor leaves, he loses his whatever his case may be. It's not there. So, and what is not prescribed, the law cannot take effect on that, as case may be. I will advise them, what you do, bear with him. Let him go. 2027 is by the corner, as the case may be. Let's see how it's going to happen. You can come together as a political party and sponsor bills to the National Assembly to take care of issues of this nature. You must not wait for legislators to do that.
Harry, sir, you talk about, you know, exploiting a loophole.
Yes.
In this case, have you seen any?
The only loophole I see in this is that the mandate under which you roll, because even the Electoral Act says you must come under a political party.
Okay.
So the political party is your father. The political party is your mother. You cannot deny your mother. You can deny your mother publicly and say, she is not my mother. But those who know that she's your mother, we always say you have what they call biological ties. And that your umbilical cord is tied to that woman. So the political umbilical cord of Doye Diri is tied to PDP. Therefore, if the law says under section 177 that to qualify to become a governor of a state, you must pass through all this. And one of them is that you must belong to a political party. Now, if you knock off that one of your being partyless, it means that the Constitution, because it's a 4-year mandate, and the mandate that was given to you is for 4 years, that it will be for PDP. That PDP will be the loser if you do not continue without your mandate. It now becomes a situation where there will be substantial loss to the political party. You understand the point? That we are going to lose substantially.
Okay.
Because our manifesto is what brought this man to power, and our party strength is being weakened, as the case may be. So based on that, we urge the Supreme Court to see if they can help us.
Okay, you are trying to create a local standard.
I'm just trying to create. The question now is that local standard I'm trying to create. You understand the point now? Do they have it? Yes, they do.
If they are able to prove that the risk exit,
that's right.
Injure their interest.
You injure their interest.
Okay.
It will now come under the cubic coin. That tells you or takes you to whether PDP as a political party registered is a juristic personality that can be injured. That we now say under fundamental human right that my rights have been breached as a juristic person by losing this governor. So there are so many principles that can go around it.
Okay.
You understand that I have been injured. If you don't want to do that, let him pay us damages.
Okay.
You understand?
All right.
But in my own opinion, I am against what the governors are doing, defection. It's a political gimmick. It is so sad that the social contract you had with the people, you can jettison it. Just like that, midway, midstream, as the case may be, it then means that there's a problem, as the case may be. What am I talking about? There's what we call the social contract. The reason why some people voted for Doye Diri is not because he is the finest man in Bayelsa. They voted for him because he's a PDP member. One of the key factors is that is a PDP man and we love PDP. Whoever PDP brings, we will vote for the person. Ideology. Can Doyedi reject his sin? That contract, just at the whims and caprices, resorting to self-help. That is the question. It's nebulous. You understand? But at the end of the day, it has far-reaching effect. And that is the reason why you see politicians will wake up today. Come and wake us up and let's vote for them. We can't vote for them. The moment they go in there, it becomes a problem.
Okay, all right.
But they don't recognize it anymore.
Okay, now, Barrister, we've talked about the legalese of it, the legal aspect. I would like for us to look at the politics of it all. Now, part of the problems, with holding the Doyedi from moving over to the APC is that his deputy refused to go with him. So, what does the law say about?
It's a joint mandate.
It's a joint mandate.
It's a joint mandate.
Okay.
And let me remind people that why I say it's a joint mandate. Diri was a child of circumstance.
Yes.
And he also was a Supreme Court judge. I put it to him.
Okay.
Why am I saying that? The people of Bayelsa never voted for him. He came second in an election that was not contested like the one we have in Imo State. The people of Bayelsa accepted David Lyon as the person they chose as their governor. Now, somebody went to court and I said, the deputy candidate, affidavit, he did not do, whatever at the Supreme Court to rectify. And technicalities, based on technical whatever, just the spelling in the name, an affidavit, whatever. The man was taken out. And taken out now, they said because it's a joint mandate, David Lyon that was not concerned in the first instance. He never forged his signature. He never forged his name.
He was clean.
He was clean. Why preparing? What form of injustice is that?
You call it injustice?
It's injustice based on technicalities.
Joint ticket.
Wait, I'm talking about the Bayelsa, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying. On the joint ticket, whatever, fable.
So you don't like the idea of a joint ticket?
Why is it so that when a man dies as governor, they say replace him?
Okay, so both of them should have just...
They let him sit. Why is it if it's a joint ticket, when Yaradua died, why did Jonathan not go? Because nature abhors vacuum. So Jonathan had to fill the void. You understand? So if a governor is removed under that particular circumstance, the Nigerian law today for equity, fairness, justice, because there will be no justice until there's fairness and equity. For equity to reign supreme, then you would have said, it's not this man's fault. Let the party remove that man and prosecute him, then replace another person. But you yank off the two. It's like shooting an innocent man because he was found in the house of a friend who's a confirmed armed robber, but the man was innocent. There's a man that said it is better for 1,000 criminals to go scot-free than for an innocent man to be slaughtered. That particular maxim does not hold sway in Nigeria today.
Okay.
It is sad.
Okay, it is very sad according to you.
So you see the Bayelsa one, that is why he does not value the ticket. He can decide to just leave it and throw it because he didn't get it. He got on a platter, not even gold. On a platter of political gold. On a platter of political jurisprudence of the judiciary of Nigeria. The mathematical, equations and equivocations of the judicature of Nigeria, which has promoted injustice against justice a number of times. That is why the Nigerian people keep suffering. And that is why you see there will be no justice in Nigeria here. If there's no justice, there will be no peace. If the judicature cannot dispense justice, is it the military people that dispense justice?
All right, but Barrister, let's move on. I think it's a lot. One of the reasons we hear why there is former defection to the APC, apart from his deputy not wanting to go with him, is also the fact that, look, the horse trading, between Timipre Silva, the former governor, who wants to be governor again, and Henneken Lokobri, 7th Minister of State for Petroleum, they are having difficulties, horse trading, trying to accommodate Doyedu and all of that. And, by the letters of the APC constitution, the moment he moves over to the APC, he becomes the leader of the party in the state.
Yes.
And these people are having problems. They too want to be governor.
Yes.
And I hear that Jonathan is not comfortable with the fact that Diri is moving over to the APC. So all of these things, do you see Diri, digging his own grave, his own political grave? Do you think that he's going to survive the intrigues, associated with his leaving the PDP and moving into a very hostile APC in Bayelsa State? What are his chances of survival?
In a transactional ecosystem firmament, do not underrate a governor that is on the seat in Nigeria. The Nigerian governor is more powerful than the Nigerian president. A Nigerian governor is more powerful than the Malian president. He has more money than them. He has control of resources than them. He has economic power. He has political power. Are you getting my point? So do not underrate an incumbent governor in any Nigerian state in a transactional, belematic, a political ecosystem. What I mean by belematic is the stomach infrastructure. Because it's not polity or politics based on ideology, but politics based on transactions, buying and selling. You call it horse trading. You understand? Politics of lobbying. That is why you see strange bedfellows who quarreled yesterday, they are together again today.
All right.
So I believe that Diri has, if you have the enormous financial chest, you can displace anybody.
The point is this, 1 week after he defected, he's having problems. Does it look like he didn't do due diligence? He didn't make proper consultations? Because like you said, if he's so powerful as a governor, and you said that politics in Nigeria is quite transactional, why didn't he make proper arrangements before?
You think he does not have, you think he didn't make any proper arrangements?
Because that is what it looks like.
No,
now.
you think he didn't make any proper? In this country that we are sitting, people are saying he defected to this. Are you aware that Atiku Abubakar defected from PDP to ACN when he was vice president of Obasanjo?
Yes, but he didn't have this kind of problem.
No, what I'm telling you, it is not because of that Diri does not want to go.
No, it's not as if Diri doesn't want to go.
Yes.
He's having problems getting into APC.
No, that is the way you people see of it. All things are speculations.
They are not.
No, these are speculations.
For more than 1 week.
Yes.
The rumor is that
That is it.
APC itself,
Yes.
the National Organizing Secretary, the Deputy National Organizing Secretary, is a Chiduduru, said, look, we are in consultations. Talks are going on. We are trying to harmonize everything.
So are you think that...
Creating the impression that there's problem.
No. Consultation is what will I get.
So why didn't you do the consultation?
No. You don't understand Nigerian political system. I have played politics. And I still play it.
Is it orchestrating
by 2 a.m. while you are sleeping, people are moving up and down like cockroaches.
Is it orchestrating something that we don't know?
What he's doing is this. He made an offer, for instance. They say no. When you call change your commissioners, we told you before. You said you are giving us, I've agreed. But now, sir, I've agreed to come out, change my commissioners, APC members will be there, but I will not give you 8 that I said before. Let me give you 5. Those are things they are ironing out. You understand? And the second...
I don't have a problem with what they are ironing out.
Let me understand. Can you just be clear to me? Let me understand what you're trying to
I mean is that, why is it that Doyedire was quick to dump the PDP and jump into the APC bandwagon?
See,
and looks like that
do you know how politicians
is leaving him behind now.
See, if you understand, you people play politics outside of the political arena.
Okay.
You see, a politician want to do something, he destabilizes the other opponents and whatever come. If he didn't announce it that time, maybe by now they would have put more stringent. For instance, they would have put a lot of cogs in the wheel. So he took his camp, the other camp, or his enemy camp by surprise, by announcing it before negotiation. It's a strategy.
It looks like they are the one now taking him by surprise.
No,
because it's not working for him.
No, you think it's not working? Let me tell you. No, let me tell you. If he's ready to join APC, and the president sees his electoral value, within the next 24 hours, you hear they announce it.
Okay.
You understand? So what I'm it's a transactional system. Because he has not, officially joined does not mean that he has not joined them. He has not officially announced.
Don't confuse our listeners with
he has not.
Language.
Yes.
The fact that he has not officially joined.
That's right. Does not mean he has not joined them. Yes.
That means he has not joined. In simple grammar. You are not speaking law here.
No, I'm telling you.
You are not speaking law.
No, you understand the point.
But I like another perspective, another angle that you brought to it.
Yes.
Which is the angle of if the president wants him.
Yes.
If the president looks, with the crystal ball and sees his.
The Tinubu is a smart. I describe Tinubu as that Greek god they call Autolycos. Autolycos. That is where the word artful dodger, came. So there's a field they call artful dodger. You can't, if he's here, unfortunately anyway, but I'm not saying the president is that. The artful dodger was an armed robber. You couldn't catch him. He will do some things that before he's gone to the wind. So it's in that mode. He's very smart.
Okay, now, does it look like the presidency or the APC leadership, they are allowing him to float because they don't see much value in Bayelsa State? Apart from the oil resource they have, they don't have population. How many local governments they have? How many? What's their voting strength and all of that? Does it look like, they don't see him as as having political capital to add to the?
They have. Let me tell you, a lot of people make that mistake. Yes, Bayelsa do not have population just like whatever we have. The area Diri comes from, Sagbama area or whatever, Ogbea, as the case may be, and that axis. Their population voting strength is large. And you know why it is good? You know why it is like that? That particular voting strength of that area, in those days in River State election, when you had only one River State,
okay,
it is that particular area votes that determine who becomes governor of River State.
Okay.
It's in Bayelsa now. When you have declared Ikwere, Moha, and the other areas, Ahoda, you understand, no more.
Now, when you say
result.
Now, when you say Ikwere, do you include Obiabo?
All the Ikweres.
And Faga.
They're all of them. Ikweres, Ahoda, Omok people, and the rest of them. They them. The moment they have voted, they have counted their votes, but they are waiting for the votes from the water side. Ogbea, Sagbama. Without those votes, no governor is announced in River State because it determines it. So a governor can come in there and share the other upland, but that particular area is an area that comes in block. You can easily control them.
All right.
You can even contrive them.
Okay, Barrister. I think the Bayelsa issue is
so don't say their voting strength is an insult to us.
Okay.
Yes.
Barrister, I think the Bayelsa story is a developing one. We'll get into it.
It's
we'll
right.
see how it pans out.
Absolutely.
Let's go for a short break. And when we return, we'll talk about the Supreme Court reserving judgment on the suit filed by the PDP governors challenging the declaration of the state of emergency in River State. Join us again. We'll be right back.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is Political Lens. The Supreme Court has reserved judgment in a suit filed by 10 PDP governed states, now 9 because Delta State pulled out of that suit, challenging President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a state of emergency in Rivers State. The case stems from the March 2025 suspension of Governor Sim Fubara, his deputy, and the State House of Assembly, with Tinubu appointing a sole administrator, retired Admiral Ibok Ete-Ibas, to govern the state for 6 months. Well, the PDP states are not questioning the president's general power to declare a state of emergency, but are challenging the legality of suspending elected officials, the governor and the members of the House of Assembly, and installing an unelected administrator in a civilian dispensation. Well, they argue that Tinubu's actions violate the 1999 Constitution and undermine democratic structures. The federal government, through the Attorney General of the Federation, defended the president's actions, citing the severity of the political crisis in Rivers and describing the emergency rule as necessary to restore peace and protect democracy. While the National Assembly also supported the president's stance. After hearing arguments from both sides, the Supreme Court panel, led by Justice Inyang Okoro, stated that judgment has been reserved and will be delivered at a later date to be communicated to the parties involved. Barrister, let's start with you telling us the meaning of judgment has been reserved. Interpret it legally for us. When they say judgment has been reserved, what does that mean?
It's the word, the reservation of judgment.
Okay, like when you reserve,
they will communicate date. They will communicate date to you.
Barrister, you are smiling.
I'm smiling.
Why are you laughing?
I'm smiling because I'm just I'm waiting for the Supreme Court to rule on the suit or to give their judgment. Yes. So when they reserve their judgment, it means that they reserve date. That date will be communicated.
No, but Barrister, we understand
yes.
the English language of it.
Yes.
But what is the legal what are the legal implications?
I don't think there's
are there legal political implications to all of this?
It's a highly volatile octane political landmine. You understand? That will change the narrative. That will change or may change that narrative that has been expanded in under Section 305. So a lot of interest groups are interested. Political interest group, lawyers, intending politicians, future presidents and governors, they are interested in what the Supreme Court will rule, because this is the only court with that power in the land. Now, what that means is that any decision they take there, we have serious effect, negatively or positively, on some people. So ordinarily, you cannot expect that they will just come out and rule without doing some consultations with their books. Don't get me wrong, with their books, authorities, and calling consultants to come and help them prepare their briefs or give them their opinion. Let me use the word. So it's a sensitive, it's going to change the landscape and land whatever of
But Barrister, if I understand the angle that you are coming from, I also know that this case was filed in the life of the state of emergency.
Yes.
So are you telling us that within the 4 months, within the life of the state of emergency, that the Supreme Court justices didn't consult their books, didn't make enough consultations, with legal items?
They do it.
So why are they?
They do it. You see, let me tell you. I am not saying, but I read some books somewhere that say that some of these, if you write in judgments or whatever, justice, yes, number one. But public opinion, perception, adds a little whatever to it. Whether it's going to cause uprising, it's going to cause some problems by your judgment. In Sri Lanka, it's the Supreme Court judgment that created that uprising there. So they are always very careful. That is why you see most of the people at the Supreme Court, it's not that I say about 55-year-old people, being as judges. It should be for sages, people that are politically dead, statesmen. You understand? That is what the Supreme Court should be. For people that are politically dead. Because that is what Abraham Lincoln said. He said the greatest statesman is he that is politically dead. He does not have politics. He is just there for justice. So they have to be very careful. When you are giving judgments, rulings, there are rulings that have turned community upside down. The moment it was delivered, they burned everywhere because some didn't accept it. There are rulings that have been delivered, people get killed. So they have to be very careful.
Okay,
so Section 305 that they are asking the Supreme Court to periscope is deeper than what we think here. It's deeper than what we think here. 2 presidents have manipulated. Let me not even be uncharitable with my words. 2 presidents have used the powers beyond what is expected under the Constitution. Obasanjo did and Tinubu did. And the more they use it, the more ferocious or ferocity the act gathers. Like Obasanjo's own. Jonathan wanted, but somehow they extinguished it. But Tinubu came. There might be another president that will come. Tinubu even did say 6 months. He allows 6 months to pass. He still gives him 6 months, which means he can still extend under 6 months. Another president might enter and also get square at some people. He extends for 1 year.
Okay,
and it becomes a problem. So it's a very sensitive section.
Very sensitive. I like that word, very sensitive. But so while growing up, while in secondary school and at the university level, up onto the level I've gone to, I was always taught that, like the lady lawyer, Justicia, that it is blind. Barrister, isn't the law supposed to be blind? Is it supposed to be at the whims and caprices of society? What people like, what people don't like.
In Africa,
why do we have political judgment?
If you look
when the law is supposed to be blind?
If you look at the statue, Justicia, a lady, is it not so? Yes. Is it a black woman or a white one?
Barrister is a lady.
No, I'm asking you. But I'm going somewhere.
Okay.
In Africa, justice has 4 eyes and they are wide open. If you're talking about justice in the Greek era, in Pontius Pilate time, where the man said, I wash my hands off, whatever the case may be. In Africa, people must know that justice is not justice eyes are so many, so their eyes are open because they are appointed by somebody. He who pays the piper dictates the tune. How will justice not be blind if a sitting governor has a right to nominate who become the CG of the state?
Is there an African thing?
I'm giving you an example.
Okay.
Why will justice eyes not be open? And justice can even eat nkwobi and drink, a beverage. If the president can determine who becomes the CJN of Nigeria. Didn't you see what happened in Rivers State? I was there. The courts were locked for close to a year plus because the governor and the AJC had issues on which will become the CJ of the state. The governor had a candidate, NJC had their candidate. So now, when the governor's man now goes and now becomes the CJ of the state, are you going to tie the man's eye? Is it not through connection, through phone?
All right, but Barrister, we are almost out of time.
So justice the eyes of justice is very wide open, even big Apollo eyes.
Let me ask you, and I would like for you to be very straight, to the point, because we are almost out of time and we still have another topic to cover. As a lawyer, do you think that the president has the powers? Does the Constitution confer him the powers to remove a sitting governor based on declaration of a state of emergency? Straight off.
The president, I've said it a number of times, the president does not have the powers to remove
a sitting governor.
Understood. Because they were both elected.
Okay, now beautiful. Barrister, a magistrate court in Kuje, Abuja has ordered the remand of Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, Aloy Jimako, his brother Prince Emmanuel Kanu, and 10 others for their involvement in the #Free Nnamdi Kanu now protest held in Abuja. They were arrested by the police and charged with inciting disturbance and violating a court order. Well, court documents allege that the group blocked traffic, disrupted public order, and chanted songs demanding the release of the recent IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. The police stated that the protest breached public peace and will be prosecuted accordingly. Well, the incident has heightened tension as it comes ahead of Kanu's scheduled court appearance on Thursday. That's tomorrow. His supporters allege a coordinated effort by state institutions to frustrate his legal proceedings and suppress activism related to his prolonged detention. Barrister Aloy Ejimako was arrested with Kanu's brother alongside 10 other people for protesting #Free Nnamdi Kanu. The police said there was an order stopping them from protesting. Moile Showore says we didn't see any order. We were not served of any order. When you don't serve somebody an order, is that law supposed to be binding on that person?
The point I really don't understand. Police are always quick to enforce orders of this nature with the speed of light and thunder. But when you have other orders waiting for execution, they are slow as a tortoise. So this gives me goose pimples. 2, I will not periscope. I don't know the charge because the police have a number. You see, the Nigerian policeman is the most powerful policeman in the whole world. By that particular section 4, thereabout 24, they gave the Police Act that gives the police. He says, so even if the police is by the street corner drinking alcohol, if his intuition tells you that the man passing through is going to commit a crime, he has the right to call him and say, you are whatever, I suspect you, let's go to our station. That is what they are doing, over seriousness. So when you see police, when police come, they will give you charges. When you get to the police station, that you know that police know more charges than lawyers. They will tell you, they'll go and bring the old criminal code or whatever and put it there, add it and say it's whatever. You go there and defend yourself. The moment they take you to that court, they wash their hands up. It's left for you to go and defend yourself. The second question is this: why do we like for simple offenses, and you say that we are a civilized nation, you detain somebody, you keep the man in a box called cell, as you keep lion or goats inside a particular whatever, waiting when they are to be slaughtered? It is not treason, disturbing public order, etc. Are these not bailable offenses? Are they not supposed for... The police has the right to investigate and do whatever they want to do. But the intrinsic right to protest is embedded in all Nigerians. Apart from that, Section 36 of 5 says that the presumption of innocence. Section 35 talks about liberty. You cannot take it away at your whims and caprices, except the court so say. So why are they taking joy in keeping people behind bars awaiting trial? Why can't they, look at the man and say, okay, they release him on bail, come back on Monday? Why do you do that grandstanding, showing that braggadocio, the Nestorian braggadocio all right, of the average cop in Nigeria? Yeah.
Barrister, let's talk
that is what is happening here.
Let's talk about the politics of it. And I'd like for you to put together a concluding thoughts with this. Were you in support of the protest to release Nnamdi Kanu? Politically, do you think it will have any impact?
It's not going to have any impact, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Okay. Because if it's going to have impact, we don't even need to have people begin to be on the street protesting.
Okay, all right, Barrister.
Because we have said it a number of times that in Nnamdi Kanu's case, in my opinion, needs a political solution than legal.
Right, Barrister, I think we'll expand this conversation by next week, Wednesday, and I hope to have you then. Well, I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister.
Thank you so much.
Adams. This would be a good place to anchor this conversation. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Always a pleasure.
Intellectually engaging.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Political lens.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bus manager, South engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues within the Nandom. Stay with us and don't go away. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise,
The truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. So, shout out to VOP TV.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every try. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we live, let the world ignite.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padaputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome. My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of The Issues, we'll be looking at the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Afenifere faulting federal government's constitution review and calling for true federalism, to Kano being ready to defend self as court grants private meeting with legal team. Also, Kuka, Sultan differ on U.S. moves to redesignate Nigeria over religious freedom concerns. We'll delve into the implications of these stories on Nigeria's political landscape and more. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. After this short break, we will dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Afenifere has criticized the federal government's ongoing constitutional review process, describing it as unrealistic and politically motivated. Speaking during a television interview, the director of research for the Afenifere Group, Akin Fapohunda, faulted the plan to amend the 1999 Constitution in about 74 places and alter 83 clauses within 6 months, saying the process lacks genuine intent to address Nigeria's structural challenges. According to him, the national and state assemblies lack the capacity to process such extensive changes before the next election. He also accused the political class of using the amendment exercise to pursue selfish interest, including proposals to create 46 new states for access to security votes and public funds. Fapohunda dismissed the current calls for state police as inadequate, instead advocating for complete decentralization and a new federal structure. He proposed that Nigeria adopt 2 distinct constitutions, one for the federal government and another for the 6 geopolitical zones to reflect regional peculiarities. He further recommended reducing the 68 items on exclusive legislative list to 12, devolving the rest to the zones. According to him, true federalism would reduce political tension in power regions to manage their resources and restore balance in governance. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Joining us virtually is Dr. Eric Obi-Thomas, a public affairs analyst. He's also a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Dr. Eric.
Welcome.
Okay, so let's start with you. What do you think that Afenifere means by calling the federal government's constitutional amendment plan cosmetic?
Yes, it is, because it is very surprising that Alhaji Tinubu finds himself in this situation. He's heading a government where people are now faulting devolution of power, something that we thought he believed in. Constitutional amendment. We thought he believed in it when he was out of power, when he was not in power. But today he is there, and he is now doing something different from what all of us looked at. We all know what is happening. Everybody is rushing to this central government thing. We have said decentralize the government, and devolution of power is simple. Every region should be in control of whatever resources it has. And now you are hearing other things. They say they want to create 46 states. Please, even the 36 we have now, are we managing them well? No. That is not what he should do. Just like what Afenifere said, it was very simple. Now they have now left what they are supposed to do. And again, 6 months is not enough for this. That's it. I'm not answering your question. Why Afenifere thinks it's not realistic. I hope you are with me.
Yes, I'm with you. You can go ahead.
Good. These are not constitutional reform, changes and reforms. They are not. It's not something you wake up overnight and do. Because it involves all the 36 state assemblies and then the National Assembly. You know how these things take place, how it happens. And then Nigerians should come and talk and all that. So it cannot work because the time is short, 1. 2, they are not even there. What are we doing with 46 states? When even most states now are not, they are not even surviving. Unless they go cap in hand to Abuja. So these are the things we are talking about. And when you are talking about state police and regionalism, we all know when Alex Ekweme brought out this issue of 6 zones, which is helping us today, we know what it means. And we know that this constitution is even faulty. It's a military constitution. We all know that from time. So the thing is, Afenifere is very right. We need time. They have to be more sincere about it. And of course, this is not the first time we're even hearing about constitutional reform. About just time they did it, nothing happened. Jonathan's time and Jonathan Yaradwa's time, they did it. They all danced over it, and the other government came. Not what is it? So why didn't they go back to what had been there before? You know, this Justice something led, I can't remember his name, sorry, led a committee that brought out one of the best way of approaching our constitutional reform. They are not doing it. Everybody comes and does what will suit them. So to have another 46 governors added to 36. So you know what that means. You can even do mathematics. Even US does not have such a thing. So I think it's all fast.
Okay. While you were talking, you mentioned something about state police, although you didn't land on that thought. But I'm going to ask you, one of the things that Fapo Hunda is saying is that state police, he's saying that the current calls for state police is inadequate. Do you also share that view?
Yes. Because if you are going to do a state police, the concept of state police, if you can even have, what is a police? You can even have local government police. You can even have, what is it called? Area police, like a metropolitan police. That one is not a problem. What they are saying is that the federal government should hands off. They have not told us that. They should hands off so many things. They should concentrate on the central things, currency, security. No, not even security. No. Federal government has no business with school, with road construction. All this is foreign affairs policies they should be talking about, currency. And what are they saying? All these state police they are talking about, federal government still wants to have a central police. What do they do with all those ones? So I think the state police, the way they are talking about it is not going to help anybody at all. It's not the way the federal government is looking at it. It's not correct. It's not right.
Okay.
It is not right at all. I think I accept. I agree with Afenifere, and Afenifere had been very consistent. They have not changed, and all along they have been telling us what to do, and the government is not doing it, and we still go back and forth.
Okay, we'll come back to you later. Let's come to you, Dr. Peter. Can constitutional amendment deliver real change without first, agreeing on federal structure?
The issue is this. I have said it, and I will keep on saying it. What we have in the National Assembly is children in adult bodies. That is what we have in the National Assembly. Children in adult bodies. Imagine, instead of a creation of more states, we should be talking about merging states. Understand me? We should be talking about states merging. Just because in the country today, we don't have up to 6 states that are self-sustaining. We don't have up to 6 states that are viable. So, now for me, I would say, let the viable states acquire, or the way business is done, acquiring liabilities. Understand me? Let the viable states acquire the some states are just like what they call scrap. Understand? There are states that cannot function without allocation from Abuja. There are states like that, but not really that they cannot function, but because the Constitution has tied their hands at their back. Because there's no state in the country that doesn't have something under its feet that can sustain it. But because of the type of constitution because of the unitary constitution that we are running in this country, because of the totalitarian system of government. That's everything for the center. So the issues, so creating any additional state except one in the southeast to bring it at par with the other states is pure madness.
So why would you be calling for a state to be created in the southeast when you're saying there should be no states created? Do you really think...
I said to bring it at par with the other states.
But
other political zones have 60 states except southeast. Okay. Understand me? So if any state should be created at all, it should be from the southeast to bring it up to six like the other states. So now imagine now we are having 109 senators, and you create 46 more states. You are having about 140 something more senators. In 36 states, we are having about 369 House of Assembly members. You are going to have that times 2, which means all the country resources will be used for payment of salaries of senators and House of Assembly, House of Representative members. You now have 46 state House of Assembly, 46 governors, and you tell me that these people are thinking. A 6-year-old child cannot even think like this. A 6-year-old child cannot think like this. So instead of this constitution, resource control has given you all you need. Understand me? Resource control has given you all you need. Understand? Definition of powers have given you all you need. Changing from a unitary system of government, because what Agui Rossi created in 1966 is what we are still running up to today. Democracy does not mean wearing a suit and abada. Democracy simply means development. Another name for democracy is development, because a general can still wear suit. A general can still wear abada. So what we have now is generals wearing suit and abada.
Okay, so let me take it from there. Okay, so, there have been many calls for restructuring. We've had many persons come out for restructuring.
And Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the one that was leading this call for restructuring
so
when he was in the opposition.
Why do you think that this has remained elusive despite, this multiple amendment attempts since 1999? Why are we still stuck?
Because there's no political will to achieve it. That is now favors the politicians. Understand me? It favors Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So that's why he has dropped the call for resource control. He has dropped the call for restructuring.
So how do you think it favors him? If you say, how do you think it favors him if you say that dropping the amendment calls or dropping
it has made him a pharaoh. It has made him a tyrant. It has made him a pharaoh. It has made him the all-powerful. He hates other people being pharaoh. Understand? Because it was not favoring him. It was not him. Now he is now in that position. He is now in that position. So he doesn't want his powers to be whittled down. That's exactly what is going on. And that's what we call the political law of gravity. People complaining when they were in the opposition, but doing worse when they are in power.
Okay. Let's come to you, Dr. Eric. Do you think that Nigeria should consider a new constitution, entirely new constitution, instead of these endless amendments to the 1999 version that we have?
That question is just a straightforward question. Amendment of constitution is still a new constitution. Once the constitution is amended and something new, it's automatically new. Except you are saying new in the sense that we should talk about the type of government that is instead of presidential, whether we should go back to
yes, that's what
parliamentary. I mean. Is that the question you're asking?
Like something totally new, like not like we are refurbishing what we have, something totally new away from what we have at the moment.
But still based on presidential?
Yes.
Still based on presidential?
Yes.
Well, to me, in the first place, we are not even matured to practice presidential government, first and foremost. We just did something like our fathers were the British people, then probably mother would be British, then father America. That was what we have just done. When they were changing to this presidential government, a system of government, everybody was just crazy about it. Oh, US. We are there now, we're not doing well. You cannot give all powers to an African like it's done in presidential government and presidential system. That's why we're having the problems. If it is parliamentary, there's more devolution. The prime minister is there. The president is there. So that would have been better. But if you say we should go to a new constitution, our problem is not new or old constitution. Our problem is, are people actually ready to practice and be sincere? Our politicians are not. Even if you bring a total new constitution, are you with me?
Yes, I am.
Hello?
I can hear you. Can go ahead.
Yes, new constitution and all that. These operators will still make it impracticable. So even this one we're practicing now, if people are sincere about it, it could still work. If a president knows that what is there is not for him to amass power, to accumulate, to intimidate, they are not going there and getting and rigging election and all that. And the society also, the problem is even with the electorate. Electorates have been so fractionalized into ethnic groups, religion, little of politics this way. The main problem we have now is ethnicity and religion. And once you have a fractionalized society like that, whatever constitution you bring may not work. So I don't see anything like brand new constitution or new different type of governmental system or no. The point is that let people be sincere, let the electorate hold their leaders accountable. Once we begin to hold our leaders accountable, it's a different thing. Look at what is happening in Cameroon today. Cameroon, somebody lost election completely. A man who cannot even pronounce his name is winning the election, and they have been tinkering on it. I think people are still on the streets now. Very soon now you hear they are killing. So that is why we are saying, I don't believe in brand new constitution when the people who are going to operate it still remain primitive the way they are now. Yes, I deliberately use the word primitive because if you are not primitive, you should be thinking of development, and development means allowing things to work the way it should work. Look at this, Alhaji Tinubu now is there, and he cannot do. I thought that by now his first action in the first 2 years will be this structural activity that is devolution of the system, so that everybody will take charge of whatever he's taking charge of. But he's there now. Look at him. He's now trying to play politics on it. He will be there and go, and that person will do the same thing. I should say that electorates, Nigerians should rise and hold leaders accountable. That's the only way. And let us forget about religion. Let us have ethnicity. When we do that, even if we are practicing Judaism or whatever constitution, I know Judaism is religion. Let's even turn Judaism into a constitution. It will work. But what we are doing now, it can never help us. Our problem is not the constitution. Our problem is the operators and even the electorates who see things and they cannot talk. They cannot hold people accountable. If electorates are in this country, we are very docile. If these electorates are actually living up to expectation in this country, I am sure by now our leaders will have been very careful. They are watching Alhaji Tinubu now amassing power, becoming a tyrant. He's a dictator. Of course, that one is very clear. Now, God knows what he's telling all these governors that are decamping, although I don't even bother about that. They can decamp. When the time comes, they will soon break up. They are now starting Bayelsa State to see what it is. When a ship is overloaded, what happens? It sinks. So they are overloading APC, and when the crack comes, it will be an explosion. Okay. So, but back to what you are saying, the constitution, the type of government and constitution is not our problem.
Okay.
It is these people who are operating it. So even if you bring a brown constitution, when we don't have the repentance of doing things well, it will still not work.
Okay.
I think that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Peter, I'm going to ask you this, but I'm going to ask you, one of the things Dr. Eric said, he talked about the electorate being one of our problems, like Nigerians are not doing what they should do, or are not taking laws into, not like laws into their hands, of course, but their destinies into their hands. But before you get to answer that question, you made mention while you were talking earlier, and you said, talked about the situation making President Tinubu a tyrant. Can you just throw more light on that? How has he really become, how has this situation made him a tyrant, before you answer the next question?
Nigerians complain when the system is not favoring them. Understand? We are a very jealous, envious set of people. So Tinubu has gone to court for resource control. Tinubu has gone to court to restructure this country. Because why? It was not favoring him. He was jealous of the enormous powers that the president was weighing. Understand? He said, no, this is too much. We should restructure. Power should go back to the states. Devolution. Understand me? So he is now on the saddle. They say if they put sugar in your mouth, will you spit it? Understand? So he is now enjoying it. That's why he has forgotten the activism that he had done in the past. He had forgotten the protests that he has sponsored in the past, the protests that he has participated in the past, because now he is now on the saddle. He is now enjoying it. Understand me? So that is the nature of man. Then for us, our problem is not the system of government that we are running. That's not the problem with this country. Our problem is human beings. Our problem is Nigerians, our crookedness. That is the problem. Bring the best system of government and give to a Nigerian, he will mess it up. So it is not the kind of system that we are operating. It is the human element, the human factor, the human angle. That's the problem that we are having. Democracy is working everywhere in the world. Before I walked into this studio, I was reading the history of Croatian president between 1912 to 2011 to 2015. It's a woman. What she did, understand? A woman, when she came on board, she sold the country's presidential jets. She sold the luxury cars, Mercedes cars that the ministers were using. He said no bonus to ministers and diplomats. He reduced his own salary to 30%, so that it will be the same with the public servants. She said when the other people said, let us borrow money from World Bank, she said, instead of they will borrow, let them die. that they will not borrow to survive, rather they will borrow to build. This is a woman. That they will not borrow to survive, as Tinubu is doing now. Rather, they will borrow to build. That's borrow and invest. It is her history that I was reading before walking into this studio. So our problem is not the system of government, it is the human beings that are operating those systems.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your submission there. Let's move on. The legal battle of detained IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu is taking a new twist as he informed the Federal High Court in Abuja that he's ready to open his defense. The development came just hours after Omoyele Sowore led protests across parts of the capital demanding his release. Recently declared medically fit to stand trial, Kanu filed a motion stating that he would personally testify, disclosing 23 witnesses, including General Theophilus Danjuma, Governors Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Hope Uzodinma, and FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, while requesting 90 days to conclude his defense. He assured the court of his full cooperation, insisting that justice must not only be done, but must also be seen to be done. Ahead of the defense, Kanu held a private consultation with Agabi and his legal team. The closed session, which lasted for some hours, was approved by Justice James Omotosho as part of preparations for the defense to open its case on October 23. The judge also granted Kanu 6 consecutive days to present and close his defense and an accelerated hearing. Let's come to you, Dr. Eric. What do you think about this new development? You know, Kanu coming out to say that he's ready to defend himself, he's open for defense. What do you think about this development?
I have first of all said Nnamdi Kanu's case. There was a time I decided I wouldn't be talking about it. I also said I don't even want to hear anything about it. But federal government had made it an issue that those of us who believe in human dignity, who believe in rule of law, have to now step in. If, as at the time, they arrested him and then extradited him from Kenya there, and they started the trial sincerely and diligently. I also said it. I've said this in many fora. Sincerely and diligently. Let us know whether he's guilty or not. The way it is. We won't be talking all these things. What we'll be talking about, okay, the trial is going off well, and then probably they will have concluded it. The zeal with which they went to do all the things they did to bring the man here, even against the international law. I'm not holding brief from Nnamdi Kanu. I have my own area of beef with him. Ordering people, making things that should have been that have human face, making it become the way it is in the East. People cannot go there. People are, no, let us do that. I'm not going there. I am looking at the human rights of individuals. What they did, if Kenyan president was proud of what he did, why is he denying it? Why would you do what you don't do? But that's by the way. Now, the issue of trial. I've just said a few minutes ago that if Nigeria electorates or citizens know their rights, government will not be behaving the way they are behaving. Who told you that Omoyele's protest did not make meaning? It impacted. Everybody is now conscious. Oh, that the police use tear gas and all those are just face-saving things. The young man did very, very well. He has brought up awareness, even if it was only him. And then that's why they cannot open up this thing for him. Okay, let us expedite effort and then do the trial. So they are doing it. Fine. Everything that we work towards going through the normal legal process, I am in support. You have to be convicted before you are. They talk about amnesty, this release. You can't release a case of somebody who is in the court easily like that. Even though the president has the prerogative, but there must be other conditions around it. Let them try him, let them speeding up the trial. Okay. The man has been in detention for maybe about 5 years now. They will take the case and turn it this way and turn it. Now he's ready to defend himself. Yes, let him go ahead and defend himself. Let everybody be sincere. Let the judiciary stay as arbiter. Okay. They are third party. Nnamdi versus the federal government. The judiciary should be in the center. They should not take sides. I am not supporting. I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu just because of the way he was going about his activism. But is it activism? I will even talk about. I don't think that's activism. But now he's being tried for terrorism, and the judges should also know that that's a very serious sin. When somebody is tried for terrorism and many things that could eventually lead to maybe life imprisonment or even capital punishment, they should be very careful. They should not consider things that are not legal about it. That's all I can say about that. But as for him defending himself, now we can now see that the process has now taken its course. Something they have been. Why were they waiting since? Why didn't they allow them to move up to that point? This justice will come and remove his hand. Oh, I'm not doing again. That was a pointer that there was a deliberate way, a deliberate plan to keep the man there, silence him. Yes. Okay. So let them do the prosecution. Okay,
let's leave it there for now. Let's come to let's leave it there. We'll come back to you. Let's come to you, Dr. Peter. So what one of the things that he has done, or one of the things he has said, he has mentioned some witnesses, and he's going to be calling some persons or some dignitaries like Danjuma or Wike, and what's the strategy for naming those people as his witnesses?
Excuse me. This is just what is happening there is a jamboree. Understand? Nothing. No, I'm ashamed of Nigerian courts. I'm very, very ashamed of Nigerian courts. I want to start from Kenya. One, Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in Nairobi and detained. Understand? He was detained there for more than 10 days in Kenya. So William Ruto will not say that he's not aware that Nnamdi Kanu was under arrest in Kenya. He cannot deny that he was not aware that Nnamdi Kanu was in detention in Kenya. But one good thing, we have a God of justice. The people who conspired to bring Nnamdi Kanu back to Nigeria are dying already. The people that brought their private jets and bring money to go and bring Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria, and the others are dying already, and they'll continue to die. They are dying already, and they'll continue to die. So the issue is this: Nnamdi Kanu defending himself. They know that federal government is tired of this case, because if you arrest a suspect, take him to court, and he say he cannot afford a counsel, government will give him a counsel. Government will give him a lawyer, because they know that you cannot defend yourself in court. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. So for Nnamdi Kanu to say that he's ready to defend himself, and I don't know if James Omotosho has accepted it. Understand? It shows that in court that what is known as diligent prosecution. There's what is known as diligent prosecution. So federal government has failed on that. So what they are doing now is just a jamboree. There's no way Kanu, Agabi, and all Ejimako, all they have to do is to call their witnesses. There's no way Nnamdi Kanu can go and stand there and start defending himself. It doesn't happen. So that shows you that that the federal government is tired of this case.
Of course. Well, tomorrow is when his first hearing will start, October 23. That is when he's supposed to appear in court.
And
So let's wait to see what will happen tomorrow.
As a suspect, he will be on the dock.
Exactly.
Understand me? And you don't defend yourself on the dock. You cannot even cross-examine your prosecutor. It's your lawyer that should do that, not you.
But one of his lawyers has been remanded at the moment.
Kanu Agabi.
Yeah, no, Kanu Agabi is his lawyer, but I'm still just saying that one of his lawyers, Ejimako, has been remanded.
He has more than 14 lawyers. So he cannot even do cross-examination.
Okay.
So it simply shows that the federal government, even Omot or Shaw, is tired.
Okay, what would you say? You know, of course, we hope to have like a closure to this Kanu's case, when this hearing starts and all that. But what would you think the implications if he's found acquitted or found guilty? What do you think would be the implications?
Or the judge should decide that. Understand me? I cannot speak for the judge. All I know is that Nnamdi Kanu is innocent of this case. Nnamdi Kanu is innocent of this case. So let those who say that Nnamdi Kanu told them to go and kill, let them go to court and say they killed because Nnamdi Kanu told them that to go and kill. Because I also listened to Nnamdi Kanu broadcast. I never killed anybody. Understand me? I didn't go and burn any house. I didn't go and kill anybody. So let somebody come to the court and say he listened to what Nnamdi Kanu said. And what Nnamdi Kanu said made him to go and kill somebody.
Okay, it's a fine place to leave that particular issue. Okay, let's move on. The Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Matthew Kulka, has appealed to the United States government not to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, warning that such a move could undermine ongoing efforts to address insecurity and religious tensions. Speaking at the launch of the Aid to the Church in Need 2025 report on religious freedom held in Vatican City, Kulka noted that while acts of impunity persist, the current administration under President Bola Tinubu has shown willingness to rebuild confidence among citizens. He argued that redesignating Nigeria as a CPC would complicate ongoing dialogue between religious leaders and the government, increase suspicion and embolden perpetrators of violence. Kulka also criticized past U.S. administrations for blocking Nigeria's access to weapons during the fight against Boko Haram, urging President Donald Trump to support Nigeria's efforts to end extremist violence and restore peace. Meanwhile, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Said Abubakar III, has dismissed claims of genocide against any religious group in Nigeria, insisting that no such acts have occurred under the watch of traditional rulers. The Sultan challenged anyone making such allegations to provide verifiable evidence. He further cautioned Nigerians against believing unverified information on social media, describing it as a major source of misinformation, and called for government regulation of online platforms. Let's come to you first, Dr. Eric. What do you think about this call by Bishop Kulka? He's saying that the U.S. should not redesignate Nigeria as a CPC nation.
Well, you can see that two of them are talking on religious grounds. Again, I'm one person that have always not believed in the things that religion is doing in this country. Just like I talked about Nnamdi Kanu's case. So also I talk about religion because it pains me why we should spend our time talking religion. And it becomes a national issue. Religion should be a private thing. In the first place, government should not fund religion. Whatever religion you want to take, go ahead. It shouldn't be part of our talk. You see, when people ask me questions about religion, I only try to manage my temper or my mood, like I'm trying to do now. Please, I may not answer your question the way you want it. What I see is that religion should be a private thing. Government should not go into it. It shouldn't be something that government should sit down and say, this religion, nobody should go to pilgrimage with government fund. Go on your own. If you are in any religion, do it as a private thing. Who has religion helped? What has happened in this country and in Africa, in the world, is that religion is an opium of society. Many people are dying and many people are killing themselves. Who has seen God? From religion, you see scams. From religion, you see, why will government be interested in religion? That is the question. Must we bother who is the president, whether you are Muslim, Christian, pagan, or African tradition? Well, it does not have anything to do. So please, I want to actually excuse myself from talking about religion.
Okay, but this is not really a discussion on religion. This is more about the attacks or the conflicts we've had, the attacks that we've had. You know, of course, we already know that the US government has said that Christians are being targeted. You know, but of course, the Sultan has also come out to say that no religion in particular is being targeted. You know, this is more about the attacks. This is more about, not really about religion per se. So I don't think.
Okay, let me get to there. You see, if you don't have a bias about any religion, you won't be talking about it. You will say, if people are attacked, you will say, XY number of Nigerians were killed, were attacked. XY number of Nigerians were attacked here, were attacked. You will even say mosque or church, but let me come to what you are saying. And that's why I'm talking about religion. If the religion connotation is not there, there will be no exchange of, there will be no opposing view between the bishop and then the sultan. But let me take the way you are saying now, from where you've said now in terms of religion. Yes, there was a time in this country, churches were attacked. Let us not shy away from that. But at a stage, it moved from churches to everywhere. Even mosques were attacked. So I cannot sit down here now and say, on the whole, a particular religion was being attacked.
Okay.
I will not say that.
Okay, let's leave
what
it
happens
for
to
now.
Muslims happens to Christians and everybody. That is not.
Okay.
Please, please, journalists, you should try and emphasize this religion thing. Tell Nigerian government they should stay away from government. From a religious matter. Religion should be a private and individual thing.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'll come back to you. Okay, let's come to you, Dr. Peter. What do you think will be the diplomatic and economic implications if the U.S. decides today to redesignate Nigeria as a country of concern?
Well, it means that we are being shut out of the space. Understand me? That's what it means. We are being shut out of the space. It's just like Iran that is now under sanction, because you cannot be designated country of particular concern. I will be expecting aids coming to Nigeria. But the truth is that government and religion are the two weapons that the rich has fashioned against the poor. These are the two weapons that the rich have been using since the beginning of time, that to keep the poor poorer and themselves richer. Government, politics, religion. And as Obi Thomas, there was no contradiction between Sultan and Kuka. Both of them said the same thing. Understand? There's no particular religion is being targeted in the country. Do you understand that? I know of a time when that should be around 2006-7 when there were killing Christians in the north in the churches. At that time, the national secretary, the general secretary of Ohanes and Nibu, Achuzie, said that since they have started attacking Christians in the churches, that they should stop going to church. Let them stay in their house, so that let those people now come to their house. We now know that it is Igbos that they are targeting, because in the church everybody goes to church, so we cannot say that Igbos are being targeted. Understand? So the issue at a point in time in Nigeria, Christians were being attacked in the north, but it has changed. It's now everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Eric, can we have your final thoughts on the issues that we've discussed today before we go?
Yeah, the first issue we discussed was the issue of constitutional reform and all that. We are saying that citizens should be vigilant, and then let us drop the issue of where you come from, ethnicity, religion, and maybe politics too.
Okay.
And let government be sincere in what they are doing. And the areas people say no, government should amend. Then in terms of Nnamdi Kanu, I'm saying the trial, government should just be sincere. The judges should be in the center, and then look at the cases on their different merits. If the man is not found guilty, you decide and acquit him, and let there be peace.
Because of
whatever
time, we'll have
to
to stop there. Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Peter, can you quickly...
On the number one, instead of state creation, we should be talking of merging states.
Okay.
Understand? On Nnamdi Kanu is innocent. He didn't commit any offense. They should allow him, they should discharge and acquit him, let him go.
Okay.
Then on this issue of genocide against Christians, federal
government.
There's no attack on any particular denomination or sect. And instance, in a bus carrying 20 people, they have Christians and Muslims in that. So no particular religion is being targeted in Nigeria as we speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us today. Thank you, Dr. Eric, and thank you, Dr. Peter, for being a part of being a part of the issues today. That's all for today's episode on the issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics, reconciliation efforts, and of course, electoral governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay safe. I am Nnenna Ndamdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh yeah, the rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's always a pleasure to have you hang out with us. I mean, from Mondays to Fridays like this. This is the midweek edition, and I'm so glad to have you, like I said. So this is where we get to tell you all things topical, all things trending. And of course, I'm not flying solo. I got my co-anchor here who looks like he's about to fly to somewhere. I do not know where. But hey, hello, sir.
I don't know, sir. Who's flying?
You look like you were going to fly to somewhere. I don't know. Are you trying to fly somewhere?
Well, no, good evening, Vivian, and good evening to our viewers. It's good to be here. It's the midweek edition.
Yeah, so if someone just joined in for the very first time, you're going to introduce yourself, yeah?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm Ikechukwu Agbak.
All right, guys. So if this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. Without further ado, let's get this show on the road. Today's first hashtag is a continuation from where we stopped yesterday. We Okay, we almost played a video of the Senate deliberating on slamming a life sentence on pedophiles. We didn't get to play the video and we didn't get to talk much of it. But it looks like this game, really, or this move by the Senate is garnering support by the online. There's so much chatter about it, and some people are saying for the first time, well done, Senate. I did not know I was going to see the day where some Nigerians will applaud the lawmakers, but they're saying, well done. But some also, you're going to be watching a video in a short while. During the deliberation, it was noted that there were very few. I'm like, what's happening? Where are all the other lawmakers and all of that? So without much ado, though, let me take you to X. We'll take a look at a post first, and then we'll play the video for you. Now, you be patient, right? The video is a little bit long so that you can have a feel of the deliberation and how it went from 20 years to life imprisonment. Now, let's have that screenshot on again, shall we? Thank you. Yaba Left Online says, Senate passes bill mandating that henceforth in Nigeria, any man or woman who engages in sexual intercourse with a minor, that's a child, will face life imprisonment with no option for fines. This happened yesterday. The video you're about to watch is called the National Assembly TV. Take a look, guys.
Of a minor should be different from that of rape. For a minor, this is a kid who is not capable of consenting or otherwise, and whose life can be destroyed almost permanently. Those involved in defilement should suffer greater punishment. I propose that it should be 20 years if you defile an underage. Because I've seen cases of boys and girls under 10 years old, 5 years old, defiled by adults.
You have proposed that for minors, defilement should carry 20 years. Any seconder?
Yes, sir.
Yes. A more severe one. There's a motion. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion, ably moved by Senator Adam Oshomba.
For minors.
For minors. That the penalty should be 20 years instead of 10 years.
20 years.
20 years.
Imprisonment.
I say second.
And no option of fine.
No option of fine.
Senator Aledo, you wanted to say something?
I wanted to propose a more stiffer punishment for defilement. Life imprisonment. Because in other climes, actually it's life imprisonment. In fact, a capital punishment. Particularly in India, Pakistan, and what have you, it's capital punishment. But here we can reduce it to life imprisonment.
DSP, the motion was on 20 years, but the counter motion is on life imprisonment.
Mr. President, we don't have that in our rules. Once there's a motion, somebody seconds, then it will be put to vote. If he fails, then he can raise his own motion. We don't have this. It's alien to our rules.
Okay, but we bear in mind.
It's alien.
We bear in mind that he has a counter motion.
You can do that, but he knows he's an experienced legislator. He knows at this point you cannot change this. You should put a vote, defeat it, then you bring forward his own motion.
Okay, those in support that defilement of minors should carry 20 years imprisonment in the act, say aye. Those against say nay. Okay, so that is the video. Yes, you can now move. Your mic.
Imprisonment.
So in this case, it doesn't matter whether it is a woman or a man that does the defilement. The most important thing is that if a woman lures a minor to defile, life imprisonment. If a man lures a minor to defile, life imprisonment. Any seconder, Olamileko, because you feel very strongly about this. You are going to make sure that nothing like that happens in Ogun State.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. Adeola Solomon Olamilekon. I rise to second the motion assembly moved by Senator Adamu Alero. I so second.
Yes. Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that any defilement of a minor in Nigeria henceforth should carry life imprisonment. Those in support say aye. Aye. And those against say nay. They are not here. But is there any option of fine? No option of fine. So the motion is carried.
Defilement of a minor should be different from that of rape.
Gosh, that was quite a discussion, yeah. 20 years was what Senator Chairman gunning for when after the Senate President was saying those who are against or for, yea, nay, nobody said no. But yea, all of them said yes. And Nigerians are saying for the first time the Senate is really the Senate and this is what they would like to see henceforth. Right? There are a couple of reactions, or just one. I just picked it, you know, so you have a look at it. It's just very funny. But most people really were in support of this. Let's take a look at the reaction. So, Okaka Odumodu, that's a mouthful. He said, is there the option of presidential pardon? Ikechukwu, this is hilarious, yeah? You know why he's saying this? Because of what's been happening. Yeah. Though the fact that this particular presidential pardon list that's been very controversial is in the review process right now. And it is, according to a grapevine, and some sources really have come out to say that some names on that list might be dropped. But what do you make of this hashtag, though? It is garnering support by the day online.
So, as this yesterday when you talk about this, when you first talk about this, I just started thinking, and you know, it reminded me of I mean, by the way, my dad is a lawyer, so yeah. Oh, so it reminded, I get it now. What did you get now? So it reminded me of an incident, right, a couple of years ago, about this something around this
pedophilia.
Yes, pedophilia, and we were having a conversation, and that conversation was about, you know, child bride in the north. And then there's a section of Nigerian Constitution, section 29, subsection 4B, that says if a woman is married, she's deemed to be of full age. Now there's a case of pedophiles sentenced to life in prison. So which means if someone marries a child, does it mean that this law is barring them from actually marrying?
So we must now know what a minor or who a minor is. The age limit. You know who a pedophile, I mean, it must be like someone who is helpless and does not know anything.
So minor
so we must
is
also know,
underage.
Yeah, we must also know the difference between customs, you know, in the north, as well as what the Constitution allows. So, but what the Islamic laws allow and all of that.
But the Constitution is supposed to be ground.
That
is supposed to be everything.
That is deep waters I would now like for us to delve into right now. I would like for us to bring an expert to discuss it. Yeah. On that note, we move on to the next hashtag now, which is actually, let's take a look at it now, hashtag 2027. There was an event in Lagos yesterday, and APC chieftains gathered, and one among them was a standout. He stood out, really, talking about the former governor of Lagos State, Ambode. Now, people are saying, gosh, it looks like Ambode is together with the president once again. You don't know why people are skeptical about it, yeah? Because once upon a time, Ambode looked like he was kicked out of office by the... he used to be the leader of the APC, he's now the president and all. But he said it wasn't him, it was, you know, chieftains of the party. But hey, let me bring you back to what I'm talking about. So the chieftains of the APC gathered together, including the governor of Lagos State, Jide Sanwo-Olu, to say, Mr. President, it is you we are endorsing for 2027. So netizens were like, who else would you endorse? I mean, this is your godfather and all of that. But hey, they also pointed out the fact that Ambode is back into the fold. So I'll just play the video for you, and then we'll take a look at the reactions. Here we go. Hashtag 2027.
And by unanimous decision, which we are going to ask somebody to move and somebody to second, that all of the representatives of the stakeholders on this stage have come to the conclusion that he, President and Commander-in-Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu, should present himself by the General House here as stakeholders in Lagos State APC for him to return as our President. I will ask one of our traditional rulers to move, and I will ask the Speaker of the Lagos State National Assembly to show second, so that it is an inclusive conversation here. Yes, sir.
On behalf of the traditional rulers in Lagos State, I, Kabiru Adewale Sotobi, the Ayonkuni of Ikorodu, èmi tí mo ti jọba tí mo ti gbọ́ba mi tí mo ń forí adé sọ lẹ́yìn wípé we in Lagos State we endorse President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to go for the second time. So I move. In view of the submission of the stakeholders and motion does moved by our Royal Majesty of Ikorodu, I hereby second the motion on behalf of my colleagues from Lagos State House of Assembly and the people of Lagos State. I so second.
Ṣé kó dúró complete tàbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? Ìdúró yìí dẹ̀ ni pé gbogbo wa láti mú irinṣẹ́ tàbí ṣiṣẹ́ ní APC tó jẹ́.
Lagos APC Stakeholders Forum. Vote of confidence for Mr. President, as they said. I don't know if Ikechukwu wants to talk about this before we take a look at the reactions. Oh, how did Dr. Adedayo Kayode say it? You respond to stuff, you don't react to it. Let's take a look at how people are responding to this particular hashtag online, and before Ikechukwu gives us his peace of mind, really. Shall we? Let's do it. Jubril Egawat says, all Lagos State APC stakeholders, led by the governor of the state, Jide Sanwo-Olu, together with the former governors of Lagos State, Babatunde Raji Fashola. I didn't see him, but of course he was there. SAN, Akinwumi Ambode, former governor, yeah. Honorable Minister of Education, Tunji Alaosa, on behalf of ministers, state party executives, state executive council, governors advisory council. It was the GAC, according to President Tinubu, when he was the leader of the APC, that wanted Ambode gone. Yeah, that GAC. Lagos traditional rulers, local government chairmen, Lagos senators, Lagos House of Reps members, marketmen and women, and all of the above. They gathered together to ask for a second term of President Tinubu. Let's take a look at the next post now, reactions now. Lord Israel says the whole Eleko beach from Eleko inside till Lekki Seaport doesn't have light for more than 5 years in Lagos. Okay, he thought to bring that to the notice of these people that are saying, hey, let's do it again. Jagulabi of Lagos says the same Ambode that's the darling of emergency lovers of Lagos. Do you know what that means, Ikechukwu? Now says Obasa might be the strongest ever in that position. Now, can you make sense of this reaction?
Well, okay, the first one is actually talking about, in spite the president who was a one-time governor of Lagos State and now the president, a huge part of Lagos, which is around that Lekki Free Zone area, is without power. And
the person says for 5 years.
Yes, and it's a very, very sad situation to be in, really. And of course, the second person is talking about Ambode. Ambode before now used to be like the outcast, but suddenly started coming very strong into APC gatherings. And of course,
you remember, said Ambode is the darling of emergency rule. I wonder what
that's what I'm saying. A couple of years ago, you remember that. I think it was earlier this year or late last year, the talks of the merger and oppositions trying to actually draw Ambode. I think that could have precipitated the idea of bringing Ambode, because actually Ambode is someone who is quite popular in Lagos, and if he actually runs against the APC, it's going to really cause some trouble. So it's better to actually bring him back. Whatever it is that is the problem that made him actually lose his return ticket can actually be amended within the family. And
do you think there's a possibility of saying, okay, why don't you come back and complete
very
your
possible.
term?
The way Lagos governors, or the way they run the election in Lagos is about balance in terms of religion. And of course, this Babajide Sanwo-Olu is actually a Christian. So the former governor 99, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Muslim, Rajapaksa Fashola is a Muslim. So it comes down to Babajide Ambode was a Christian, so he's supposed to complete his 8th term. He didn't actually get it done. So if this governor actually finishes 8 years, right, then of course the next person is definitely should go back to Ambode. That's for equity and balance.
But you see, there are people like the deputy governor of Lagos State, Hamzat.
There's
also the chief of staff, who they say is being groomed.
Okay, so the chief of staff is still
to become a governor.
No,
so there are lots of people.
Yes, if you look at the chief of staff, also look at the Ambode. You know that these guys are still quite young men. So even in the next, say, 15, 20 years, right, they still very much can be governor.
Hamzat?
No, not
Hamzat.
Not Hamzat. I'm talking about
I know the chief of staff and the chief of staff is quite young.
And even also Obasa. I'm looking at the three of them because Obasa is also someone who is actually eyeing that particular.
Which is what the third person said, that Obasa is the strongest person in that position.
But let's be very honest, right? Everyone cannot be the class captain, no matter how you try. But certain persons actually just get certain things naturally. If it's destined for Ambode to become the next governor after this, I mean, a lot of persons will look at, because the truth about...
Is it about destiny now?
So yeah,
about politics.
Destiny also play a very key role. I mean, how did President Goodluck Jonathan become president?
So we can now say that President Bola Tinubu was destined to be president.
Absolutely. If he isn't destined, whatever it is he tries, no matter the kind of manipulation or whatever it is people think he did to become president, no matter how awful or good, he can never be.
Okay.
Right.
So I want for us to give the viewer context when we're talking about Obasa. He is
the speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. So the thing is,
remember the drama between himself?
Yeah, at some point, a lot of persons,
a deputy.
You see, it started as, you know, him being on the short end of the stick. Everybody felt this guy is going to prison. EFCC came. It was difficult. It was a very difficult time. And at some point, they said he left the country for the US, you know, to seek asylum. And all of a sudden, the wind actually, you know, just like Audacious, you know, it turned, and then he started going back home, and he became the man, you know, who everyone is actually running to say, okay, we are sorry, till he went back to office as the Speaker of Lagos.
Yeah, but let's talk about the backing he got. Allegedly, the First Lady has said she moved mountains to ensure that he was not arrested and for him to come back.
The truth is...
And then the person that was supposed to have been his replacement was unceremoniously removed when Obasa stepped back into the country and into the state. So it looks like he's got federal backing.
The truth is, Miranda...
Because his constituency, which is the Agege area, commands a lot of votes.
So the truth is, Obasa is actually a very popular person, right, in Lagos. I mean, politics in Lagos is about grassroots. And what he did, or what happened in Lagos, the drama that unfolded at the Lagos State House of Assembly, Obasa would have won if he doesn't have, you know, powers within the APC caucus that are the movers and shakers that can decide things for him, right? I mean, a trick cannot make it for it. There are certain persons, there's certain power brokers in the party that said, you know what, this cannot happen to you. You are a person, you have to do this. So that's exactly why and how he actually got out of, you know, whatever situation that, you know, was actually planned for him.
In fact, it was said at some point, allegedly, that the presidency said what happened to Obasa, his removal, was sort of a coup d'etat.
Right. Aside that, it's also an embarrassment, you know, because the president, this is his constituency first before Nigeria being his constituency. And then if these sort of things can be actually happening in Lagos, where a speaker was removed and then reinstated, it says a lot about, you know, how the law in Nigeria is actually working. I mean, if this happened in another part of the country, say other states, it's most likely the speaker can never return. We know it happened. But then it happened there in Lagos, and then, you know, he actually came back. It's quite... you know, a moment to always reply, and that is going to be cited as a precedent for any case, you know, if such ever happens again outside Lagos. But then it's a very interesting time. This is politics. Lots can still happen. Like I said before, one edge that Ambode has at this point if the powers that be wants to actually decide who will actually become governor of Lagos, one thing they will most likely look out for, because none of these guys will be willing to actually sit another 8 years for another person. But a good number of them can say, okay, it's 4 years, let's allow him do it. Right.
So if this kind of arrangement can happen in Lagos, what the ADC is gunning for can also happen, or what some of the ADC chieftains are trying to ask for might happen. I mean, people like Peter Obi and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar are saying, just give me the chance. Amechi too, former governor of Rivers State, is saying, just give me the chance, I'll do 1 term, 4 years, and go.
Yeah,
it's possible. Right?
Very possible. It's all about political arrangements. And politicians will always trust someone who is constitutionally bad to actually go again than someone who can actually decide, because now I have the power, I can move mountains and manipulate the process for him to actually return. So that's exactly why a lot of them will be like, you know what, you're a politician, I don't trust you. But this was the reason why the whole talks of former President Jonathan coming back was actually very easy and very widely acceptable, because they know that constitutionally, if he managed to
Is it widely acceptable? There are a number of people who have come out to say, no, Mr. President, don't do it. They're just
I'm not talking about people outside the ADC. Oh. I'm talking about people within the ADC. This is one thing I know, that politicians within the ADC who are actually looking at, particularly the ones from the north, who are actually looking at contesting the election, like, okay, it's just 4 years.
I don't agree. I think it's the APC, the PDP actually that is wanting by all means for former President Goodluck Jonathan to come on board. The ADC, it looks, has got a sight set on the likes of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar.
But you know there were talks, right, that at some point there was a meeting between former President Jonathan and David Mark.
Yeah, but who knows? It just might have been whatever. The problem must have said something outside the candidacy of the ADC. Prior to that, there was a closed-door meeting between former President Goodluck Jonathan and Peter Obi, who wants to be the president of Nigeria, running the platform of the ADC.
So now let's look at it now. The former President Jonathan and Peter Obi, who was said to have said that he's going to run for 4 years. And there's also the former President Jonathan and the man who is the chairman of the new coalition, in the person of David Mark. Right. Now, if you connect the dots, you know that there's most likely going to be a conversation about 2027. And indeed, if there's a conversation...
Flip the coin. It's possible that there might be a conversation about 2027, but not about Jonathan running on the platform of the ADC.
So we can't really tell, right? But
that's the thing.
But what I'm saying is, if there's ever a conversation around that, right, it's going to be more assuring from the man who is constitutionally barred from running.
Well, that's what you think, but there are so many people that will not
But
agree
let me
with
ask you, as a politician, who will you trust more? Someone who is constitutionally barred from running?
But the thing is, I'm not a politician, so I can't even answer that question. So let's wrap it up.
Give me a political answer, and you're not a politician.
Let's wrap it up, guys. We'll go to the next hashtag, which is hashtag credible leadership. I mean, talking about former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, he was at a birthday ceremony in the in the Southeast a couple of days ago, and he put up a post yesterday. He said he had a good time and all of that. But something germane, he said, or something that caught my attention really, was the fact that he said his set of leaders or his set of politicians were the ones that gave Nigerians credible leadership, and that after he said things have just fallen apart. It's quite a statement that the former vice president made. So I put up the post he put up, and then I'll play the video for you. Let's do this. Hashtag credible leadership. Atiku Abubakar said, yesterday I had a delightful night of dance and good laughs like I never had in a long time. It was actually a dance competition between my friend of many years, His Excellency Achike Udengwa, and I. So the celebrant actually is Achike Udengwa. Former Vice President Atiku goes on to say that my friend just turned 77, and the outing to celebrate his birthday accorded me the opportunity to reconnect with many of my dear Imo people. In the euphoria of the celebrations, we did not forget the memories of Udengwa's times as a former governor of Imo State between 1999 and 2007. I agree with those who remarked that his tenure was a period of peace, excellence in public service, and integrity in governance. That's why I emphasized that leadership recruitment remains key in our quest to build a great nation. Udengwa was among the league of the 1999 leaders that helped us to lay a solid economic foundation for our country. League of the 1999 leaders. There's so much I do about the set 1999. Atiku is part of it. Well, take a listen to him, guys.
677. Happy birthday.
He's my friend. He's my brother. I even went to his village. Yes, indeed. Our path crossed when he was the governor, when I was elevated to be the vice president. Over time, because of my relationship of Imo State in particular, among the southeastern states, because even by the time we met, I was already a chief in Ngokbala. So I felt very much at home when Achike and I met. And we developed such a very, very close relationship, to the extent that we used to call ourselves brothers. Governor Achike Udenwa is somebody you can trust, you can confide into, you can conspire together, and implement whatever you have conspired to do without losing any sleep. Professor Mrs. Achike Udenwa, I congratulate you for looking after him. Look at how he is sitting down.
I'm still marketable.
So Achike, we gave this country credible leadership, our set. And I don't think since we left, this country has been lucky or fortunate enough to have the kind of leadership we provided, both at the state level and at the federal level. Therefore, on behalf...
Did you get that, Kechiku? He said just set, 99, the golden set, that they were the ones that provided Nigeria credible leadership, and after that, Nigeria has not been fortunate to have a replay of that. Do you agree?
It's still their fault. I mean, what
their fault?
Yes. What legacy did they put in place? I mean, they had the golden opportunity to actually take the law, this constitution, and make it a more people friendly. If you look at the Nigerian constitution, it's more like, you know,
like a military
constitution.
But right. It says we the people. So that's how it starts.
You get. So I think they should have done more as regards the law, because if they had changed the law in a way that it really reflects the wish and the yearnings of the people, I think, you know, this statement would have been more credible. But as it stands now, I mean, you cannot just be back in the glory days when after you left, everything, the house falls to ruin. The glory and the legacy of a great man is actually what he leaves behind.
Yeah, so you're talking about the legacy government at the federal level left. Yeah?
Yes, I mean,
let's talk about at the state level. I mean, talk about the day while His Excellency Day of
It's the same thing, really.
For example, during his tenure, like the former vice president said, it was peaceful.
See, it's the same thing.
What do you mean?
The truth is, if, for example, at that time they've amended the constitution to ensure that the governor of the state is truly, in its real sense, the chief security officer of the state, right? Today we will not have this problem, because then the government in the center will not have any interference. It's going to be a state. It's going to be a state affair, right? Politics, I say politics. Security is local.
But this thing you're talking about, it's not only in Nigeria, though. In the U.S., I mean, which is even constitutional for each state to handle their security matters. Not too long ago, we saw how Donald Trump, their president of the U.S., sent the National Guard to California to douse, you know, the protests and all of that without the governor's consent. So this is the thing that plays across board.
So the truth is, people will really not care if the government in the center actually uses its power. It's not like they will not care. Who actually uses his power to override the governor of a particular state. But people will care more if the governor of the state is unable to protect them. For example, if California, that you cited, have an incident or an issue of people going to different parts of California to start killing people in California, and then the governor of the state is constitutionally barred from actually sending the National Guard to go after these persons, or the police in California have to actually wait for somebody in Washington to give a command before they can actually go after them, or people who actually don't know anything about the particular, say a man from Ohio moved to somewhere in, let's say, Chicago to actually go after to go serve as a policeman. All of these things are actually huge issues that we should have solved since '99.
So I think I wouldn't agree with you that you lump the states together with the federal government. For example, now look at what's happening. Seyi Makinde, the governor of Oyo State, has been touted across board as a very good governor who's performing well, and actually his people are happy with him. But at the same time, the same people who will praise Seyi Makinde are sort of unhappy with what's happening at the center. They're not lumping the state and the federal together. But hey, let's agree to disagree, right?
What we are discussing here is security issue. Now, every governor in Nigeria, to an extent...
So minus security, let's just say holistically.
But the two cardinal points of government, is security and food.
Okay.
Right. Now, if you cannot solve this problem, and in this case, security will always affect the output of food. Right. So governors will always try to do infrastructure, build roads, build affordable healthcare, do all sorts of things.
Oh, yeah, it's actually quite secure right now.
See,
but can we?
The insecurity is cut across. You can say it's minimal in some other states, not because the governors are actually doing enough to secure their states against the others. It's just that the proximity of the flow of these people that actually carrying out this crime.
You do remember what the late governor of Ondo State had done? The senior advocate of Nigeria who had died as governor. He was the one that initiated the Amotekun
now, let me tell you something
to
about
secure the region.
Let me tell you something about them.
Just a few seconds so that we can wrap it up.
So I think a year or two after Amotekun came up, two incidents came up. One of it was that they arrested these guys. They took them to the police station. This statement is actually from the Amotekun, right? That the police actually released them. One. Second statement is that these guys they are asked to go after are using an assault military rifle, or why they are not even licensed to carry a gun. So tell me how can you even go after someone who is using an assault, not just a weapon, an assault military rifle, AK-47, and then you just go after the person with baton?
But then the Westerners, talking about the Southwesterners, have loaded the outfit Amotekun, regardless of this, random incident.
That's a big move, right? Yeah. But then these things still happen. Why did Sunday Igboho start is tough if the Amotekun is really actually working?
But compared to other regions,
that's what I'm saying. Is the inflow, right, from where these guys
compared to other regions? I think insecurity has lessened in the Southwest. You and I can go on. I
agree. It's about the proximity to where these guys are actually flowing from.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Everybody's
if the southeast is close to say Benue or Enugu, they will face huge, more terrible situation than they are facing now. It's about where they are coming from, proximity to where the main incident is actually happening.
So you have the last say on this one. Let's move on to the next hashtag, which is #Maths. So you remember that not too long ago, Education Minister, I should say the federal government had come out to say that if you're going to study arts, in the university, maths is no longer a requirement. You mustn't, have a credit, or you mustn't pass the mathematics subject and all. There was so much uproar about it. Lots of people for and lots of people against. Now, Peter Obi has jumped on the bandwagon and he's against it. He's asking the federal government to reverse this policy and ensure that the SSC maths credit is a must for people, even though they're going to be studying arts in schools. Ikechukwu, we'll just talk about this briefly.
Okay, so I agree with His Excellency Peter Obi. If you don't understand numbers, right, You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to even know the YDS, calculus, or any of those, higher kind of mathematics. But you just need to understand how numbers work. At least a credit is enough. Because if you don't know how to actually use numbers, you can't survive in this world.
So the federal government said that it's for people who are going to be studying arts in the university.
It doesn't change.
So in the secondary school, you're going to be doing your mathematics. You would do your secondary in this junior.
SSC.
Yeah, you will write it. But if you're going to be studying arts, it's not compulsory for you in the university. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, you just have to pass it at the SSC level. And if you go to the university, you don't have to study it. I don't have issues. But that foundation is what I'm saying. You just need to understand math to that level. It really is going to help you. See, there's something about math, right? Even if you don't end up doing any course around mathematics, it's something that awakens your mind. It helps you think, right? So just imagine someone who is actually terrible or is not throughout, formative years. Mathematics is not deemed serious or necessary for you. It's going to actually really affect how you actually, think and reason logically. Now, if the way to look at it again is this: look at countries that have shown, that have done the best of inventions in mathematics, in technology and otherwise. You notice that there's a huge synchronization between the ability to understand math across board and others that have not done the same thing. You know that math is something that this country really understands because it's all about numbers.
So what I say is the modus operandi really matters. The way mathematics is taught in our schools.
That's a problem we should solve.
It should be looked at.
I'll tell you something.
The way these teachers teach.
Right?
Yes.
In SS1, this man came into the class and he wanted to teach bearing and distance, and then he said, so in the beginning, Adam was here, Eve was here, and the garden was here.
Oh my gosh.
And then Adam moved from here, Eve moved from here, and this moved from here. And they did that in an angle of
I'm even lost. I don't understand it.
What is this one saying? so you see some persons. So this is also a very big problem. And I agree 100%.
Yeah.
There are kids that are smart, but the fact is a lot of teachers don't know how to teach math, right? Math is not supposed to be, the way to teach math. It's not supposed to be the same way. You don't approach mathematics the way you approach English and other subjects.
Absolutely.
It's supposed to be purely practical. Make people see what you're showing them.
Teaching aids.
Yes, teach it. Not
which is
read
what they
it.
do in the US. There are lots of you see teaching aids employ that. And then you see that your students actually get to love mathematics as well.
So there are so many things. Growing up, right, children that are, you say 4 plus 4, a child will like, but if you say 4 noodles plus another 4 noodles, a child will be able to, the interest to do math. Because sincerely, math is quite boring.
Or 4 apples plus 4 oranges, or 4 naira plus 4 naira.
Math is quite boring, to be very honest.
So are you sure?
Yes, it's boring if you don't teach it in a relatable way.
I agree with you.
So when you understand maths very well, then you can start talking about, going complex, you want to understand this type of stuff.
So the consensus now is the way it is
the problem.
Taught in schools should be looked into. All right. For the first time we've agreed today. I like it. Let's move on to the next hashtag now, which is that of Obi of Lagos. You do remember that when this thing went down, the very day the so-called Obi of Lagos was arrested, we had, that particular hashtag here. He had actually built a palace and he was going to commission it. And there were people who were really clamoring for him to become the Obi of Lagos. And without any formal notification from the powers that be, he was arrested since September this year. And he's been in jail that long, but it looks like he's out or he's coming out now. In a short while, I'll bring a screenshot up for you. But he's apologizing that it was a typographical error, that it was the printer that gave him that title. Can you imagine, Ikechukwu? He said it was the printer that made him an Obi, but hey, he's apologizing to Lagos and the people that he will not do it again. I'm thinking this is like a prerequisite for him being released. Also, let's take a look at the screenshot of the Obi of Lagos, shall we? Yeah. this is not it. This is supposed to be for the next hashtag. Well, let's take this off. When we get to this hashtag, we'll take a look at it. So we're supposed to have a screenshot of the picture of the Obi of Lagos, but unfortunately, we don't have it. What's your take, though, on this particular matter?
I think because of the severity of what he did, not like he actually did something that is injurious to anyone, right? Outside the fact that he seemed to be to have trampled on the culture of Lagos, and there are kings here. And when you make yourself an Obi of a particular place, it means you are usurping, right? So basically, on that ground, I think what has happened is that, okay, look, you have to actually come out, to retract your statements, and then this is going to be a safe landing for you to actually come out. And I think this is the best way to go. Come out, because I don't think there's any Igbo person that actually supported this. You cannot be an Obi of a place that you know nothing about, its formation, right? Lagos existed years before your forefathers, and your forefathers had no claim or stake here, right? To be an Obi of a place simply means you are basically you're basically the first son of that particular place, right? An Obi is a sacred place for every first son in Igbo land, right? So you cannot actually lay claim to something that is not even yours, right? So if he wants to actually make himself as in the Igbo of Lagos, that's not a crime, because now you've sectionalized the people. But if you say of Lagos, you're saying whoever it is, even the Senkin Fulani or whatever it is in any part of Lagos, if there's an Obong of Akwa Ibom, even in Lagos, you are the head of all of them. And I think it's quite wrong. But this move, I think this is a very good place for him to actually come out and then have a rethink. I don't support any kind of title or throne outside Igbo land by any Igbo person to lay claim on whatever. Even if you are saying you are Obi of Igbo people of whatever place, which is not even the entirety of it, still the same thing for me. I don't think it makes any sense for you to actually be a king outside your own homeland in any sense.
All right, very clear. Thank you, Ikechukwu. Last hashtag for today is hashtag Nnamdi Kanu. So he had a consultation with his lawyers, private as it is, ahead of the October 23 hearing. And this is it. He said he's going to be testifying on behalf of himself, and he's going to be calling a number of people. He called it compelled weaknesses. And it's quite a list. They're going to be seeing a screenshot of that in a short while. Do you want to talk about this a little bit before we take a look at the screenshot?
Okay. The Nnamdi Kanu case is I think it's getting tiring at this point. But then it's also good that it seems like we're actually getting to the end of it. It's 90 days. He actually also appealed to the courts to actually grant that everything should be wrapped up within 90 days, so about 3 months. We are looking at, give or take, January, February of next year. And he mentioned so many persons, Hope Uzodinma, as this compelled, compelled witnesses.
Buratai, Wike. Why don't we take a look at that screenshot so that you have a full picture of what we're talking about? So in the notice, Nnamdi Kanu talking about the IPOB leader, the center or the middleman in this whole Free Nnamdi Kanu saga. So he personally signed, talking about the IPOB leader, telling the court that in view of the number of witnesses he intends to call, the court should consider granting a 90-day time frame to enable him conclude his defense, which is supposed to resume on the 23rd of October. Today is what now?
Today is 22nd.
So we're talking about tomorrow. Yeah. He told the court that he would testify on his own behalf, providing a sworn account of the facts, denying the allegations and explaining the political context of his statements and actions. Let me explain that a little bit before we move on. Now, there is a terrorism charge against him. Also, he was accused of inciting the polity, which led to the killing of security operatives in the southeast. Now, I'll continue with this statement on the screenshot. Among those Kanu listed as compellable witnesses are a former Minister of Defense, General Theophilus Danjuma, retired, a former Chief of Army Staff, General Tukuru Buratai, retired, as well as Babajide Sanwo-Olu, that's the Governor of Lagos State, and Hope Uzodinma, Governors of Lagos and Imo States, respectively. He further listed current Minister of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, FCTA, Nyesom Wike. Wow, that's a typo, I guess. Nyesom Wike, his works counterpart, Dave Umahi, and the immediate past governor of Abia State, Dr. Okezie Ikpeazu. He also listed the immediate past Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, SAN, that will be the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the immediate past Director General of the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, Ahmed Rufai Abubakar, his then colleague at the State Security Service, SSS, Yusuf Magaji Bichi, and several witnesses whose identities he didn't reveal. This is quite a list. It is huge. No wonder he requested for a 90-day time frame.
It's interesting, but as you're reading out the names, I just started thinking, what exactly will he actually be needing all of these persons for? But I think at the top of my head, I can actually look at few of them, and I say, okay, this perhaps is where Nnamdi Kanu is going with all of this list. I'll give just to Hope Uzodinma and the former chief of army staff in person of Theophilus Yakubu Danjuma.
General
rather.
Tukur Buratai was the former chief of army staff.
Yes, also
General Theophilus.
Yes,
okay.
Theophilus and Hope Uzodinma. These are the two persons I want to actually bring out in this.
Yeah.
You remember the statement by the former chief of army staff who said, defend yourself.
Yeah, talking about General Danjuma.
Danjuma. And also the case of the Hope Uzodinma, also in one of his Christmas Eve broadcasts in Imo State, when he openly said, if anyone tell you that the insecurity in Imo State is caused by the IPOB, that person is a liar. That it's politicians. In fact, in this world, wicked politicians are the ones that are actually doing this because they lost an
So you think this is this is the line he wants to toe?
I think this is the line Nnamdi Kanu might be towing, because these are the things I can just at the top of my head with this.
Isn't it ironical that one of his lawyers is incarcerated as we speak now, is in Kuje prison as his defense is about to kick off? But let's keep our fingers crossed, yeah? See how this particular hashtag pans out. We will keep you posted as events unfold. On that note, thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. Bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep a date with Ikechukwu and I for another edition of hashtag right here. Same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche. Bye for now.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Mental health has increasingly become a global concern, affecting millions of people across age groups and background. World Mental Health Day, observed every 10th of October, serves as a platform to highlight these issues and encourage open dialogue. Across communities, organizations, and advocates are holding awareness campaigns, outreach programs, and counseling sessions, all geared towards breaking the silence around mental illness and fostering understanding. Depression, anxiety, and stress-related disorder continues to rise, especially among young people. Due to social pressure, economic hardship, and the fast-paced digital world we live in. Let's hear from an expert who is a clinical psychologist and family life therapist, Dr. Miracle Ihuoma.
The reason World Mental Health Day is important is for awareness purposes, really. It's the same thing with any other day that we recognize, so that people can understand that there's something called mental health, and then awareness can be intensified, and then people can learn more about mental health and how to seek support for their mental health. The most common mental health challenge people face or condition is anxiety, followed by depression. So anxiety is number one. Depression would be the next most common mental health challenges people face. We must be sources of inspiration, we must be a source of support for anyone who is dealing with mental health support. You must see mental health as physical health. So the same way you'll be there for someone who is down with malaria and typhoid, cancer, HIV, or STD, or any other form of physical health challenge, the same way you need to be there for people who are dealing with mental health challenges as well. You must be a source of succor. You must be a shoulder for them to lean on. You must be there for them. My advice for anyone dealing with any mental health condition, whether it is depression or anxiety, is to seek support or to seek help, because help is available. Like I would always say, help is always available. So reach out to a professional today. Talk to someone today. You know, I know a lot of the times we say, oh, depression will be African man sickness, and all of that. But that's not true, man. As long as you have emotions, you have cognition, and you have behavior, you can be affected by mental health issues. So reach out and seek the necessary support that you need.
The message remains clear. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and everyone has a role to play in promoting empathy, inclusion, and care for those struggling silently. This day is a reminder that mental well-being should be everyone's priority. Let's continue to create safe spaces, show compassion, and support one another, because good mental health builds stronger communities. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Gateways of Africa. I'm saying, keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
What you are seeing there, you must go by force. You must die. One after the other. Yorubas need demolish here every day and night.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nena Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Lawmakers urge federal government to provide relief materials to victims.
Reps move to probe FCT $460 million Chinese loan project.
Diverse opinions trail Senate's proposal of life sentence for child defilement.
Senate moves to shift burden of proof to INEC.
Agbakoba helps empower devolution, physical federalism.
Minister says false genocide claims threaten Nigeria's global image.
On the foreign scene, ICJ insists Israel allow UN aid to Gaza, ensure basic needs.
Well, in business news, building sustainable business growth.
In sport, Osimhen, Salah, Hakimi lead final nominees for 2025 Best African Player.
Well, in the world of entertainment, Ira star Rema's Who's That Girl hits 1 million views in 8 hours.
Now the news and details. The House of Representatives has called on the federal government to mobilize relief materials urgently and medical supplies to assist victims of Tuesday's tanker explosion in Niger State, which claimed over 30 lives and left scores of others injured. This followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance moved during plenary by the member representing Bidagbako Kacha Federal Constituency, Niger State, Seidu Abdullahi. Abdullahi told his colleagues that the recent tanker explosion at Esa village in Kacha local government area occurred along a major federal highway linking Niger State to the Federal Capital Territory and other parts of the country.
And away from that story, the House of Representatives has resolved to investigate the $460 million Chinese loan secured by the President Goodluck Jonathan administration to procure and install closed-circuit televisions in strategic locations within the Federal Capital Territory to enhance security in the nation's capital. The resolution of the House followed the adoption of a motion of urgent public importance moved by the member representing Isekwatu Federal Constituency, Abia State, Amobi Oga, during plenary.
All responsibilities of government is the protection of lives and property, as well as the entrenchment of security to engender good governance. The House notes also that it was in furtherance of this and in discharge of government obligations that the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan, acting in good conscience, embarked on the need to curb insecurity in Federal Capital, Abuja, by installing CCTV cameras around strategic areas to monitor unwholesome activities with a view to preventing crime and placing surveillance on criminals and apprehending them. The House notes further that in order to firm up the above, SY Finance Minister Dr. Olusegun Aganga led a federal government delegation to Beijing, China in 2010 to sign a memorandum of understanding with ZTE Communications of China, to which the contract for the installation of the CCTV was equally awarded. The House is concerned that the funds for the contract were secured through a $460 million loan obtained from the China Exim Bank and lifted from a $600 million financing portfolio secured as a soft credit loan with interest repayable in 10 years after an initial 10 years of grace.
In his contribution, Edo lawmaker Billy Osawaru urged lawmakers to rise to their responsibilities by asking tough questions.
we are beginning to wake up to our responsibilities. Yes, the three responsibilities of a lawmaker: lawmaking, representation, and oversight. And I've always stated on the floor of this house that if we do a very good oversight, it will be in the interest of the Nigerian people. An emotion like this, Mr. Speaker, is a very good oversight on the part of the Parliament that never started.
House resolved to set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the status of the project and submit a report to the House for further legislative action.
I'll just put the question. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Well, in another development, the House of Representatives has launched an investigation into the alleged non-repatriation of Nigeria's crude oil export process, estimated at over $850 billion between 1996 and 2014, a situation lawmakers described as a major revenue leakage undermining Nigeria's economic stability. Chairman of the House Ad Hoc Committee on Pre-Shipment Inspection of Exports and Non-Repatriation of Crude Oil Process, Sheyi Shoumi, disclosed this on Wednesday during the committee's inaugural news briefing at the National Assembly, Abuja. He said recent findings suggest a significant breakdown in compliance with the Pre-Shipment Inspection of Exports Act, as operators in the oil and gas sector allegedly failed to repatriate between 40 and 45% of Nigeria's crude oil export process, contrary to the law mandating full repatriation within 90 days for oil exports and 180 days for non-oil exports.
The Senate has approved life imprisonment as the penalty for anyone convicted of child defilement, a move that has sparked widespread discussion across the country. While many Nigerians welcome the decision as a step towards protecting minors, others question how effectively such laws will be enforced, especially in regions where child marriage remains common. Our correspondent Oyedamola Olukuto reports.
Newly improved law seeks to impose life imprisonment on anyone found guilty of child defilement, a crime that continues to generate public outrage due to its growing prevalence across Nigeria. The decision comes amid ongoing concerns about sexual abuse, child protection, and the need for stronger penalties to deter offenders. The Senate's action also rekindles public memory of a former senator accused of marrying an underage girl, an incident that raised serious debate about the double standard in addressing child exploitation. Many Nigerians, particularly women, have expressed mixed feelings, some celebrating the move, while others worry that social and cultural practices, especially child marriage, in parts of northern Nigeria could weaken the law's impact.
Still have the issue of marrying of girls early into marriage. I believe that act is rather barbaric. For a child that a brain is not well developed until the age of like 25, 26. So what is a girl that is still growing, that her reproductive part has not even grown well? She's still trying to, all her features are just coming out and all that, and you want to marry her off. I believe that's barbaric.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé ní nọ́ọ̀tì yẹn àṣà àti ṣe wọ́n ní a lè sọ pé kínní bọ́ tí Yorùbá ti wá ń bì báyìí tá bá rí bí ó yá bàbá 50 tó bá ọmọ bíi 15 years tó bá bóyá ó fi agídí bá lò pọ̀ tán bá mú wọ́n lè fi sẹ́wọ̀n gbére torí pé ó ti kọjá
is very, very good. It's a good law because it's also the same thing as raping a child. Underage children, even at marriage, at least adults start from 18. For anything under that age, I think it should go around the world. So anyone that does anything, molest any child or marry a girl, they should be arresting them and sending them to prison, life imprisonment.
Experts says the new legislation, if properly enforced, could help reduce cases of sexual violence against minors. However, they warn that stronger advocacies and public awareness are needed to change long-standing cultural norms that put children, especially young girls, at risk. As the Senate moves to strengthen child protection laws, Nigerians are calling for fairness, enforcement, and equal application of justice, ensuring that no offender, regardless of status or background, escapes accountability. I'm Oyindamola Olukuto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Oyindamola, thank you so much. Still on the same subject, really, but this time in Benin City, residents view the proposal of the Senate to approve life imprisonment for offenders convicted of child defilement as a necessary step toward protecting children and curbing the rising cases of sexual abuse in the country. BOPTV correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more.
Life imprisonment for anyone convicted of child defilement has continued to generate reactions from residents of Benin City. Child defilement, which applies to both male and female victims, was described by lawmakers as a grievous crime that causes lifelong harm to children. The Senate explained that the heavier sentence is aimed at deterring offenders and ensuring stronger protection for minors across the country.
It has been moved and seconded that any defilement of a minor in Nigeria henceforth should carry life imprisonment. Those in support say aye, and those against say nay. They are not here. But is there any option of fine? No option of fine. So the motion is carried.
Some respondents who spoke with BOPTV shared their views on the development.
Underage that have been passed to law is a very good development. The Senate, they've done a very great job, so we appreciate that. I think that will be able to protect the children, the girl child especially, from molestation and harassment from the adults. So it's a welcome development.
I'm happy that they bring that suggestion, that what they brought is okay. That I'm very happy because you know how it takes for you to give birth to a female child. At the end, you see a man disvirgin that child, which is not supposed, and it's very uncalled for.
For me, I don't want maybe life imprisonment because as a child of God, Satan they use people. So if he say somebody before he told that victim, not be say I conclude though, the forgiven in punishment. If na some years to serve, when he come back, instead go they give testimony, go they tell people say see wetin experience there. May another person not try that kind of nonsense. So I think now you dey get wetin I dey talk so now so me say
they should not be biased. Know that maybe later on they will not go and bail the person because the person that is involved, maybe the person has level. Then at the end of the day, because of the level, they will just bail him.
They put her for jail. If na man or woman, may they arrest her. May they arrest her because he condemn that pikin body. If na girl condemn body, if na boy, spoil that pikin. Put her for life imprisonment. They not go see her again.
The move by the Senate is seen by many as a step toward addressing rising causes of sexual abuse against minors and ensuring that justice is served for victims across Nigeria. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda, for that. Still on the National Assembly, the Senate has proposed a major reform to Nigeria's electoral process, seeking to shift the burden of proof in election petitions from litigants to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as part of the ongoing process to repeal the Electoral Act 2022 and enact a new Electoral Bill 2025. Lawmakers made the proposal during debate on the general principles of the bill for an act to regulate the conduct of federal, state, and area council elections in the Federal Capital Territory. The bill was sponsored by Senator Simon Lalong of APC Plateau South.
Issue, sir. And I would like to commend Senator Siriake Dixon, first for making it possible that the law should allow INEC to be the one that will prove their election instead of the other way around. The INEC has the voting materials, have the PVC. I saw it on newspaper just last 2 weeks that INEC is requesting 1.5 billion for somebody to get a certified true copy. That is absurd. But largely, sir, I have seen election. I know I'm a first timer, and you know we went through baptism of fire. I have seen election where the guideline has clearly stated this ABC. People were declared winners with less than 100 votes instead of saying the election is inconclusive.
The players who compromise, who subvert the clear rules that have been set up and outlined. I think the pith and substance of this conversation has to do with our attitude to electoral integrity. I am firmly of the opinion that unless we firm up our electoral integrity, we leave our democracy in peril. We don't lack laws in Nigeria. We have a wealth of laws. The major challenge we have is the implementation, is the enforcement of these laws.
Goodluck Jonathan said INEC must be held accountable for the conduct and integrity of elections.
Colleagues, is there anybody who is opposed to this bill going for second reading? In the absence of it, may I ask those in support that this bill be now read the second time, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
That was the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio. Now, this report says the Inter-Party Advisory Council, IPAC, has suspended the Action Democratic Party, ADP, from all its activities over an alleged refusal to sign its constitution on the conduct and participation of member political parties. A letter by IPAC's National Secretary Maxwell Ngundem explained that the suspension followed an emergency meeting of the Council's General Assembly in Abuja, where members resolved that ADP's continued refusal to endorse the Constitution amounted to a deliberate disregard for the Council's rules.
Away from that report, the Federal Road Safety Corps Anambra Sector Command has flagged off the Ember Month Road Safety Campaign, even as it aims at arresting crashes that usually occur during electioneering campaigns. Correspondent Ndok Baleze, who was at the RS-53 Sector Command Oka for the takeoff, has a detailed report.
The state government has announced plans to regulate the
activities and heavy traffic that is associated with the September to December end of the year. The Federal Road Safety Corps makes it a point of duty to mount intensive campaign for safer roads every ember month of the year. In Anambra State, the November 8th governorship elections, which comes with vigorous electioneering, makes it even more germane to flag up this year's ember month road safety campaign early enough. The state sector commander, Bridget Esakuno, said on the occasion that more media engagement will be made to drive home the safety consciousness. Corps Commander Sekono charged the special marshals in the state to increase the tempo of public enlightenment.
So special marshals, as you go back, as you do your traffic control, as you talk to do your school enlightenment, your church advocacy, we expect more church advocacy now, motor park rallies, personal park rallies, to ensure we get to people one-on-one. So we'll be going on radio, we'll be going on television. Our press, we want to say thank you for going all the way with us.
The state coordinator of the special marshals, Michael Obusa, soon after the flag off, charged his group to attend all events and activities of the special marshals for better service delivery.
That's the spirit. Let's come together, do the work. We're not doing it for anybody. We're not doing it for any person.
blockade of the Ember Month campaign took off from the Oka headquarters of the sector command through the Amobe flyover to Kwata Junction, Unizik Junction, Aroma flyover, Tilago Oka by the Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. As the campaign train stops over at major motor parks, officers of the road safety pass on the message, which is centered on road safety is everybody's responsibility.
Trying to reduce their speed. Speed does not pay. Remember, you have your family. As you are going, they say daddy, bye-bye. They're expecting to say daddy what? Welcome. Speed thrills. Please, passengers, take responsibility for your trip. Don't allow your driver to overspeed. If he's overspeeding, tap him. Tell him to slow down. You did not pay for you to go and die. You pay for you to take you what? To your destination safe. Drivers, remember to wear your seat belt. That seat belt in the vehicle is not for fancy. It's for a purpose. Your seat belt can save you. Tires has gone to balloon. When the tire comes to balloon, it can no longer grip. If you want to hold brake here, the tire will carry you there.
Ndo Opaleze, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Ndo, for that report. Away from that, the Federal High Court in Abuja on Wednesday again declined to grant an application for bail filed by alleged terrorist negotiator Tuku Mamu, being detained at the Department of State Services facility. Justice Mohammed Omar, in a ruling, however, ordered that Mamu should be taken to appropriate hospital by the DSS for medical attention, having taken notice of his health complaint. Justice Omar held that by the history of the case so far, the prosecution had exhibited diligence in handling of the case. The judge said one of the reasons for granting bail is where the prosecution is not diligent, adding that since this was not the situation regarding the case in question, the application for bail cannot be granted.
Moving on, Nigeria's Foreign Minister Yusuf Tugar has strongly refuted claims circulating in some Western media outlets alleging a Christian genocide in Nigeria, describing them as gross misrepresentations of the country's complex realities. Speaking at the Reuters Next Gulf Summit in UAE, Tugar said the spread of such claims is one of the major challenges Nigeria currently faces on the global stage. The minister's comments came amid increasing online content and commentary from some United States political figures accusing the federal government of allowing or supporting targeted attacks against Christians.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news hour is Chijioke Oji, a public affairs analyst. Okay, we would get to join Oji later on in the show. We'll take a break now, return with more stories.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back, everyone. Chijoke Oji joins us now. He is a public affairs analyst, and it's always a pleasure to have you, Chijoke. Thank you for coming on board.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, Nigerians.
Yes. So Nigeria's Foreign Minister, Yusuf Tugar, has strongly refuted claims circulating in some Western media and outlets alleging a Christian genocide in Nigeria, describing them as gross misrepresentation of the country's complex realities. Chijoke, you and I, and my colleague Nina, we've had this discussion before, but it's refusing to go away. Nigeria is strongly saying that no, the U.S. has it the other way, backwards. I don't know. What's your take on this?
Well, it's a sad trend. I don't think it's something that any one of us can, pretend not to be aware of those incessant killings. But however, it's almost difficult to establish whether it's just a targeted, driven thing to Christians alone, because in most cases you have also the Muslims being victims of these same colossal killings that have gone unabated and to date, still unaccounted for. But however, what is most disturbing is the fact that there seem to be a continued recurrences of the same incidences in most Christian communities, because we've seen that when it comes to the Christian communities, the responses, to even from the security agencies are usually very slow, and in most cases we don't get to hear anything further after. So it is scary and staggering with the number of killings that has occurred in many states, and in most cases you had majority of Christians as casualties in these killings. And most disturbing is the fact that we now hear that in most cases where these killings takes place, that the invaders or the killers or whatever these individuals are or they represent seem to gradually take over the farmlands and the homelands of these people, which is what is making it a major source of concern. And let's not forget that today the world is a global village. It's like we're trying to see how you can use your hand to hold a smoke. It's not possible. So long as people have accesses to the internet or accesses to their loved ones across the board, they can always get these messages across. And let's not pretend about it. The entire whole world focuses on Nigeria because everyone is expecting and to see how indeed we handle this. Because when it comes to big brother things, we are also concerned more about what happens in other nations too. So one would expect us that charity should begin at home on how this is being looked into and addressed. But as regards the genocide issue, I think a lot of Christians communities have been able to demonstrate that this is a targeted killing. And we've also heard from many clerics who have come out also to say that these things are mainly underreported, and in most cases seem to be an undertone of the governments, even the preceding governments. So it is something very sensitive that I think Nigerians need to take seriously. And of course, the international communities are expecting to see the outcome of inquiries or whatever investigations that will be done, to unravel this whole killings. But it's mindless and mind-blowing.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So one of the things you said while you were talking is the world is a global village. And what would you say would be the diplomatic implications of being labeled a country of concern for Nigeria as a country?
Labeling Nigeria as a country of concern would definitely bring a backwardness for the entire whole administration and the whole dispensation currently ongoing, because it would mean that nobody, no sane mind will want to come from any country to come for investments. And it means that the whole investment drive will all be a charity and a waste of time. And no sane country will want to have its companies or its persons, traveling to such nations. It means that we'll be losing a lot in the area of tourism, in the area of trade, in every aspect. We've seen what it is for countries who have been labeled of countries of concern. And in this case, it could really spell a lot doom for our dear nation, especially at this struggling time where everything all seems to be in comatose. And it would be grappling with so many things at the same time. And I do not think that Nigeria has the capability and the capacity to deal with the issue of being labeled a country of concern. So it would definitely be a big damaging effect for Nigerians itself.
Very well said, Chijoke. It's important to say that Khan has come out to say that there's actually a Christian genocide in Nigeria. Bishop Matthew Kuka has also said it is not right, really, it is not right for Nigeria to be designated as a country of concern. But moving on now, the Senate has proposed a major reform to Nigeria's electoral process, seeking actually to shift the burden of proof in election petitions from litigants to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as part of the ongoing process to repeal the Electoral Act 2022 and enact a new Electoral Bill 2025. How does this hit you, Chijoke? What do you make of it?
It is a drama orchestrated by actors. How can you expect a body charged with the conducting of elections to begin to prosecute individuals? That's the main reasons why indeed that the elections have never come out successful. Because if you could take a clip or a look at the clip of the immediate past INEC Chairman in a Chatham House invitation where a debate was held before the election, I think a few weeks before the election, he categorically stated it clear, which I think was the information Nigerians needed ahead, to letting them know how indeed his hands were tied. There is no way that a nation cannot seem to resolve the major issues behind recording a successful election. Over the years, we've had the issue of people who violate the electoral offenses. Then we said, okay, we need a special court or a special law to be able to make them probable. I mean, it is beyond any reasonable phantom by any human being anywhere in the world that would require a special offenses act or court to be able to prosecute those who have erred and caused harm to the democracy of the nation. Aside that, he also hinted us to let Nigerians know that the Electoral Reform Act that was amended to serve in 2023 election has been concluded by the Senate and sent forth to the President, while awaiting the one held by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who is currently the Chief of Staff to the President. Does that not pass a message to Nigerians what indeed this whole agenda was? If indeed you intend to tie the hands of the person you're sending on an errand, you expect him to deliver. How do you expect him to deliver? With what does he have to work with? We can't be expecting a different result when we have already made or prepared the grounds for failure. And now that the Senate led by Fabio is coming on board with this kind of caricature, one would have expected that the legal entities we have in Nigeria, will speak up to say, these are indeed the major issues why we have not been able to record a successful elections. And why can't we probe the individuals who today are working free, essays and various political appointments to the criminals who have stolen elections at different states across the board? Why? Because they continue to play on the same Nigerians, the same poor people who defend them, because of their lack of knowledge of the major causes and the reasons why they're being messed up in all aspects of life. It is so painful that Nigerians are not speaking up against this, because how do we expect the umpire to become the investigator, to become the prosecutor with what? It's just an electoral body independently meant to conduct elections. That is the primary functions of INEC. INEC has no other civic responsibility to do other than that particular major related to elections.
Okay.
The individuals charged with the responsibilities of making sure that these things are adhered to are there, laughing and probably seeing this orchestration, because I see it's a gang up and a word up to ensure that Nigerians are still caged in the same quagmire. How can a nation, said to be about above 200 million people, continue to watch these few individuals continue to act as if they're gods? These are the people that promulgate laws without, inquiring or even hearing from the people who have sent them as representatives. It is heartbreaking when we hear the kind of laws that these individuals debate. And we ask, where indeed have they ever thought about that to bring about a solution to a nation that was almost set ablaze in 2023 because of these same conducts, that the Independent Electoral Commission was not able to deliver on the mandates to the people because of the said failures in holding people who erred and messed our democratic dispensations that we've been practicing over these years and hoping to enjoy more by becoming riggers of elections, ball snatchers and all kinds of electoral violences that was witnessed in 2023. And yet, not a single individual today, I'm aware, that has been brought to court or been prosecuted for this particular heinous crimes that was committed against the state and the people of Nigeria. So it is a big slap to expect that something meaningful will come out from this. I wasn't expecting anything better from an individual that is surrounding himself with such kind of serious characters who has spat on Nigerians by mocking the poor and taking Nigerians for granted. This is absolutely a slap on Nigerians to expect that this is what we spend our monies to have these individuals wear all kinds of beautiful outfits, like as if they're in fashion parades. And this is the best they can give to us. It's a disappointment.
Okay, thank you very much, Chijioke. Thank you for your submissions there. Of course, we would see how this move pans out over the coming days or over the month. Okay, that was Chijioke Oji. He's a public affairs analyst. Thank you very much for joining us on the News Hour. Moving on, Edo State government has concluded plans to introduce a regulatory framework for scavengers and scrap dealers across the state to curb rising cases of vandalism and safeguard public infrastructure. The move follows growing concerns over the involvement of unregistered operations and operators in the theft and destruction of public assets. VOP TV's correspondent Rhoda Journey tells us more.
Announced plans to regulate the operations of scavengers and scrap dealers across the state as part of efforts to curb vandalism and protect public infrastructure. During a courtesy visit to the government house in Benin City, the new commandant of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps Edo State Chapter, Akentayo Sadi Ayola, called for stronger measures to check increasing cases of vandalism linked to scrap and scavenging activities. He urged the state government to designate specific areas for scrap markets and enforce registration and licensing of operators.
And on behalf of the officers and men of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Edo State Command, I salute Your Excellency for positive things that is happening in Edo State. It is a great honor to be received by Your Excellency today. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, under my leadership, has commenced a census of scrap markets and scavenging points across the state. This effort is aimed at establishing an effective monitoring and control framework of their operation. Nevertheless, for optimal effectiveness, we humbly appeal to Your Excellency to consider implementing the following measure to help sanitize and secure this multi-billion sector.
In response, Governor Monday Okpebholo pledged his administration's support to the NSCDC and disclosed plans to send a bill to the House of Assembly to regulate scavenging and scrap operations.
One of the critical issues is the scavengers, the way they go about stealing iron, removing people's burglary proofs, destroying different things. To me, it's not acceptable at all. I know that with the Z I'm seeing in you, as somebody who understands the terrain of Edo State, you should be able to carry out tax to see that we put an end to it. So we're going to send a document to the House so that when somebody is operating, he should know his boundary. And if you go beyond that, then he's fighting government. This will go through a bill to the House so that we can have a proper documentation.
The governor condemned the activities of scavengers involved in theft and destruction of public property, saying the proposed law will help restore order and protect public infrastructure across the state. In Benin, Brother Johnny, DOP TV.
Thank you, Rhoda. On the foreign scene, the International Court of Justice's 11-judge panel has delivered an advisory opinion stating that Israel is obligated to ensure the basic needs of Gaza's civilian population are met. The panel added Israel has to support relief efforts provided by the United Nations in the Gaza Strip and UN entities, including the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees in the Near East. According to Presiding Justice Yuji Iwasawa, as an occupying power, Israel is obliged to ensure the basic needs of the local population, including the supplies essential for their survival. He listed basic needs to include, food, water, shelter, fuel, and medical services. Advisory opinions of the ICJ, also known as the World Court, carry legal and political weight, but are not binding, just as the court has no enforcement power.
In business, small and medium enterprises are the backbone of most economies, making up 90% of businesses and over half of global employment, according to the World Bank. In developing countries, they drive diversification, boost productivity, and help reduce poverty. Yet, access to finance remains a major hurdle for many of them. In Lagos, the Enterprise Development Center hosted a conference focused on empowering SMEs for greater impact and inclusive growth. VOP TV's Praise Peter tells us more.
SME conference organized by the Enterprise Development Center in partnership with Keystone Bank. Stakeholders discussed new ways to strengthen small businesses for impact and inclusive growth. Speakers highlighted ongoing trade reforms across Africa and the need for small businesses to position themselves for global opportunities. Entrepreneurs were encouraged to be transparent, build strong customer relationships, and ensure proper documentation to access grants and investments.
The one thing I got from today's session was during a panel session that Mr. Go gave of So Fresh, where he said you need to listen to your customers. You need to sort of tailor your business model to what your customers actually want, and I think that is very key because without customers, there will be no business.
Participants were also reminded to embrace technology, especially artificial intelligence, to drive growth and efficiency. The panel session emphasized sustainability as a smart business strategy, urging SMEs to work within their value chains, reduce waste, and create solutions that promote long-term growth and inclusion.
A lot of SMEs lack structure. They have to understand that if their structure is broken, they will not be bankable. And they have to understand the types of financing models that work for them. They need to juxtapose their revenues as against their operational expenses. So they need to understand how to work their financial model, their business model, understanding how the infrastructure of their businesses help or impact their bottom lines.
Across the country, we already know that half of Nigeria's GDP is from SMEs, right? Pretty much. And those same SMEs employ maybe 80% of labor force. Now, if you can fix the challenges that we have, with that sector, with the various sectors under that, part of the economy, you'll make a huge difference in Nigeria. So this particular program, the SME conference, is designed to bring attention to the Nigerian SMEs, the hardworking business owners, the entrepreneurs, the challenges they face, to prefer solutions, to bring like-minded, solution-oriented, goal-oriented entrepreneurs who have solved certain challenges to come share their experience and how they solve those challenges, and also learn from others who have solved challenges that they're trying to solve. So the goal is to bring attention to what the SME space is doing, and right now in Nigeria and Africa, EDC is at the forefront, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
It's been a day of inspiration, innovation, and impact as small business owners, policy experts, and financial leaders gathered here to make sure that we share ideas that can shape a stronger future for Nigerian SMEs. The message is very clear that when we empower small business owners and small businesses, then we build inclusive growth and lasting change in the economy. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Praise, nicely done. Thank you. Sports news is next.
Yes, sport news on the hour. I am Afiz Ogubanjo. Nigeria striker Victor Osimhen has been nominated for the CAF Male Player of the Year alongside Egyptian talisman Mohamed Salah and Moroccan right-back Ashraf Hakimi. Osimhen, who has had a fantastic season playing for Galatasaray with 37 goals, 7 assists in 41 games, so with 2 trophies to make up for it, while also Mohamed Salah contributed with 34 goals, 23 assists and 52 matches, and Ashraf Hakimi with 9 goals and 12 assists in 48 matches, as well as winning the treble for Paris Saint-Germain. Victor Osimhen will be looking to also win the trophy once again, the title once again, after winning in the 2023 version. Victor Osimhen has had a stellar season and will be looking to win the CAF Player of the Year once again. Nigerian defender Bright Osai-Samuel has made a return to the Super Eagles after the head coach of the senior national team, Eric Chell, has been forced to drop 3 players from the list of players who will be in action next month in the World Cup qualifier playoff. The coach, who has already started preparation for the games against Gabon next month in Morocco, has already drawn up the list of players who will be at the mini tournament. Chell will be without the trio of Terry Murphy, Felix Agu, and Fisayo Dele Bashiru, who are expected to be back from injury in December. He is now set to plan his team without the trio. Meanwhile, Birmingham City defender Bright Osai-Samuel will return to the team following his recovery from injury, which kept him out of the last round of games. He was on for the entire duration of his team's 1-0 win over Preston in the English Championship yesterday, a sign of his return to full fitness in the build-up to the November international break. And that will be all on Sports on the News Hour. I am Afiz Ogunbanjo.
Thank you very much, Afiz. And up next is entertainment news.
Welcome to the entertainment news. Nigerian music stars Ira Star and Rema have broken a new record with their latest track, Who's That Girl? The music video released on Tuesday racked up 1 million views on YouTube in just 8 hours, directed by Nigerian-British filmmaker Meji Halabi. The video features vibrant visuals and highlights the duo's dynamic chemistry. Ira Star and Rema have also been in the spotlight recently over dating rumors following reports of an ongoing kiss during a performance. Still talking entertainment, Warner Music Africa's managing director, Temi Adeniji, has revealed the story behind the global success of CK's Love Nwantiti, the Afrobeat hit that shook the world in 2021. In an interview, Adeniji said the track's viral rise began just months after she assumed office in April 2021. Since its release, Love Nwantiti has reached historic milestones, redefining CK's career and boosting Africa's beats on the global stage. The song became the most certified Nigerian track in US history, earning 8 times platinum status from the RIAS in March 2024. It peaked at number 26 on the Billboard Hot 100 and became the first African song to surpass 1 billion Spotify streams. In 2021, it topped Shazam's global chart, becoming the longest-running #1 song worldwide on the platform. The single also reached #1 in countries like India and Norway, charting across 6 continents and sparking multiple international remixes. Elsewhere in entertainment, pop superstar and billionaire entrepreneur Rihanna has reportedly lost $36 million following the collapse of her luxury fashion line. Fenty, launched with French fashion giant LVMH. New filings from her UK-based company, Denim UK Holdings, revealed the high-end label suffered major financial losses before shutting down in 2021. Fenty launched in 2019, marking Rihanna the first black woman to head a brand under the LVMH umbrella. However, the venture struggled due to COVID-19 travel restrictions that disrupted production in Paris and Italy. Rihanna and LVMH are said to have each invested around $34.8 million in the project. And that's it for entertainment. I am Precious Agumano.
Well, Precious, thank you so much. And that wraps it up for us in News Hour. But before we go, though, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that lawmakers have urged the federal government to provide relief materials to victims.
Reps moved to probe FCT $460 million Chinese loan project.
Also, diverse opinions trail Senate's proposal of life sentence for child defilement.
Senate moves to shift burden of proof to INEC.
Bakuba harps on power devolution and fiscal federalism.
Minister says false genocide claims strengthen Nigeria's global image.
On the foreign scene, ICJ insists Israel allow UN aid to Gaza and ensure basic needs.
In business, building sustainable business growth.
Well, in sports news, Osimhen, Salah, Hakimi lead final nominees for 2025 Best African Player.
And in the world of entertainment, Ira star Rema's Who Is That Girl hits 1 million views in 8 hours. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
I am Vivian Uguche. Thank you for watching.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
I've been in this profession over 30 years. And I must confess to you, VOP is just too welcoming. You can't do without VOP on a daily basis. The moment you join VOP on a daily basis, you are all in all. I must confess to you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Colgate Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning and a big welcome to another interesting edition of VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. Today is also the 21st day in the month of October 2025. I am Fina Chuku, and we have quite an interesting lineup for us this morning. And one of the topics of conversation is the police justifies the attack on peaceful protesters at Nnamdi Kanu's Freedom Rally in Abuja. Also on the radar today, Governor Soludo reviews that Anambra Guba results. Election is to happen on the 8th of November. That will be next month. And we're getting from the governor that the result already is written. And he vows to resist election rigging. Also, we have a very popular woman, Aisha Yusuf, declares it's time for a woman to lead Nigeria, says that male presidents have failed Nigerians. At this point, she also went further to call for the death of people that will rig the election. These are the major topics of conversation today, but we have quite other interesting trending stories. Do well to be part of it.
Well, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. I am Chukuma Okoro.
And I am Moses Humphrey. Yes, of course, a day after the hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu protest, and also I would not like us to lose the essence of October 20. It's also a day after the 5th anniversary of hashtag EndSARS, and then we saw, protests around the nation. Well, a day after, let's talk about the events that happened and how we can better approach government. We'll do all of that in the course of the program. But in the meantime, let's look at a few other issues that trended. Now, there was heavy security presence at the Lekki tollgate area yesterday, ahead of the 5th anniversary of the hashtag EndSARS protest memorial yesterday morning. And police operatives and other security personnel were seen stationed around the tollgate and its adjoining route Patrol vans were also positioned in the area. Meanwhile, a troubling scene unfolded at the Lekki tollgate yesterday as the executive director of EIE, Enough is Enough, Yemi Adamolekun, was harassed by security operatives while trying to lay a wreath to commemorate the victims of the Lekki tollgate massacre. A video making the rounds on social media shows her being pushed around and the flower bouquet being destroyed by men in uniform. Oh well, let's look at the video.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. If not, I'll arrest you. Who are giving permission for? And now you better stop that.
All right, then. There you have those. Well, there you have it. Meanwhile, 5 years after the bizarre and tragic incident of October 2020, opposition political parties have called on the government to ensure security forces responsible for the death of innocent civilians are promptly, well, it can't be promptly anymore because it's way past the time, but basically are brought to justice. Now, the call was made by the African Democratic Congress, ADC, and Labour Party in Lagos State during separate telephone interviews with our correspondent. And they urged the government to take the protection of lives and property more seriously, noting that souls of the murdered citizens are crying for justice. It's 5 years after. And now, of course, there's been, people have continued to react because a lot of people haven't gotten closure yet. Because some of those whose loved ones were maimed, those who lost loved ones, some who ran out of the country, they haven't been able to get what they will call justice. And unfortunately, we still have, SARS might have been banned or renamed, as it were, but we still have some recalcitrant policemen exhibiting terrible behavior. We still have some policemen who will tell you that, look, I will shoot you and nothing will happen to you. So you start to ask yourself, what was the essence of it in the first place? Has government listened? Is government listening? Or do we just, push the people because it's not one senator's or one highly placed politician's child? We just, relegate everything to the background. It's very unfortunate. And these things will continue, Nigerians will continue to react like this until there is closure. Now, that is on one side. And, I mean, if you want to ask why take wreath, because I know that's the argument some people are putting forward, why take wreath to the Lekki tollgate? Well, it's because that's where it took place. That is where some lives were lost. So that's the venue of it. It's unfortunate that we are pussyfooting on the matter. Very unfortunate, I must say.
Yes, very unfortunate. And you see, my reaction to all of this is that we still have a government, that needs to get its thinking right. A government that needs to take its thinking right. I say that in the light of the fact that the government has simply promoted that wreath-laying exercise. And Lekki tollgate, has become our own Tiananmen Square. If you go back in 1989, during the Tiananmen Square massacre in China, it was this kind of pushback between students and the authorities, where the cordon of the Tiananmen Square had security agencies searched and killed more than a lot of people. That is exactly what happened, on Lekki, at Lekki on the 20th of October 2020. Now, the issue is that the Tiananmen Square massacre has become, a sore in the conscience of the Chinese nation. And that is what probably this government is trying to erase. But if I were the government, you will simply look at what the security operatives did. someone is trying to lay a wreath to commemorate those that lost their lives. There is no arcade there. There is no structure that was put up. If you were very intelligent, you would just allow her to lay the wreath. 2-3 hours later, you go and remove it, and everything will end. Now you have spotlighted it. It has gone to national and international attention. Now, by next year, don't be surprised that more of this wreath-laying exercise will take place, because Nigerians don't want that memory to be erased. And I begin to think in that direction when people say that, look, Omoyele Sowore intentionally chose the date of 20th October for the protest in Abuja, was just to ensure that he defaces that memory, that 20th of October. And that is what Nigerians don't want to happen. Because looks like the government is trying to erase that memory, because people in government, some people that are highly placed in government, were the ones behind that massacre. And up until today, like my colleague here said, there's not been any closure. At the point, we heard that a certain millions of naira, was released for the burial of those people that were killed and dumped in morgues and all of that. And when that document surfaced, the government quickly denied it and killed it instantly. So 20th October will remain a date in our national memory, whether it is official or unofficial. And Nigerians will keep reminding. And anytime I pass through that Lekki toll gate, that scene flashes back, flashes at my memory. So it will be very difficult to deface it. Unfortunately, that is what the government is trying to do. And I'm not sure that Nigerians will allow that go. Like I said, Lekki toll gate, that massacre on 20th of October 2020 has become our own Tiananmen Square. Tiananmen Square happened in 1989. Up until today, the world has not forgotten it. And Lekki Toll Plaza will never be forgotten until there is justice, until justice is served the victims and their families. That is my position on this matter.
Even after the justice is served, believe me, we will not forget. I, for one, Fina, will not forget what happened that particular day. Because, when we're talking about the man's inhumanity to man, if you had been at Lekki Toll Gate on the 20th of October, you understand that that is actually the height of it. First, someone pulled out a camera. Secondly, people that were seated carrying the flag of the nation and also chanting the solidarity song without anything. Somebody ordered a shooting, and up until today, people are denying that there was no shooting. We saw the live cartridges, and at the end of the day, some person was saying nothing like that happened. But here in the state, in Lagos, where the shooting happened, a particular person, a sitting governor, or rather a governor, gave a memo that there should be a mass burial of full people who also happen to be victims of the shooting that happened at Lekki. And when that actually made it to the news table, someone actually went back to retract it, saying that that was not what happened. The justice that Nigerians need, especially people that have their loved ones killed on that particular day, it cannot be given to us in full, because we have some individuals who are still missing till today, whom no one actually have come up to tell us, see what happened to them. They are here. First thingers, it's just like waking up to say the government, or rather Nigeria, will take up the responsibility of the death of innocent persons that happened in the war. They won't take that, because they will tell you there's already a principle of no return, no vanquish. So people should go on and, heal your wounds and all that. But you see this one that we're talking about that happened here in 2020, it is not going to get down anytime. And yesterday, someone said something, here in Lagos. I'm talking about the State Commissioner of Police, Oluhunjo Rejimo. He said that there was a show of force in Lagos yesterday. So he said the reason for the show of force is for people actually not to come out, to make sure that they prevent or deter troublemakers and prevent disruption under the guise of protests and all that. And then I asked, why bring a show of war on 20th of October?
That's exactly the point. I think what they are trying to do is to bury the memory of that NSAS, of that 20th, the Lekki Toll Gate massacre. That is the essence. That's what they are trying to do.
It cannot be buried. You know why? If you go out on 20th of that was the first time I got a warning. Throughout my many years I've spent, in the media, in broadcasting and all that. That was the first time I got a warning, a sanction, saying that you need to control your emotion. I lost someone. I lost Kelo to police brutality. And then when he started talking about it, people were making it look like, we don't really have the right to talk about the fact that we are losing individuals, vibrant youths, to the hands of people who should have been protecting our lives and all that. You know what actually interests me? Tomorrow, Nigerians will still come up to say they are protesting for police, for them to have a good reform, a good life, and the same police, of Brazilians, some of them will decide to use tear gas to disperse people, use force and all that to disperse people who are protesting for their own benefit and in their own interest.
You see what happened? I think I like what Yemi Ademoleku did, the executive director of EIE, Enough is Enough. What she did, it will be enacted in more than 10 times next year. You understand? Just to ensure that NSAS toll-gate massacre is not lost in our memory. Like I said, government might not apologize, government might not take responsibility, but the fact remains that it will remain in our national conscience for a very long time. At least this generation and the generation, my generation and the generation after us, will never forget that incident. Anyway, let's move away from that and go to Delta State, where the State Police Command has arrested 4 suspected cultists for initiating a toddler into their group. VOP TV gathered that the incident happened in the Sapele area of the state, where in a viral video circulating the social media platform, the toddler was blindfolded by suspects while pouring hot substance into his mouth, where the yet-to-be-identified child was seen shouting in a video until the initiation was carried out. Confirming the arrest, the police public relations officer, SP Bright Edafe, said 4 suspects have been arrested for the evil act done to the child. I think that the video is playing on screen, and I'm just beginning to imagine, I'm wondering what we are getting into. These things used to be done in the dark, when we say that parents, which parents, I don't know whether those things were true, but I got to know while growing up that, some evil parents, especially women, I'm sorry about that, that they used to initiate their girl child, their female children into some kind of occult and all of that in the night, and that when they are flying, when they are going out, they'll go out with them. And we used to hear, I used to think...
Witchcraft.
Okay. I used to hear of those things, and I used to think them as fairy tale. But now I can see that it's in the open. What kind of initiation is this?
This is cultism.
Cultism.
Yes.
Cultism like we used to have in universities.
Well,
this is not the first time. This same Delta State, you recall last year, there was an incident, where students were lined up in a particular secondary school, and they were initiated.
Yeah.
About 7, 8, 9, 10 of them, and they gave them signs, marks in their bodies and all of that. To what extent?
It's unfortunate.
Is it quite unfortunate? Is it for protection and all of that? And Moses, I'd like you to have your take, because you are very particular about the youth upbringing and all of that, especially the male child.
Yes.
Because we always concentrate on the girl child. And one thing about the girl child, we don't want the girl child to get pregnant before wedlock. Now, what happens to the male child that impregnates
the girl child?
And all the emphasis, all the spotlight, is on the female child.
I absolutely understand that over time, the female child, was relegated to the background, and then there was the outcry for justice for the female child, and all of that. But in doing all of that, like you rightly said, like I've said a lot of times here as well, we abandoned the male child. We stopped raising men. We allowed the society to do the raising. And so we have men or males that cannot protect their siblings, their family. We have basically raised, by not raising, we have raised monsters, and it's unfortunate. I would always speak for the male child, because a lot of times the male child is abused. Nobody talks about it. We have situations where some people abuse the male child, but how many males can come out and say, oh, when I was young, I was abused by one auntie or one uncle or something? You swallow it. It's really unfortunate. A lot of people have gone through that. Now, that is exactly what this toddler is going through. That's an abuse. And if, there's still, I don't know the identity of those that did this, but I can hazard a guess that one of them might be the father of the child. So when an immature person gives life, how can you be a responsible father when you weren't taught how to be responsible, how to be a responsible child when you were young. So it's irresponsibility that, you know, that's what he's taken into probably his own child as well. Forcefully initiating a child. Well, I am glad that they've been arrested, and this kind of person should not be let anywhere near a child, even if the child is his or theirs or whatever, should not be allowed anywhere near a child. In fact, in the Western clime, the child will be taken away from there. I mean, these are the kind of people you take children away from. Very irresponsible behavior. But it doesn't even stop here. We've seen cases where some women take their children to, you know, to pubs and give them alcohol. And I'm talking children below 5 years old. In fact, sometimes when I'm hanging out and I see people bring their children to, you know, sit outs like that, and they're out there till 9 p.m., 10 p.m., I see it as being irresponsible, because what are you teaching that child?
What values are you imparting?
Where a child is, and then you see women, you know, poorly clothed, and the child is seeing people drinking and smoking,
puffing smoke,
and you know, you're raising the child, and to you, you're just hanging out with your family. People should be responsible.
That's not the proper place to do that.
People should start acting responsibly. It's unfortunate. We are raising a society that we will not be proud of in a few years to come. It's really unfortunate.
Yes, I agree with you, because we seem to be, we have a society that is more permissive now than when we were growing up. You know, certain things that were not allowed back then, you know, I mean, they are out in the open this moment.
And I'm still happy that the people who let that permission to happen are those people that benefited from the well-cultured and you know, will I say, society-oriented upbringing then are the ones actually literate.
When you say things like this, Fina,
yes, my dear. You have a wonderful family, or rather parents, who did a good job in bringing up a child.
And then
what happened?
As we started to, you know, in trying to be part of the global space, they tell you you don't beat a child. You know, growing up, I was taught that you're sparing the rod is spoiling the child.
We're saying the same thing more.
And then, you know, so you want to, you know, in schools these days, and then some people overdo it. I mean, I understand that some people overdo it. You want to correct a child, you now inflict injuries. That's pushing it overboard. But without correction, without training, humans are born nasty. Humans are born naughty.
Yes.
We are not taught to do evil. It's inborn.
Society. It is society.
It's inborn in us. We are born to do. You don't tell you have to tell a child, don't put your hands in fire. You have to tell a child, don't scatter the house. You don't tell a child, arrange the house. If you have a child who wakes up and decides, okay, let me just put things in order, you'll be shocked. You will be in shock, I mean. Because that's why the Holy Book say, sorry I'm going this way, but all have sinned and fallen short. We were born in sin. We are sinful by nature. But then we are taught to do the right thing.
Now the thing I'm actually driving
So when you fail to teach people to do the right thing, you will have a bunch of people that are misbehaving, you know, running around the society. Go ahead, please.
The same people who benefited from those wonderful training and upbringing are the ones that wake up to tell you today, allow my child, she or he is being outspoken.
No, it's not
they know their rights.
It's not the same people.
Okay, who are they?
It's not the same people.
Where do they come from?
A lot of those people.
Okay.
You know, we have a lot of these days. Families are usually not complete.
All right.
You know, we have situation where the fathers are not there. It's usually the woman raising the child alone. You understand? Okay. Raising the child alone without the father figures. And where are they? The father figures are probably, I mean, out on the street hustling, or they are in jail in some places. Yes. You know, so you have some of them don't even know they have kids because they impregnated the girl and ran away.
We're saying the same.
So we have a situation whereby you know.
You cannot defend the
No, we're not saying the same thing.
No, we are. You know why I say we're
the
saying
fact remains that we need to do better.
We need to do better, exactly.
We have
begins
lost our
with you,
values, and
it begins with me.
We keep learning. Now, the big question is, at what point did we lose it?
You lost
there
it
was
when
a
you decided
transition
to.
point, you know, between my generation and the younger generation, because I still recall that growing up, the responsibility of bringing up a child was that of the community.
God bless you for.
And not the family.
I'm
not
happy
just the family.
I'm happy you're saying this.
And not just the family. But now, you know, I see parents that go to school to harass, you know, to harass the teachers for trying to correct their child.
Yeah.
In my school, when I was growing up, if I went home to complain to my father or my mother, somehow, coincidentally, all of us were in the same school because both of my parents were teachers, you know, and they get to know that I was flogged. When I get home, I will receive another flogging. What did you even do before the teacher flogged you? And so you see some highly placed people take policemen to go to schools to go and harass teachers.
I had a teacher in primary school. I had a teacher who taught French. You know, he was hard on me. Now, he was hard on me because he took a liking to me. And I was wondering, what kind of liking would make you flog me more than you flog anybody else? You understand? So there was a particular time we did tests. French tests.
Yes, I scored highest.
I told you. I scored the highest. And he flogged me. I think I got like 8 over 10.
And he expected you to do 10 over 10.
Yes, expected me to do 10 over 10. And he flogged me. He left those that scored 7, those that scored 6. He was disappointed. And then he flogged those that scored 5 to 1. And I felt this is unjust. So I went home. I reported. And he said, okay, invite him over. And I went to school, I invited him, and he came. And they made a bouquet. They made food for him. And they sent me to get drinks for him. And they fed him. And he ate. And he told me, you are doing a good job.
You know it.
and I stood at the door and I looked at my parents and I said, no, I think I was adopted. This can be my home. I need to look for another home. But then I learned that, look, I had to do better because a lot is expected of me.
Yes.
And I finished, I still spoke, I still do a little French. Okay. I still speak a little French.
Bonjour.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
I'm not going to do that on the air.
But now,
I learned.
When I said that the problem we're having today is as a result of what happened before, or rather, the fact that people have decided to move away from whatever thing they must have learned, is the fact that the generation that we are in today, if we can take away the issue of individualism and embrace communal living, we will go back again. We'll be able to retrieve the norm.
Individualism is what the West taught us.
Yes, we embraced. They were living their life. We went there to emulate and also learn and start doing more than the people who are living their life and enjoy, because it was working for them. Here in Africa, it will not work for us because we are a special breed of people.
We are communal in nature.
We are communal in nature. So I think that actually is what is happening. But all the same, I want the father of this particular toddler, if others are to receive maybe 4 years or 3 years, I don't know what the laws talk about this. I need that man actually to go for like 10 years. So that he'll get mature.
Okay, gentlemen, let's get into the newspaper headlines before we take a break and now come back for the show proper. Let's start with The Guardian, with the big story. Hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu. Chaos as police disperse Abuja protesters. Southeast shuts down for Kanu. Teenager arrested for allegedly removing sister's eyes for money ritual. Unions, NIMET, I'll check that again. Unions, NIMET workers vow aviation sector shut down today over poor wages. Hashtag NSAS, police reforms linger as Nigerians demand justice after 5 years. National Association of Resident Doctors strike looms as 30-day ultimatum to FG enters final week. Nigeria needs new constitution, not amendment, Olani Bekun tells National Assembly. Resolve dispute with ASU or face nationwide strike, NLC warns federal government. Nigeria under sustained attack from foreign propaganda, says the federal government. Sustained momentum, Tinubu tells judges as EFCC nets 500 billion naira convicts 7,000. I'll take that again for clarity. Sustained momentum, Tinubu tells judges as EFCC nets 500 billion naira, convict 7,000. And that's it from the Guardian newspaper.
And Vanguard newspaper is up next with the window headlines. Nigeria's net domestic credit drops by 12.8% to 98.97 trillion naira. The story is on page 19. And we have other stories there. Don't use coup plot to silence opposition. ADC warns FG. We are shielding no ally. EFCC recovered 500 billion naira in 2 years. And that's coming from Tinubu, the president. Emami faults usage of Warri Kingdom by non-Ishekiri monarchs. And we have the major pictorial there from the protest for free Nnamdi Kanu that happened somewhere in Abuja yesterday. And the banner headline on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper, Nnamdi Kanu, Abuja grounded as security men tear gas protesters. And right after that story, residents angry, workers stranded, police barricade roads, Aso Villa under tight security amid protest. Police arrest Kanu's lawyer brother. NUJ condemns assault, arrest of journalists, demand replacement of damaged tools. Force headquarters defend use of tear gas to disperse protesters. Sanction Ejimako for role in protest. President attacks legal regulatory bodies. Amnesty International condemns disruption of protest. Keeping Kanu in DSS custody to die of his illness, inhuman, that is coming from Modo, as it tells the federal government. South is shut down in hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu protest. The story is on page 11 of the Vanguard newspaper. NLC gives federal government 4 weeks to resolve education sector crisis. Says no pay, no workers. ASU, SANU, and NASU, others unite for action. United to defeat the evil APC has become Olawebu Hashim tells Nigerians. All right, Okoye remains Udine's number. I'll take that again. That's from the sports segment. Okoye remains Udine's numero uno goalkeeper coach. And those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of Vanguard newspaper.
All right, so let's go to the Punch now. ADC warns against political witch hunt in coup probe. Labour gives FG 4 weeks to end varsity crisis. And then the big story there. Hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu. Protest wave hits Abuja, paralyzes southeast states. Abuja protesters tear-gassed, Villa fortified, federal workers barred, southeast locked down. And then I may have the pictures from the protest. And then National Assembly mourns Army commander, soldiers killed by Borno terrorists. I take that one again for emphasis. National Assembly mourns Army commander, soldiers killed by Borno terrorists. Okay. Let it sink. All right, let's move on. Arraignment of Obi of Lagos, others stalled. Oshinubi honored by family, clergy, media giants at 70th birthday Thanksgiving. Okay, all right then. Well, those are the headlines from the papers, and we'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll be looking at the justification of attack on peaceful protesters by the police at the hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu protest that took place in Abuja yesterday. Join us again.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. The video you just watched happened to be from the free Nnamdi Kanu rally that happened yesterday, or protest that happened yesterday in Abuja. Anyway, security operatives on Monday fired tear gas and gunshots to disperse protesters in Abuja who were demanding the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Activist Omoyele Sowore led the march despite a court order and police warning. Protesters chanted free Nnamdi Kanu now. It is our constitutional right to protest and don't tear gas us, before the police shots eventually dispersed them. Meanwhile, hearing in the police suit against Omoyele Sowore and other conveners of hashtag free Nnamdi Kanu now protests suffered a setback as court activities at the Federal High Court in Abuja came to a halt. Although very few court workers and lawyers, litigants and private guards of the court were seen on the premises, no judge was cited. There were heavy security deployment with water cannons in and around the intersection between Ghana Street and Shehu Shagari Way by Nikon Hilton Hotel, the popular Naito Junction at Wuse Zone 2. Federal Secretariat, environs, even National Assembly Junction to our Sokoro district leading into the presidential villa, movement of vehicles was disallowed and many pedestrians were denied working through the restricted areas, while police fired tear gas in some places. The presidency has claimed that the ongoing protests for #Free Nnamdi Kanu now are deemed as an attempt to interfere with judicial proceedings. In a statement posted on his verified X account on Monday, the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on media and public communication, Sunday Dari, criticized the Showere's role in the protest, saying that such activities undermine the judicial process and threaten public order. The presidential aide further argued that such protests would not be tolerated in Western democracies. Also, while responding to a video posted by a media outfit as police tear-gassed protesters, Benjamin Hundeyin, the Nigerian Police Force Public Relations Officer, stunned Nigerians on Monday when he said that the police carried out its mandate by firing tear gas at peaceful protesters, demanding the release of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB's leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in the Federal Capital Territory. We have with us in the studio Prince Francis Chilaka, a political and public affairs commentator. He will help us to analyze this. And also in the studio we have Elvis Eli Mehile, who is a political and public affairs analyst too. And I will be joined virtually, from the event of the Rukos, where we have Jowan Sayolu, who happens to be the national coordinator, Take It Back movement. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Prince Francis. Good morning, Mr. Elvis.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Jowan, if you can hear me. All right, without wasting much time, let me start off with you, Prince Francis Chilaka. All right, what do you make of this particular revelation from the police that they were doing their mandate? I'm talking about using tear gas to disperse the people who come up to protest free Nnamdi Kanu. And also, what does that actually, what does that portend for the right of Nigerians to protest, especially when people believe that they are aggrieved, especially when the protest is peaceful too? Because we didn't hear that there was anything like, fracas or issues happening, just peaceful protesters, and they use tear gas to disperse them.
Well, it's obvious that the police do not know what their mandate is. And it's also obvious that the police do not understand that we're in a democratic rule. The police has carried the mentality of military rule into democracy. And that is why they are not thinking out of the box. I don't blame the police. I don't blame the rank and file. I blame the IG of police, who cannot speak truth to power.
When you say cannot speak truth to power, what does that mean?
Once you have an OES IG, what do you expect? What do you expect? It simply shows you that there is something very, very unclear about APC and the way they go about governance. APC is a government we all know. We all in Nigeria, we saw what they did when they came to power in 2013, 2014 to the 2015 election. They were the masters of protest. Our president that we have today he was in front. But suddenly he has, there's a proverbial word in Igbo land that says, he who cuts neck will never allow you to take a knife behind him. So you now have a president who believes that anything protest is a sin, which cannot be wiped out, which cannot be claimed by anything. Yeah, these same policemen that are shooting innocent Nigerians, tomorrow they will come out and say, oh, we're not being paid well, we're not being treated well. They forget that it is the taxpayers' money of those that they have tear gas that is being used to keep them.
I'm sorry, Prince. I would like for us to, because you now try to create the impression, that the police force that we have now, was turned bad by the APC. The police has always been bad. APC inherited the Nigerian police force right from independence.
Mr. Okoro, I totally disagree with you. We had a Jonathan as a president in this country.
Okay, the police was.
We had protests in Lagos. We had protests across the entire country. Did you see anybody get tear gassed during the time of Jonathan? The problem with the police, before you land, the problem with Nigerian police is that they always want to follow the body language of Mr. President. And they forget that their first loyalty lies with the Nigerian people and not with the president.
Well, a lot of people would disagree with that. Their loyalty lies to the government, that employ them to protect the Nigerian.
Who employed the government?
To protect the
people. Who employed the government? The people employed the government.
Now, the police force that the APC inherited, was it good before now?
Yes, it was.
The Nigerian police have always been
At
good.
least we know that the Nigerian police force that was inherited before now will not go about arresting children and taking them to court and charging them for treason. They will not go about tear-gassing innocent protesters. You saw it with Jonathan's government. This whole nonsense we have today started with the APC government.
All right.
And we must say the truth the way it is.
Okay. Elvis Alemehela, good to have you join us today.
Thank you.
Now, let's talk about the method in which this was done. Bearing in mind that there was a court order. Yeah. The police did say that they got a court order on Friday, preventing protesters from getting to certain places that they termed places of interest. And so, the use of tear gas, is that the only way to disperse a crowd? Are there no other means that probably could have been used to disperse the crowd? And the issue of getting a court order that wasn't made public, because the protesters, Omoyele Sowore, did say that he was not served. But though we understand that they were supposed to be in court yesterday morning by, was it 9 a.m. or 10 a.m.? They were supposed to be in court. So was that, I think I'm asking 2 or 3 questions in one, was that a contravention of the court's order?
Well, first of all, tear gas is not the only means to disperse protesters. At least they could use water, at least in a simple term. But remember, the court order says there are some restricted areas. And those areas, the protesters were not supposed to be part of that when they are gathering or marching. But unfortunately, even when the protesters receded and left the sacred area that the court order spelled out, the police still follow them. That's where the issue comes up. No. Why will the police follow them when they have left the area that they said, okay, these are sacred area, you must not be there? They were making a statement. The statement was that they have a mission, and they came out for that mission. Since you said you cannot be in this area, then when they retreated to where they believe that, oh, we are free to talk to Nigerians and to express our grievances towards what we are protesting for, the police should have allowed them and protect them so that the protest will not be hijacked by hoodlums, which the police are actually, afraid of. And remember, the protesters even wrote the police that they should be protected, that they are coming out on the 20th, which was yesterday. So with all these ones, one would have expected that when they came out and they left the area that the police said, oh, you must not go, the police should have, washed them and begin to prevent hijackers from coming in. That's what we've been saying, that, like my colleague was saying here, that there have been police and there will still continue to be policemen in this nation. But unfortunately, the leader of the police and who is guiding them ought to have a better briefing on every operation the police has to come out, especially when it concerns Nigeria.
All right, so is it concerning, sorry, Ms. Fina, is it concerning that the presidential aide decided to speak on this matter when the protest itself was not against the person of the president?
Yeah, but if you look at it, the president of the president of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is his government that presently under his government that Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes, but the protest is that the courts or the release Nnamdi Kanu not against the president himself.
But you know that the matter on ground is more of a political matter. So there is no way you mention Nnamdi Kanu being incarceration that you not mention the presidency. Because the buck stops at the table of the president. The president, what we are talking about, if the president makes statements today and say Nnamdi Kanu should be released, today he will be released. We saw the clemency he gave to some other persons last time. So that's why, even if it's not directed at the president directly, if the president must make statement, because this matter stops, the buck stops at his table. So the judiciary, even, you know how it works in Nigeria. Where is actually the judiciary? Where is actually the legislator? Who is that one that will give that order without the presidency? The president himself, appending to it that this has to be done. Even the president can give his own order and say, the judiciary, please look for a way to release this man. Today it will be done. So there is the presidential spokesperson coming to speak for the president is not wrong, because this government, the democracy we presently operate in Nigeria, everything revolves around the executive, and they hold the knife and they hold the as it is.
Interesting. Now, let me ask you, there's some persons, or rather the aide was of the opinion that such a protest cannot happen even if it were to be in the Western world. Now, what do you have to say about that? Protesting for the release of an individual who happens to be, or whose case is in court, and, you know, at this point in time, what do you have to say about the day for this protest and the fact that, you know, have this case already in court, the man is standing trial and people are protesting his release?
Well, the protest was just like a reminder. It is not as if we have had, he has been in court for the past 4 years. What has actually happened? We are seeing back and forth, back and forth. We are seeing that, why is it being kept for these 4 years without, you know, judgment or whatever? We see judgment came and it was not released. So this protest was just to make statement that why keeping this man even when he has gone to this extent. Okay. So this kind of protest can come up in any. So
you don't think the protest in any way is interfering with the judicial affairs and their, you know?
Oh, if the judiciary is being delayed, justice delayed is justice denied. It's been delayed unnecessarily for 4 years. So why? And we have seen that there is even a time a court of appeal said this man should go, and at the end of the day, he was not released as expected. So that's why the statement that is being made now is that let judiciary, you know, fast track. We see that, I think the hearing will continue, will come up sometimes this week or so, 22nd of January. So once the hearing come up, even if it's only to fast track it, to speed up this process of justice for Nnamdi Kanu, this protest will have made a statement.
All right, so in line with the question that my colleague asked about the presidential aide saying that this would not happen anywhere else in the world. I don't think that's accurate, because we saw
it can happen anywhere.
We saw with Julian Assange. I mean, that readily comes to mind. While trial was going on, there was a protest right in front of the courts there. So what does that speak to misinformation or disinformation, as the case may be, coming out from the presidency?
You see, when you talk about the presidency and you talk about the spokesman that run that wheel of communication for the presidency, I just think that we have a lot of sycophants in government. These are people who would say anything to make Mr. President happy. Let it be that they're earning their clips, they're earning their pay. You know, anybody saying that the protest is out of place is saying rubbish. Let me put it this way: this case should have ended with the appeal court. Honestly speaking, it should have. That is where it should have ended. But just because, as at the time, you also had a president who was busy picking his teeth and, you know, cleaning his ears. He wasn't listening to anybody. And then he had people who were sycophants, who were ready to do anything. That's why they took the case to the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court is now saying, go. You see, for me, I would stand by saying that, first and foremost, we need to dismantle this 1999 Constitution. We need to dismantle that document. If we don't dismantle that document, Nigeria will not move forward.
Okay. All right, Prince, I have not spoken to you for a while now, especially before this whole protest of 18. What's your opinion about this protest? What do you think is the value of this protest? Is it going to make any impact? Is it going to change anything for Nnamdi Kanu?
First and foremost, I am not happy with the way the protest went, and I'm not happy with the way government, the police have handled the protesters. You arrest Nnamdi Kanu's younger brother, you arrest Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer, yet the man who spearheaded the protest came to the station where you arrested, and you didn't arrest him. You're not bringing a different dimension to it. And that is where people are worried. Before the protest, I was one of those who said, look, let those who, you know, Southeasterners keep away. And the reason why I said that was that when Showore started calling names of Peter Obi, trying to rub him in the mud, and I said to somebody, jokingly, I said, if Peter Obi shows there, they will either kill him or arrest him. And the next thing is that they will charge him for treason. So for me, the protest did not achieve what it was meant to achieve. But one thing I like the protest for is that we have moved it from the southeast to the seat of power. And that's what I've always told the people in the southeast. Those who declare sit at home, I say, you cannot declare sit at home in the southeast and you expect it to affect the federal government. Declare it in the, come to the Abuja and declare. Or you say that all Igbos who are trading in Nigeria every Monday don't open your shops. Then it will affect the government. So what they were doing in the Southeast was actually killing the Southeast rather than protecting and elevating the South.
But do you think that that particular call on Monday will ever hold water, given the fact that the ED of the Lagos Trade Fair, say something yesterday that Igbos, who happens to be the majority persons trading in that trade fair, should try their best not to be part of the protest? Talking about the fragility of the trade fair and its complex at this point.
Well, if you look at it from that point, everybody's protecting themselves. But I am telling you, that's why we have a problem in Igbo land. First problem we have is that what is it? The Igbos have no leader. And unfortunately, the people you see today parading themselves as leaders are not leaders. These are sycophants. And that is where the problem of the Igbo man starts. The Igbos have no person who is speaking for them. The things that are happening in Igbo land cannot happen in the north. You see where the bandits sit down with government officials negotiating. Can it happen? Can you see IPOB sitting down in the southeast negotiating? It will not happen. Because you have a country that you're running two laws. One law is for the south, one law is for the north. And we must be very honest with ourselves when we say these things. The unity that these people keep talking about is not applicable in the southeast. It's not applicable. Even though some of us will try not to bring tribe and all sentiment into it, but it's getting to the point where we must begin to tell ourselves that for us to have a Nigeria that works, we must have the same law applying across.
Similar applying. Prince, I want to ask you, and after that, I would like Elvis to have his take on this question now. Do you think that any level of pressure through protest mounted on the federal government will lead to the release of Nnamdi Kanu?
The only solution to the release of Nnamdi Kanu is political.
Is protest part of it?
No. Okay. It is political. Nnamdi Kanu is a political prisoner.
Okay.
There are other people who have said worse things than Nnamdi Kanu. Where you come from in Nigeria today, determines the kind of justice you get.
Prince, I want you to answer my question directly. Do you think that any level of protest mounted, and I asked you, political solution, is protest part of the political solution?
No.
Okay, so
I do not believe in this protest.
That was the first question I asked.
I do not. You know why I do not believe in this protest?
Okay.
I do not believe in it because you cannot tell a child more about the father than the child. The man behind the people behind the protest, they're not even being sincere. Okay. Honestly speaking, they are not being sincere.
All right.
Let me finish. The only way I will see the sincerity in this protest is if Showore gets arrested and tried with the others.
Okay, all right. Elvis, what's your position on this?
No.
Same question.
Protest cannot solve it. Absolutely. It's a political matter. What I expected is that the Southeastern leaders should better organize themselves and start seeking political solutions to release Nnamdi Kanu. We have very powerful Easterners in this government. Somebody like Uzodimma, Senator Uzodimma, governor of Imo State. Even the former governor of Abia State, Orji Uzor. These are people that can speak truth to the presidency on the cancellation of Nnamdi Kanu. But have they spoken to the presidency genuinely? Let's take out lip service in this matter, Mr. Chukuma. If really, like he said, if really the Ohanese, the political leaders, and the economy, the big wigs in the East, at least can arrange themselves and speak genuinely.
But all of these people have made representations to the federal government.
Forget about all this individual representation. We've seen in this nation, there was a time there was a coup in this nation when Asoro became a maker that so people that concerned started going to Aso Rock to go and plead for their son. I'm talking of Oladipo Dia's school during Abacha's time. We have seen such. Why can't the Southeasterners continue to mobilize themselves and begin to lobby? It's all about negotiation.
That is the question. Chukwemeke Zife Mbazulika Mechi, Emmanuel Iwanyan, Ohaneze, groups, individually, collectively,
the
federal government.
The politicians who are dining and whining with the APC leaders and the presidency, are they genuinely in support of these names you have mentioned? These names you mentioned, they are not politicians. I just gave you an example of some names who are part of this government, who are very, recognized so much in this government. Do you know the angle those ones are coming from in comparison with the names you mentioned? So some people should not be oiling it, and some other persons will be trying to dry the oil off. It will not work. So unless the Easterners come up with that political solution that can release this protest is not going to achieve anything.
All right, then, let's go to one of those that have been in the forefront of this. I'm talking about Ismail Ogushola Oladare, who is a member, Take It Back movement and former House of Assembly candidate under AAC. Good morning to you. Welcome to the program. Now, I understand that you've been following the conversation, but let me just quickly ask you this one. The protest that was organized, what was the role of Take It Back movement in it? And would you say, were you part of it? Would you say you achieved anything from that protest?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, to speak directly to your question, yes. Though I was not on ground in Abuja, in Lagos, to join the protest physically, but we were definitely mobilizing and supporting online as much as we could. And to say that what has the protest achieved is also to speak to the repression that comes with it, right? Because you can't talk of achievements of any protest without considering the impact of the state and the repression that comes with the protest. But then what the protest has actually done is to also bring to the front burner the conversation about the injustice surrounding the incarceration of Max Nnamdi Kanu. Because we all remember in 2022, a court of appeal has actually said that Nnamdi Kanu should be released on bail. But this government has continually flouted the court ruling. And this is unacceptable under any democracy. And this is what we've been speaking to. There's no reason why you have to keep detaining Mazi Nnamdi Kanu perpetually when you can't even present this case in court appropriately. And this is what we've been saying. This is what we're agitating.
Now,
and I believe that,
okay.
1 minute, please. I believe that what this protest is also doing is also to, put pressure on some of the names your guests in the studio have mentioned, the political bigwig in the Southeast, to now go further and go out of their ways to make this a political solution. And like you also
noticed, the political bigwigs in the Southeast that will make it a political that will make it a political matter, or the president himself that can get involved in this?
Yeah, of course. Because if you remember, some days before this protest, Omoyele Sowore met with a lot of people, including the former president Goodluck Jonathan. And in that meeting, President Jonathan promised to meet with the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to resolve these issues.
Okay, sorry to butt in at this point.
So this protest was also
with what we saw that happened yesterday. And the arrest of Aloy Ejima, the lawyer to Nnamdi Kanu, and Nnamdi Kanu's brother. And like one of the guests in the studio rightly said, Prince Francis Chilaka, at some point, Omoyele Sowore, who was part of the protest, visited the police station but was not arrested, was allowed to go back, while Aloy Ejima, the lawyer, and Nnamdi Kanu's brother were being detained as to make statements and arrest. Does it seem like there is a ploy? In all of this, do you think that the protest has helped or will help in assuaging the anger of government against Nnamdi Kanu or worsen his situation?
Yeah,
Because his lawyer is being
I
arrested and made to make a statement, and the government is already speaking against the lawyer. Do you think that will help his case in any way?
Firstly, let me make this as a response to what Prince said earlier, that he would have seen the sincerity if Shurel has been arrested. That sounds so funny and disingenuous, I'm sorry to say, because number one, if Shurel was actually present at the point when they were arresting Ejimako and Kanu's brother, they would definitely have picked Shurel and arrested Shurel as well. But at the point when they were arresting, Shurel was not in that place, was not at that spot. That was the reason why Shurel was not arrested alongside those people. Right? Secondly, whether Shurel was arrested or not, that's even a non-matter. This is not the first time they will arrest Shurel, the second time. Shurel is probably the most arrested and detained person in the political space of Nigeria today. So saying because they did not arrest Shurel does not put credence to the protest is shifting the matter. And secondly, on the detention of these people, Shurel and some of our members also went to their police station to make sure that they were released. But they were repressed. They were tear gassed out of the station again yesterday evening. And they are going back to that station this morning, right? Just to make sure that these people are released. And also, part of the people arrested were also some of our members from Take It Back movement. So I don't see any reason why anybody will say that because they did not arrest so, because it is until they arrest so. It then means that some people actually want Shurel to be arrested or to be killed. And this is the reason why people are even saying, why is he running? So you expect them to tear gas and shoot him, and he will not run until they kill him there. So it's very disingenuous to be putting forward that kind of arguments. But the fact of the matter remains that the protest was a resounding message to the fact that it is high time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has to be released. And I know that the government has actually got the message. And I hope the Southeastern leaders can now follow up.
All right, then. And, all right, thank you very much. Okay, let me stay with you. I'd like for us to talk about the protest that was billed for yesterday, or the protest that actually took place yesterday. You remember that yesterday was the 5th anniversary of the NSAS protest. Was it some form of coincidence, or was it intentional, to choose that date for the Free Nnamdi Kanu protest? What will it be for you?
Yeah, it was nothing like that, because when the protest was announced, I remember Omoyele Sowore reached out to the Abia State Assembly, and he said that we'll go with their own dates. And from the information available with us, we understand that the date was picked by the Abia State Assembly. So the date of that protest was not picked by us, the Take It Back movement. We just have to go with what they picked. And you know that if we had said that we rejected that date because of the significance of the NSAS, people will say that we want to make it our, we want to personalize it, Shurel wants to hijack the protest. So, of course, we have to go with their date. And also, you see, and this is why it's more like a gaslighting when people now say we want to erode the memory of NSAS. Because for the past 4 or 5 years, for the past 4 years, please, 1 minute, please. For the past 4 years, the only organization that has consistently go out on this NSAS memorial is the Take It Back movement. As at last year, October 20 last year, I was at the toll gate, Lekki toll gate. I was tear gassed. I was shot at. It was the Take It Back movement that has been organizing NSAS memorial for the past 4 years. So it is also some sort of gaslighting, not saying that because we want people to forget about NSAS, that's why we picked that date. First, we're not the one that picked the dates. And secondly, we still had a program to remember the NSAS victims.
All right. Now, talking about the people that chose the date for you, were they part of the protest yesterday? The people, the Abia State House of Assembly, were they part of the protest yesterday?
None of them that I can recognize.
Okay. So it's I don't know. It's kind of conflicting. The people that chose the date for you, you went by the date, and the people didn't come. Didn't they tell you up front as at yesterday?
I'm not saying they didn't come.
Okay.
I'm not saying they didn't come.
Okay, you are not aware.
I can't recognize any of them.
Okay, you couldn't recognize.
And I also understand that there were protests going on in their states too. So definitely they mobilized for that.
All right, beautiful. I'd like for us to come back to the NSAS protest. Yesterday, the Yemi Ademoleku, the executive director of an officer, tried to lay a wreath at the Lekki toll gate, and she was stopped. In fact, she was manhandled by security officers. What's your reaction to all of that, especially trying to, ensure that to sustain the memory of that protest, especially a lot of people believe that there has not been a closure on that Lekki toll gate massacre. What's your reaction to that? And Taking Back movement, what are you going to do to ensure that probably you erect a memorabilia, for those people that died? If not in the Lekki toll gate, because probably government might not approve of that, but elsewhere. And do you have any plans of doing all of that so that the blood that was shed there, the memory will not be lost? I spoke about the Tiananmen Square, on the morning show, because the Lekki Plaza toll gate has become our own Tiananmen Square. What efforts are you making to ensure that that memory doesn't die so soon?
So we had a Twitter space last night with Yemi Ademoleku also there, and this also some of the things we discussed on the Twitter space, because for the past 4 years we've been having this memorial. Like I said earlier, last year I was shot at Lekki toll gate at the memorial last year, and it's also disappointing that a lot of people that were now condemning the Freedom of the Kanu protest, they were not even at the Lekki toll gate yesterday. So they were criticizing people for doing what they also refused to do. But then that's not even the issue. The issue is that, what we have been asking for over the years is that after the NSAS massacre, the government actually put up a judicial committee of inquiry. And this committee of inquiry came up with a verdict and proposals. But the government, in their usual ways, they've been ignoring these verdicts for the past 2 years. Whereas they were the one that set up this committee by themselves. So what we are now saying, what we'll be asking them to do is just to take the recommendations of this, their own panel that they constituted, and implement it.
Okay. All right then. Well, let's have you conclude as we wrap up this conversation, and then we'll take up to the thoughts round. Well, I think I'll just come to Prince Francis. Let's have your conclusion on this one, on this conversation.
Well, my conclusion is that the Southeast leaders, quotes, those who have taken up that mantle to become leaders, shouldn't be playing hide and seek. And that is what's happening. In the broad daylight, they want Nnamdi Kanu released. At night, they don't want him released. I mean, I've read several articles written by SAs to Hope Uzodinma and all of that, where they have given, adduced so many reasons why Nnamdi Kanu should not be released. I've read them.
Please, as you conclude, when he spoke about the Abia State House of Assembly, not showing up, you giggled. Why did you giggle?
I think they are here, they're in abroad, they're in UK or wherever they went for some come of.
And they chose a date.
Whether they chose the date or not, it boils down to what I've been saying. Broad daylight, everybody wants Nnamdi Kanu released. In the night, when the real decision of his release should be taken, they don't want him released.
All right.
We know the role the governors are playing, all the governors in the Southeast, especially the one of Imo State. We know the role they are playing.
All right, then. Elvis, let's have your concluding thoughts.
Yeah, that's exactly that was exactly my postulation, that the political leaders have to do more, especially when it comes to releasing Nnamdi Kanu, because they feel threatened if Nnamdi Kanu is released today. If they are truly sincere about releasing Nnamdi Kanu, they know what to do. Because you see, APC is trying to make a better inroad into Southeast, especially come 2027 general election. Nnamdi Kanu matter can be used as bargain if they are really serious in wanting Nnamdi Kanu to be out of incarceration. So they should do more.
All right, then. Thank you very much. And Also, let's go to Ismail or Ladari. Let's have your concluding thoughts on this one, and then we'll let you go.
So just like your guest in the studio have said, it's this Nnamdi Kanu matter is a political matter, and as such must be resolved politically. So all the Southeastern political bigwigs should also come together, and like former President Jonathan has also promised to intervene to speak with the president, and I think everybody should now put pressure on this meeting.
All right,
to make sure that Nnamdi Kanu is brought back home safely.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Ismail Ogushola Oladari. Thank you very much for being part of the program, and we'll have to let you go now. But let's get into another conversation. We'd like the other gentlemen to stay with us, Prince Francis Chilaka and Elvis Elimihele. Governor Soludo reveals Anambra Guba results already written, vows to resist election rigging. Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
This morning, Governor Charles Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has warned against election rigging during the November 8th governorship election in the state. Soludo disclosed this while alleging that some opposition have written election results ahead of next month's poll. Speaking during his campaign rally in Oka, the governor warned that those who have written election results will not get away with it. We'll have a video actually when he was making those postulations. Let's get the video in.
I'm saying 13 local governments where they said they will write the results and bring it in. We will be waiting for them and be clapping for them on that day to write the results and bring. Nobody has ever done that. If you do that successfully and leave Anambra, we will give you an award. And people determined, organized, no force on earth can thwart their will. They say they have written the results. They are going to import thousands of thugs into Anambra to be able to thwart the people. Are they going to overwhelm us? No. We are waiting. We are following them. We know what they are planning. We know who they are planning with. We know when they want to come. We know how they want to come. We are waiting for them. November 8th, let them come and practice it in Anambra.
Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress ADC governorship candidate in Anambra State, John Chuma Nwosu, has accused Governor Chukwuma Soludo of using local government funds to influence voters ahead of the November 8th governorship election. Nwosu alleged that the All Progressive Grand Alliance (APGA) led administration was coercing communities to make donations to support Soludo's campaign, describing the action as a clear breach of the Electoral Act 2022. We still have with us in the studio Prince Francis Chilaka, a political analyst, and also Elvis Elimihele, also happens to be a political and public affairs commentator, still join us here. I'm from Oka, Anambra State. We have been joined by Barrister Clem Agui, who happens to be a public affairs analyst and also a former local government council chairman of Njikoka local government area in Anambra State. And from Abuja, we have Ochuma Ejiga Benjamin, a lawyer and a public policy consultant. Good morning, if you can hear me. Good morning, Barrister Ejiga Benjamin.
Good morning, and it's my pleasure being part of this program.
All right, Barrister Clems Agui, good morning, if you've joined the conversation. Barrister, I would like to start off with you, Barrister Clems Agui. What is really happening in Anambra State? In one breath, the governor of the state is saying that some people have already penned down the result of the election that will come up on the 8th of November. And in another breath, he's been accused of using local government funds to influence voters and all that. Help us actually work around this, because I know you've actually played, within the political space in Anambra State as a former local government council chairman.
Thank you very much. One, a lot is happening in Anambra State this time around. The political atmosphere is charged, and we're all waiting for November. I call it November because it's Soludo's date with history in Anambra State, because it's going to be that election is not just an election, it's going to be a referendum of his 3 years and more, 4 years in office, and we will have to decide. We've heard about the speculations about people saying that they're going to write the result, they can win at all costs, and we're waiting for them, like the governor said, to come into Anambra State and write the result and then win the result outside the mandate of the people. But what we have asked is let there be free, fair, credible election where the people's votes will count. And it's also disheartening that at this point in time in our history, people are still not seeing the stupid ideas that they can just phantom result and write the result and win at all cost because maybe you think you are connected to INEC or to the federal government or to whomever you think you are connected. It is the people's vote we're talking about. And coming to what was said by the ADC candidate, I don't like it when politicians talk from the two sides of their mouth. They say that the government of the day is using local government funds for election. And again, he said that communities are being coerced to donate to the governor's campaign. I mean, that's ridiculous. If the communities are being coerced to donate to the governor's campaign, why is he using local government funds at the same time to conduct the election? My own community, where I came from, has a check already for the governor, and we are begging him to come. We're not even getting a date for him to come because we want to donate to his campaign because we love the work he's doing. We love the direction where he's taking a number to. And the people of Enugu are waiting for him, begging him to come so that we can endorse him and also donate to the campaign. Because you see, when a man is doing very well and people want to be part of it, they want to be part of it because they want to be part of that history.
Now, when you say that he's doing very well, Barrister Clem Agoye, if he's really doing very well, like you pointed out, then the political space in Anambra will not be tense. We will not see people who are trying actually their best to occupy that position. If you say he's doing very well, he would have come out of being, presented to the people on the polls. Are
gamblers. They're like addicts. They only want to gamble and try their luck, even though they know that they're not going to even win their polling unit. You see politicians permutating like the typical gambler you see in the betting store. So that's the way it is in politics. And I'm not equally opposed to the fact that there are people who are contesting and competing. I mean, that is normal and expected in democracy.
Okay.
When I say the political atmosphere in Anambra is that, of course, election is like a Christmas season. When it comes, whether there is money in your pocket or no money in your pocket, the season is there. The atmosphere changes, the Ramadan comes. So it's same thing with election. People are
Clems, let me stay with you. Barrister Clems, let me stay with you. If you watched the video that we just played in the course of the intro, the governor came across as someone who is already jittery, Did you read that in his body language when he said, look, people that they say they are coming, we are waiting for them, we'll congratulate them, if they do it successfully and leave Anambra, he came across as someone who is jittery and at the same time issuing a threat. What's your interpretation of the governor's body language in all of that?
To come to Anambra State and write result and then get away from Anambra State, then you're welcome. Come and do that. The people are there. People are ready to vote. People are ready to make sure that their vote counts. People are ready to make sure that what was declared is what they voted for. So if you think you can do otherwise, welcome. We'll congratulate you. Now we'll clap for you. Come and do it now. If you think Anambra is a place where you come and do whatever you like and then go away, then come. Personally, we are waiting for you. People from Anambra
you are merely repeating what
it doesn't signify. You can see the sarcasm in that word.
Okay.
It means that you cannot do any kind of stuff you want to do that is illegitimate and illegal in Anambra State and get away with it. You cannot.
Okay.
Anambra State is the standard election, and the people of Anambra State understand how their elections are conducted. And people of Anambra State knows how they vote in the election. And this Anambra is not a place where you will come and say you do any kind of things or mago and then get away with it. No, not Anambra State.
Okay, these people that we are talking about, do you by chance read the governor's mind? Could it be the party at the center? Because they have been saying, look,
I wouldn't be reading the governor's mind. I'm from Anambra State.
Okay.
And we have had ears. We hear things. We see things happening.
Okay, so what have you heard? What do you think is going to happen?
Yes,
where do you think this threat comes from?
For example, let me tell you.
Okay.
You see, we have had some of these people when they go for their meetings, and instead of discussing issue-based politics, that what they're going to do, they're talking about how they have a federal might and what they can do with the federal might. I mean, we know where these things are coming from.
Okay.
And it's not as if we're strangers to all these kind of things. But one thing is to have to be delusional. One thing is to think you can do this. But then another is your ability to do that thing you think you can do. What we're saying is this. Anambra State people knows what they want. And they are banking on the fact that INEC will be respectful enough to respect the wishes of the people.
Okay.
Anambra is Abga land. Abga is Anambra.
Okay,
so
what the governor is doing is just to raise the red flags, you know, to one INEC, one
the governor is not raising red flag. The governor is advancing because of free and fair election.
All right.
The governor is advancing because of electoral reform, whereby the people vote will be respected. The governor is not saying, I must win this election, or I must not win this election.
Thank you,
the governor is saying that the vote of the people must count, and the people's mandate must be respected.
Interesting point.
Thank
you so much, Barrister Clem. Let's take this to Abuja before bringing it back to the studio. Barrister Ochoma Ejago Benjamin, what do you make of that particular statement by the Anambra State Governor? Also, juxtapose the fact that I think October 25th was the date INEC slated to conduct a mock, you know, there in that state, so that they will make sure that they have, you know, make sure that the upgraded bimodal voter accreditation system is working, and people of Anambra also should get ready for the transmission of results to be done electronically after the November 8th election. I would like you to unmute your microphone or the mic of your device if you can hear me. You can go ahead if you've done that.
Okay. Thank you for having me once more. And I would like to go straight to the point. The governor has expressed his fear. And what he said is very, very important when you look at the antecedents of our off-cycle elections. For instance, in Kogi State, it was glaring, and even INEC admitted it, that election results was written even before the election. The evidence was there, and they even announced that there was going to be a rerun. Then they did a U-turn. A rerun was never done. Told the losers to go to court, and we all know the outcome all the way to the Supreme Court. So when you look at that, you look at Edo State, the fear being expressed by the governor cannot just be trivialized. It is real in our polity. Now, having said that, I would like to say that the backbone of all of this still boils down to the Electoral Act that we are operating. It is the same Electoral Act that was used in the last general election and other off-cycle elections. And prior to the elections, we were promised heaven and earth by the INEC that results were going to be transmitted electronically. That gave a lot of us confidence, and we went all out to exercise our franchise. But what happened? INEC turned around and said that is no longer going to be done. And they resorted to manual transmission. And by doing that, they took us back 20 years in our electoral history. Now, what I mean by manual transmission is election results being written in longhand on paper, the Form EC8 being transported by Okada, the National Union of Road Transport Workers, by taxi, all over the place. And the simple truth remains that in that process, this result can easily be swapped. And that was what played out in Kogi State, in Edo State, in the general election. In the name of a glitch, the whole electronic transmission was swept aside for the presidential election that brought President Tinubu into power. That is what we are talking. So what is our assurance that electronic transmission is going to be adhered to in the coming election?
So when you say what is the assurance, we have the new INEC Chairman, Amopito, promising Nigerians that he's going to look into that particular glitch that happened. And also we're getting also from the Director of Voter Education and Publicity, Victoria Temesi, telling a number of people that the mock is just for them to make sure that everything is in place for the electronic transmission of the result. That's Anambra State gubernatorial result after the election on November 8th.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, the backbone is the Electoral Act. Okay. It is that same Electoral Act that we used for the general election that brought President Tinubu into power, that brought Governor Dodo into power, that brought Okpebolo in Edo State into power. It is that same act that we are still using.
Thank you so much.
It has not been, yeah.
All right,
it is that same Electoral Act we are still using. It has not been amended. Now, we have a new INEC chairman. He is the leader of INEC, but the institution remains the same. And the backbone of INEC is the Electoral Act.
Thank you so much.
The promise that we had prior to the last general election is even more than the promise they are giving us now.
Thank you for that point. Thank you so much, Barrister Benjamin, for that point. We have to bring it to the studio because we're pressed for time. But Mr. Prince Francis Chilaka, what do you have to say about this? Because when Barrister Clemage was talking, you were giggling. And also, let's remember that during the, inauguration that happened, the commissioning of projects that happened in Anambra State, Solu Dosingo had come up to say that APGA does not have any presidential candidate, and he is, supporting the president, the incumbent, for his return in 2027. So are we seeing, some persons at this point in time trying to renege on their promise, or maybe whatever thing they must have discussed behind closed doors and give this particular seat to someone else?
Fina, you know why I was laughing? I was laughing because suddenly Charles Soludo has found himself in a hole. And usually we say there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but this tunnel doesn't have a light at all, not even a candle light. You know, when Charles Soludo, I think 2 months back or so, publicly endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he talked about the wonderful things the president was doing and all of that. I asked that question, and I will ask that question again. I said to Charles Soludo then, I said, you are endorsing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the candidate of ABGA. Do you also realize that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's party, the APC, has a candidate in your state? And a lot of people came after me. Oh, I shouldn't have said. I said, but it's playing out, because if you're saying that the people are writing results, come out openly and tell us. You do not expect that ADC, Labour Party, they don't have the instrument to write results. So the people writing the result, which we know, is the APC. So you should come out and tell us who is writing the results. Now he has found himself in cul-de-sac and he doesn't know what to do anymore.
So wasn't that some kind of quid pro quo, for Soludo? You give me, I give you.
In what way?
Yeah, I mean, you deliver me, I deliver you.
Do you expect that a Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as the leader of APC, will sit idly and allow a Charles Soludo to win governorship election in that state?
Probably with the agreement that when you win, you move over.
Among politicians, there's no agreement. There's no agreement. Let us be sincere and honest with ourselves. It's about interest. As it is right now, Charles Soludo has seen the handwriting on the wall. So he's jittering.
Okay, so that's
I was thinking that when Charles Soludo endorsed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as ABGA's consensus candidate, I was expecting that by now he would have decamped to APC. That was a very wrong move. If he doesn't know, it was a wrong move. Because a Bola Ahmed Tinubu would not support a Charles Soludo against his own party's candidate.
All right, thank you so much, Prince Francis. Let's get your opinion on Mr. Elvis, please, before.
Yeah, the issue there is, like the barrister said from Abuja, is the electoral reform. If we have electoral reform, as they told us in 2022-2023 that the result was going to be transmitted electronically and there was going to be minimal human interference, all these issues that we are talking about, somebody is writing results, would have arisen. Nobody would have been afraid or jittering. But unfortunately, the politicians know where they have to take the truth away from the people, because they know too well that many of them that are sitting there cannot win election. So they will leave those gray areas in those electoral reforms. Before the 2023 election became something that everybody had to start going to the court, nobody actually knew that there was still a clause that INEC has the discretion to talk about the method they are going to use to collate electoral result. Until we got to the court now started interpreting that, yes, it's INEC that has the prerogative to say, oh, we are going to do it manually or we are going to do it electronically. That was a gray area that was not known between Nigerians when we were hearing that, oh, 2023 general election is going to be transmitted into IREF and everybody is going to start seeing the result as soon as from the polling booth to the ward and all that, but we never saw that. Here we are now. You saw what happened in Edo State. Was there really an election in Edo State? So if Charles Soludo is already afraid of the result that is going to come out in Anambra, he is only drawing inference from what happened in Edo State and what happened in Kogi State. And it is not going to stop there. You just made mention of Charles Soludo endorsing Bola Ahmed Tinubu for 2027 general election. Let me tell you, it's a very that's a banana peel. He is stepping up. We saw it in 2003 in this nation. 2003 when PDP and AD came together and AD said they were going to endorse PDP presidential candidate. That's Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. And what happened? Just that singular act, they lost 5 states in the southwest. Only this president, when he was governor there, that survived it as AD governor. So that this same president knows all these intricacies. He knows all these political secrets and intrigues. He knows them. So anybody that is endorsing Tinubu because I want to remain in my state so that I'm going to win, you are making mistake. If it doesn't sit well, unfortunately, he's only threatening. He doesn't have the armed forces.
Elvis, between you and Prince Chilaka, are you of the opinion? Are you telling Nigerians that Anambra is already taken by the APC?
Except God intervenes, and these people have to come out more forcefully and be vigilant. At the election, you saw when there was no coalition at the ward, then they have to move to INEC head office in Benin. Is it done? Even when they went to the court, did the court see that as an aberration? They didn't see it as an offense. Today, is it not the way they want it that has happened in Edo? So something of that nature can still happen in Anambra if care is not taken. So the governor should just go and, like we say in Nigeria here, we're very good at doing fasting and prayer. If you do more fasting and prayer and because some of those things that God has already answered for us, we go back and start asking God, Otherwise, we'll see what happens in Edo, play out in Anambra.
All right, let's stretch it. Let's stretch this a little bit. Aisha Yusufu has declared it's time for women to lead Nigeria, saying that the men have failed. In fact, she says male presidents have failed the nation. Now, she said, speaking boldly at the Girls Summit held in Umuahia, Aisha Yusufu declared male presidents have failed us and insisted that women must no longer be sidelined from positions of power, especially the presidency. She challenged the stereotypes of cultural barriers that continue to hold women back, saying it was unfair that female aspirants are often ridiculed, while men, no matter how incompetent, underline that word, are accepted as leaders. Okay, that's the point that she's putting forward, that men have continued to rig and men have failed. How do you react to this statement? The women we've seen so far, do you think we should go that way and, just parties should just come together, put forward, women, even for the presidency, governors and the rest? Would that be where our salvation lie?
Oh, you're asking me?
I'm asking you. Yeah, as I'm looking at you.
I'm laughing.
Why?
Because our Nigerian women talk too much with little action. The voting class are women. But this voting class do not support women. At the end of the day, they will all queue up behind the men. They do not support themselves. They don't see themselves as being, capable of taking that responsibility.
Is it because they don't have money to share?
No, it's not about money. Each time they want it to be given to them on a platter of gold. It's not done that way. Because if you put 5 men here and 2 women for an election, you will be shocked that the women that will come out to vote will vote the men. So the problem is not whether they want to give power to the women or not. The problem is that the Nigerian women, do they trust themselves to vote themselves?
All right, when you say, that women are the ones who are actually causing all this, they wouldn't want to vote in women and they want to vote in men and all that. Let's get your opinion on this, Elvis. Looking at the political structure of Nigeria, can you say that Nigeria has ever been so fair to women? Imagine the back and forth happening in the National Assembly at this point in time over a particular woman and the National Assembly member and, the whole thing. Can you say that women actually have been treated fair in Nigeria political space?
It's relative. Absolutely. If you look at let's just take out the National Assembly out of it first, because at least that woman got opportunity to get into the house.
Even after some people wanted to, murder.
Yes, you saw what she fought in Kogi before she got that position to get into the house. Let's also go back a little bit in this nation. If you have heard of Dr. Sarah Jubrin in this nation, she was a woman, a very strong politician who have made attempts to get into that presidency 4 times. We even saw her contesting with men. At the time, the last primary she did, she had only 1 vote.
And she voted for herself.
For only herself. So in that regard, you understand what Prince is saying here, that the women have to first of all love themselves before they now begin to talk of, okay, let us support men. We are not saying they should not support whoever they want to support. Love yourself and support yourself. So if Aisha Yusufu is coming up with that postulation that, men are, you use one word, you don't say underline. I don't want to repeat it, honestly. Because power is something you must fight for, even in family, among brothers and sisters. When it comes to sharing things, you know too well that it is not just the same way we sit down and joke that you share those things.
Okay,
and in politics in Nigeria, it's all about sharing. So for women to be relevant, they have to do more for themselves and love themselves.
All right, then we still have with us the barristers that join us from Enugu. We have I beg your pardon. From Oka, we have Barrister Claire Maguyi, and from Abuja, Barrister Ochuma Benjamin. We'd like you gentlemen to stay with us. We have to let Prince Francis Chilaka go and then bring on Dele Fanimo, who is a reporter, as he also comes to share his view on this one. So we'll be back after this very short break. Join us again.
On People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway wrists.
Oh well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now let's move this conversation to Oka, where Barrister Clem Aguyi is. The women folk saying the men have been incompetent over the years, and we need a woman now we all need to rally round the female politicians up to the task. Barrister Clem. No. All right, we have a bit of a problem with your audio quality, Barrister Clem. Can you help us fix that very quickly so we can take your thoughts on this one? All right, you're sounding very far away from your device. But let's
clarify
Go ahead.
that Governor Soludo didn't go out of his way to endorse Bola Ahmed Tinubu as for 2027. APGA has always had a tradition of endorsing the government at the center as a way of connecting to the center to get benefits for the state. So he just followed tradition of the party that had been laid down. That is number one. Number two is coming back to your question on what Asia Yusuf has said. I don't want leadership to be trivialized to gender and male or female as a way of proving a great leadership. Of course, we have had many great female leaders across the globe, like Margaret Thatcher of Great Britain. We have Golda Meir in Israel, and so many other women that has become that became very good quality leaders. They didn't get to that height because of the agenda. Nobody gave them power because of the agenda. They were able to get that on merit. They fought their way through, and when they became leaders in their country, they were able to prove their method that what a man can do, a woman can even do better, and they did. So coming down to Nigeria, if we have quality women who aspire to positions, of course, and they have the quality, of course, Nigeria has not. There's no law in Nigeria that says that a woman cannot be president, and there's no political party that says that a woman cannot be president. In fact, Nigeria has been fair even to women, because to make sure that we run an all-inclusive democracy, many political parties discount selling of their forms, give more privilege to the women, some not even take money from them to run an election. And we already have a bill in the House where they're saying that they want to include more women in the parliament and things like that. Nigeria has been fair and not discounting on women, but then leadership also in Africa is a cultural thing. Cultural thing in the sense that if you look at both leaders in Africa, there are older people and there are men, and it's just because of the African way of looking at things. They feel, for you to lead, you have to be maybe a particular kind of person. But like I said, I don't want to trivialize Nigerian problem and Nigerian leadership to gender based. We have to deal with Nigerian leadership problem the way it is. If a woman is up to the task and if a woman can do it, why not? If not, let the woman go ahead and do it, but not because of his sex, not because of his gender.
So can you actually boldly say that men who have been elected to man most of the offices are doing well in those places? Nigeria is 65 years old, and yet we don't have anything to show for it, if I'm to use that word, after the independence. So can you actually boldly say that the men who have occupied this space for so long are really being judicious while doing their work?
Let me put it this way so that you can understand me clearly. Nigeria has improved since independence. Forget the people that tell you that Nigeria has not shown, have nothing to show. We have a lot to show. We're still one country since after independence. That's a lot of credit to Nigerians. Many Nigerians have endured the problem of leadership in Nigeria. That's a credit to Nigerian people. And again, many men have proven their mettle where they hold stay in government, in the different levels of government in Nigeria. The fault is not them. If you look at even the public service, that's when women were appointed into ministerial positions and into some of them stole more than the men are stealing. That I even get shocked that this is a woman stealing like this more than men. Nigerian women had even proven to be stealing more than the men, where they are given opportunity to go and check the records. So like I say, it's not a gender issue for me. It's about the quality of person that is coming up. I don't think I want somebody to lead me because of a gender. I want you to lead because you have the capacity to lead. One of the greatest Nigerian vice chancellors in Nigeria that Nigeria had produced, University of Benin, was a woman. Okonjo-Iweala is a woman.
We're looking at the political space. So if we actually have all those big women, or rather all these, intelligent women doing what the world can applaud for, I wonder why is it that when it gets to Nigeria, none of them is being regarded, or maybe we didn't get that to the background. We want to look at, for example, in the House, we were discussing the issue surrounding the ethics of the House. A particular man was so vocal telling someone who have a, what's it called, international recognition, please shut up, you're a woman, you don't talk here and all that. And how well are we going to work with such when the political atmosphere looks more like is always only made for the man?
The Nigerian political space is not always meant for the men. I will repeat that again to you so that you can understand that. And I want you to understand that the women that have gotten to those heights that you mentioned didn't get there because of the agenda. Aisha Yusuf's statement and her call man's to trivialize in leadership because to her, women should be given a chance.
Thank you very much.
Lead because of the agenda. And I said, no.
Okay.
Give the woman a chance because of her quality. Nigerians have gone through a lot. That we cannot be trivialized in leadership in Nigeria anymore.
I'm happy actually to get back to say that Nigeria is, have gone through a lot, and they are still going through a lot at this point in time in the hands of men, 65 years after independence. Now let's go Barrister Ojuma and Jiga Benjamin. Let's get to join this conversation.
Want to manage our
what do you have to say about this, given the fact that some women at this point are beginning to say or be vocal, saying that men are incompetent in helping or rather pushing Nigerians forward, looking at the political space and what we've achieved. Some persons are saying that Nigeria have achieved so much, at this point in time, but electricity, we don't even have anything to say to that direction. Look at other infrastructure and development in general. It's more like we're lagging behind, or like the people that we started a race with after independence. If you can hear me, I'd like you to unmute your microphone, Barrister Choma Ejiga.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I would just like to chip in this. Theoretically speaking, there is nothing limiting women from attaining the highest level in leadership in Nigeria, theoretically speaking. But when it comes to the practicality, the political environment, the political climate is very, very hostile to women. We've seen several incidences of thuggery, violence, and all of those. Can we confidently beat our chest that all the women can come out and vote in an election without fear? Then we can also look at the angle of religion and culture. Does our religion and our culture allow women to come out fully to vote in an election? That is one. Then the electoral system itself is also an issue. That is why institutional reforms is very, very key to create a level playing ground for women to thrive in our politics. For instance, if we have electronic voting system, women from all over the world, Nigerian women from the diaspora all over the world can vote. You can vote conveniently from the comfort of your room. You do not need to consider religious limitation, cultural limitation against women. Whether we believe it or not, these are realities in the Nigerian political space. Now, when we have a working electronic voting system, women can vote from anywhere in the world. You can vote from the comfort of your room. So there will be a kind of level playing ground. But right now, it is not there. Theoretically, they have every right as men, but practically, it is not there.
Thank you so much, Barrister.
So I just want to chip in that.
Thank you so much for that. Let's get your opinion on this, Mr. Delifanimo. What do you make of the call by Aisha Yusuf, and what do you really make of all the happenings in the Nigerian political space thus far?
Well, it's within our right to seek better opportunities for women in the political space, but it's not served a la carte. We have seen women all over the world. Johnson Sirleaf fought her way through to become president of Liberia. At least that is Africa, not Europe or America or Asia. And so, whoever wants to lead should show intention and be serious about it. Nobody will walk into anybody's room and say, come and become president. It's not going to happen. And seeking undue advantage for women, for me, I don't subscribe to it. So let everybody go to the field, do what he or she needs to do, and if providence or God favors that person, so shall it be. That's for me.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Fanimo, for that. In 30 seconds, Mr. Elvis, let's get your opinion again, once again, on this 30 seconds, because of present time.
Women have had opportunities. The only thing is, how were these opportunities utilized? Remember the first female speaker, House of Reps speaker in this nation, Mrs. Patricia Ete. She's a woman. She got to that position. She didn't just get into the House in 2007 and got the position of speakership. But she had been in the House since 1999 before she was made speaker in 2007. But what happened? She has the shortest tenure from June 2007 to October 2007. She was eased out of office. So when she said, they are less corrupt and whatever, we knew when we started talking about a take gate in this nation, the humongous amount of money that was released for renovation and buying of cars and other which she could not account for. So that is her out of office. So they should also do their homework while seeking the position, because nobody will wake you up from your bed and say, come and take up this position. And even when you are given the position and you don't utilize it so well, you also lose it. We have also had first female senator in this nation, Fraka Fraigwa, from Edo North. She was a woman. She fought her way to get to that position. So they have had opportunities. But how have they utilized the opportunities is what matters. And that's what they should be addressing.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis, for submission. Due to press of time, we want to appreciate all of you gentlemen that have been part of today's show. This is how far we can go. Thank you, Mr. Delefanimo, a veteran reporter and a public political affairs analyst. Thank you also, Mr. Elvis Elimehele, who happens to be a political and public affairs commentator too. Thank you, Barrister Clems Agui, for being part of today's show. And then Barrister Ochuma Ijega Benjamin, we sincerely appreciate. All right, on behalf of the backroom staff, the producer of the show, Chema Innocent, and then my wonderful colleague here in the studio, Moses Humphrey and Chukuma Okoram, Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy the rest of your day and endeavor to be a patriotic citizen. Remember that on top of the hour, 10 a.m. here on Voice of the People Television, on this white table, we'll have the super review. Do well to join. It promises to be interesting. Bye for now.
So you could see the videos, their video from the protest that took place yesterday in Abuja and some other parts of the country. The free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest led by Omoyele Sowore and the chanting, tear gas cannot stop us and every other thing. But we all saw what happened. Tear gas fired, gunshots fired. The police say it was not live ammunition, but some individuals were arrested. A lawyer, Jimako, arrested. The brother of Nnamdi Kanu also arrested. Oh, well, welcome to Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey, and I do have my colleague here, Chukuma Okoro. And we're also joined by the analyst. We have Elvis Elimehele. He joins the conversation. Good morning to you. Thank you very much for staying back.
Thank you.
Dele Fanimo, also a seasoned reporter and a public affairs commentator, joins the conversation this morning. Good morning.
Good morning once again.
And then Barrister Darlington Agumo is also here. Barrister, good morning once again.
Good morning, Moses.
So let's talk about the protest. Very well, thank you. And of course, that's reported in most of the dailies. So let's just run to it. The Vanguard reports, it says, Abuja grounded as security men tear gas protesters. Residents angry. Workers stranded. Police barricade roads. Aso Villa under tight security amid protests. Police arrest Kanu's lawyer, brother. AUJ condemns assault, arrest of journalists, demand replacement of damaged tools. Force headquarters defends use of tear gas to disperse protesters. Sanction Ejimako, for role in protest. Presidency tasks legal regulatory bodies. Amnesty International condemns disruption of protest. Keeping Kanu in DSS custody to die of his illness, inhumane. Wodo tells federal government. And The Guardian says, #Free Nnamdi Kanu chaos as police disperse Abuja protesters. Southeast shuts down for Kanu. There you have it. There you have it. Barrister, let me start off with you on this one. The protest, what are your thoughts?
Yes, I thank God no life was lost. That is the first thing. Then secondly, the brutal suppression of protesters is against our laws. People are free to protest. And I'm sure this protest was very peaceful until police came in and then counter-protesters came in, as usual. You know, when government want to make trouble for you, they will create that trouble and still put it on your head. Because these other people that came in with buses and all that, they were doing a counter-protest. That is what they were called to come and do, so that they will not say, these protesters, they are destroying things, they are doing this, they are doing that. It's wrong. The worst of it all is arrest of Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer. And the case is coming up in 2 days' time.
Okay. Now, I was going to ask you, the participation of the lawyer in a protest involving his client, isn't that sub judice?
Yes. It is in two parts. As a human being, before a lawyer, he was a human being.
But the case, he's in court, and he's known for representing that individual.
Yes, you know, we have rules of interpretation. The court or the government may choose. You know, when you have a case, it may be criminal or civil. So these rules of interpretation, the principles are applicable whichever way you want to look at it. One, this lawyer is free to participate in a protest as a human being, as a Nigerian.
As a Nigerian.
Yeah, yes. Then, secondly, as a lawyer, yes.
As a lawyer, he's also allowed to participate in a case that involves his client.
Yes.
That is in court, currently in court.
Yes, because one, in some jurisdictions is allowed, but in our jurisdiction they will call it sub judice.
So that's what it is in
Nigeria. And I pray they don't go through that route.
Why?
I pray.
He's been arrested. He has made a statement.
I pray because that will now jeopardize or complicate matters here. He needs to free himself before he can defend Nnamdi Kanu. That is what I have. So this is the truth. That's how we are going to look at it. Because they deliberately picked him. Meanwhile, the arrowhead of the protest was not even touched. Nobody asked him questions. Nothing. He was even challenging the police. Look, there are things I don't understand in all this.
He has even gone to the filling station.
Yes.
Police station.
I was questioning them there, asking them why did they arrest him for, and nobody touched him, and they were looking at him. What do you think is going on here for God's sake?
What did you expect? I mean, if he ran away and they did not run, or did they run? Did Aloy Jimakor run?
But he ran away when they started shooting that rubber bullet or whatever.
Yes.
But later he went to the police to go and meet them. That he want to bear these people that they have.
Yeah, but he wasn't at the scene of the offense.
No. If they are looking for you,
if they are looking for you,
they didn't say they were looking for him.
No, the question is why they're not looking for him.
No. Who is the arrowhead of the protest?
Who is the arrowhead? If you arrested people that were the people that were arrested don't have the right,
because at that point they crossed the barricade. They crossed where they were not supposed to cross. According to the law. According to the ex-party order.
The fact remains that he organized the protest. And whichever, even if it's tomorrow, they will still call his name that you are the one that caused this problem.
But the organization of the protest is not a crime.
Sorry?
The organization of the protest itself is not a crime.
That's why we are asking questions. Why did you arrest this people? And you are insisting that you take them to court. Meanwhile, the person who organized it, you are not even talking to him.
But the lawyer should have known better that
he is the one handling this case. And he should have he should have excused himself from this protest and watch from the fringes. Now, like you have said, this case is coming up in 2 days' time. I mean, 22nd or so. Tomorrow. And he's now in police custody. So how will he even appear in court? The same person that we have been talking about, that his justice has been denied over the years, that will now lead to another adjournment if the law.
Anyway, he's the lead counsel. The other lawyers.
Let's see how they will interpret it. But for me, I think he shouldn't have been part of that protest. He should have been watching from the front.
I think he just needed to make a point. No. Solidarity with the protesters.
No, do you know one thing? This thing was characterized by emotion. Emotion. Imagine if a P2B has jumped to debate. Do you know that he would have been arrested yesterday? Or even tear gas?
It would have been worse than this.
No, seriously. They would have tear gas.
Or the governors had showed up. The same question I asked that day. What if the governors, the Southeast governors, joined the protest and
they
all
would
of
have tear gas
they will tear gas them and they'll be running helter-skelter. They have immunity. You cannot arrest them, by the way. But there have been tear gas.
They would have tear gas them.
And some of them could have got caught, in harm's way.
Is this tear gas that killed Chuba Okadibo? After inhaling those dangerous substances, he didn't survive it. He didn't survive it. You see, when I was telling people to be very, very careful, nobody listened. Now the lawyer will free himself first before he can defend him. This government is terrible. Eh?
Is it the government that is terrible now, or the lawyer that is fired?
Both way, but it's the government that says they should arrest them. Somebody ordered the arrest.
Moses here is like they crossed the lines,
Yes, there was a very discipline. There was a very don't go beyond it. Don't approach the National Assembly. Don't approach this place. And then the police barricaded those areas.
No, but you know where they started shooting? No. At Utako, not even near the presence of the National Assembly.
And there is no place in second for protest. No place.
No, but the court has said don't go beyond this place.
There was an ex parte court order.
No, barrister. You can
what was the reason for exempting those places? So that what would not happen?
But
this is where you should even take the protest to. In the White House, the people carry placards at the presence of the White House.
The story that we had last week on the coup, that could also ginger such thing that the government should say no.
That is not the issue here. Is that the court said don't get close to Aso Rock. Don't get close to the 3 armed zone. Those people, where were they arrested? They were arrested in faraway Otako. That is the question. Why arrest them there? Because they were nowhere near the presence of the National Assembly.
Shehu Shagari, what is there? Is somebody living there? No, tell me. Shehu Shagari way.
Oh, well.
Is that they are telling them don't protest? That's the meaning. Because if you don't take the protest to where you will be heard, then what are you doing? What are you doing? And even at that, these protests, police are not, in fact, police here, they have created infamy for themselves. Seriously, they need to explain to Nigeria why Showore was not arrested, but the people he brought to the protest were all arrested and they are going to court now. How do you justify that? How do you justify that?
Like I said, they probably didn't run when they were supposed to run.
No, that's not an excuse. Please.
Okay. It's not an excuse.
Not an excuse.
All right, then. Well, let's get into some other headlines here. Okay. From the Vanguard newspaper, don't use coup plot to silence opposition, ADC warns. And Elvis, you talked about the coup issue.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want us to continue in that
I
light.
love that statement from ADC because we have rights to even know more about this coup plot. Because the federal government has even told us, the defense, Minister of Defense has told us that there was no coup plot, that it was just a kind of rumor. So if that's the truth, and with what ADC is saying, then we want to hear further.
And the government,
because we have heard that 16 officers are in the
so what did they do?
So because if
Former governors are on the watch list. I mean, we've heard all those things.
If this is not clear, tomorrow we'll be hearing the government picking up people, and at the end of the day, the trump up charges will come on them, and they will not even explain the reasons because they have told us there was nothing like coup. So why are people being picked? Why are people in detention? So I think this is a very good one from ADC.
You know, they didn't even know when they contradicted themselves, because if you are telling me now that you want to discipline your men, the governor that is on the watch list, is he part of the military?
I know are these governors. Are they governors on the same political party or governors on the opposition?
Yes, these are because we saw what happened with Abacha and the phantom coup. We saw. When Abacha wanted to rein in everybody that is against him, he created that phantom coup where Oladipo were begging him, crying and all that. And the man was even videoing them. They called their traditional rulers to come and see the video of what they did. Yes. The Awujale got there and said that he forgot his glasses at home, so he cannot see the picture. Awujale. The other people said that they started pleading, but it was on deaf ear. On deaf ear. Fortunately for them, the day Abacha was to sign their execution was the day he died. That was only 7 grace. Seriously. In fact, God is wonderful. So that means the people like Obasanjo, Idi, and all, even though they later died, they would have died on that 8th of July. That is how God works. Obasanjo, for example, just 11th hour from the nick of time.
Yaradua wasn't that lucky.
No, do you know what saved Obasanjo? Let me tell you. When Bola Ige, people are, in fact, there are people that Satan cannot forgive. When Bola Ige heard of what happened to Yaradua and how they ejected him, he ran all the way to where Obasanjo was saying, Baba, never you in their allow them to inject you. If they want to take your blood for test, don't allow it. Don't let them touch you. That was the warning Bola Ige gave Obasanjo, and that was what saved him. And because of that, Obasanjo being so stubborn that nobody should touch him, then after they started to flogging him. When he came out, he went to Yoruba tennis club in Ikoyi, opened his agbada, opened his back and said they should see his back, where they drew the map of Nigeria on his back with Koboko. But he told them that he is very sure it's not a Yoruba man that did this to him. Are you getting it? That was, unfortunately, the same Bola Ige. The same Bola Ige. There are some stories around him and Obasanjo. The day he left Obasanjo's government was the day he died too.
Did he leave Obasanjo's government?
He left it.
He was still in government.
He was still in government when he was killed.
No.
He was still in government. Allow Barrister to tell his story.
He left. He said he was going to organize his people to challenge Obasanjo in another party. That was
he had planned of leaving.
Yes, he left because he didn't sleep. He didn't leave. He didn't sleep in his house that night. The day he came all the way from Abuja to his house, he didn't sleep.
But that was the night he was killed.
And that's what I'm telling you now. So all the 4 orderlies that were to guard him, all of them went to eat at the same time. Hey! Oh my God. And the police said that order from above. Mr. Okoro, who can give such order? Even the most stupid person wouldn't have done that. All of you, all at the same time, all of you went to eat. And the boys came right inside his house. The man that saved you. And you didn't make effort to say, who gave that order? The person must have an intention. Up to today, at least under Obasanjo, it was his government. He should have found out what happened to Bola Ige. Who gave the order? But when Buhari came in and the investigation was opened, we started, well, thank God it's Yoruba to Yoruba.
No, barrister, don't say that.
No, barrister, no.
We are hold on. What I'm saying here is very important. Listen,
it's not barrister,
yes.
We are talking about Nigeria.
Okay, if you
we are talking about Nigeria here.
Hold on. Do you know what I said?
Barrister, we need you to take that.
Barrister, please take that back. Please take that. No, let's not tribalize it.
It was when a Yoruba man is in office that
Barrister, please, let's not tribalize anything.
The same thing happened to Funsho Williams.
Barrister, please take that back.
I'm not tribalizing, I'm saying a fact. Is that not true?
Please take that back.
No, what do you want me to take back now?
No, let's not bring tribe into it.
Let's
not bring tribe into it. That is not right.
He should have fought for his brother.
Barrister, that is not right. We are all Nigerians.
We are all Nigerians. Every Nigerian.
All Nigerians.
Okay, fine. He still have opportunity now to
Nigeria is what on the table.
Barrister, please take that back.
What happened to Funsho Williams is the same thing that happened to
Barrister,
you.
can you please take that back?
If we have been looking at this thing,
can you please take that back, Barrister?
What am I supposed to take back now? Okay, thank God, is a Yoruba to Igbo man, Abi? Is that okay?
Let's not.
What would I have said by we take back?
Let's not tribalize.
No, not tribalism, please. I made a statement because when this thing happened, they gave one impression. Even the IG of police, Tafa Balogun, said, no matter who is behind this, no matter what happened, he will make sure that the person is found out, that this matter, he swore, he said everything. At the end of the day, what happened to Tafa Balogun? Who disgraced him out of office? Look, when you are saying take back, I don't know what to take back here. Tafa Balogun,
your statement.
They didn't give him a matching order. I want to see who gave this order.
We are all Nigerians. It's
everybody should be protected.
One Nigerian against another Nigerian. It's not one tribe against another.
Attorney General of the Federation, Mr. Moses, Attorney General of the Federation. If anybody, in fact, the government should deploy all machinery to make sure, because if such mysterious deaths are discovered or punished, it will stop.
There are some narratives that we can't just gloss over here, and because if we don't correct some of these things, a lot of people will take it as the gospel truth. Number one, there was actually a coup during the year's arrest. It was like a kind of a set-up coup. Olaniwaju confirmed some of those things.
Even the former governor, that Kwarama.
Yes, complicating the issue. There was a coup. There was a set-up coup. Which
no, I said there was a coup. It's different from Dia's own.
That's what I'm saying. They said he did not talk.
No, was it the same incident?
It wasn't the same incident now.
Okay.
I know what I'm talking about.
This one is different.
Okay. You mean there were many?
This one is different. The Dia one is different. Dia and his cohorts actually planned the coup, but they fell into the wrong hands who they wanted to co-opt into the coup. And those ones are the ones that spilled the bean, the Bamayi, and go to it. So there was a coup. Let's not get it wrong. And there was nowhere, again, where the death of Bola Ahmed was located within the presidency of Obasanjo.
Under his regime.
Just hold on.
Under his regime.
You see, there are some things that we cannot allow to go unchallenged here. Because this is a national television.
Of course.
And so there was nowhere. And besides, go and find out in the police status, there are two things you complain of, that if eventually there is any backlash, that you cannot be held responsible. You want to ease yourself in the toilet or you want to eat. Nobody will stop you. And so there was no order. They don't need to take orders from above.
The issue was that how will the four of them at the same time
you can imagine.
Just wait.
That was the question.
Just wait. What I'm trying to correct is that you have to take order from above.
Yes.
Before you go to
eat. For of them to leave, because that was the question they asked them.
There's another matter. Look, there are two things here.
Okay.
What I'm trying to clarify, I'm not saying it is right for 4 people that are supposed to guard a VIP to leave at the same time.
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is that you don't require an order from higher authority before you can excuse yourself to go and eat.
For 4 of them to leave.
That 4 of them. What you said was that there was an order that from above that gave them that
opportunity to go and eat.
All of them.
No, let's look at this thing. Let's look at this
thing. This matter got to court.
Barrister, hold on.
Hold on. This matter got to court. The wife of Ebola, in fact, she collapsed in the court. When she now said that the police recanted from what they said, that this person they identified before, they said now they don't know him. The woman collapsed. What are you telling
the police that did that? Look at put this thing in proper perspective. I followed that case as a reporter, so I know what happened. I go to prison when was there. Look at what we are saying. What really happened was,
did the four people leave?
Bola, his wife, left the crown witness unattended to the extent that those who were in prison with him were the one feeding him. And when he got to court, the man said, well, there was no way somebody would point a gun at his head and I will open his eyes and begin to identify that person. And that was how that case was lost. Now they're saying the police. Oh my God. Where is the evidence that the police gave?
The way you speak, you allow another person to speak too. The point here is, at no point will the police commissioner say, 4 of you go and good. Now what we are saying that, was it some form of coincidence? Or was it a setup that the 4 of them will at the same time go to eat, which is quite unprofessional? So it is that line, that missing link, that gives way to that conspiracy. And that justifies the conspiracy.
Yes. Buhari opened up this case when he came into office. Remember, we opened up this case, and no fingers were pointing somewhere at Ogun State or something. The man now invited and they opened the file. And we started hearing that the man who got the contract traveled to France, so everything, every detail was given to Buhari. Are you getting what I'm saying? That was when we now had that order from above gave the 4 police officers to leave, to go and eat.
No, Barrister, I disagree with that.
No.
There is no way an order from above will say 4 of you go and eat. What is happening? What might have happened was that what happened.
This is what they said. This is what they told the court. The question is, how did you leave your
the question? Not that there was an order.
No. Why did you leave
the police officers? There must be a senior among them who is like in charge.
Okay.
Can't that regulate this situation we are talking about?
Exactly the point. Why did 4 police officers dine in a VIP
Yes, because if they were there, this is a big question. This wouldn't have happened.
It wouldn't have happened. That would have stopped those men.
Good. That is where the conspiracy comes in.
All right, then let's
take for 4 of them to leave, it will be a higher order.
All right, so
let's
let's calm down, gentlemen. Let's take a little break. Let's go to the streets now, where Matthew Gunswada is standing by to speak to Nigerians on their opinion on the headlines this morning.
About 6 years right now, he has been in prison or in detention. What has he done? He has jetted for Biafra and nothing else. At least that boy should be released. Concerning his head, the head is deteriorating. They say freedom for one is freedom for all. So we are begging the government or the federal government, the judiciary, or the police, whatever the people that sold him, or the DSS, they should only release this boy on bail. Give him total freedom. What has he done? He requested for Biafra. Should that be the reason why he should be detained for 6 years? He didn't carry arm, Did he kill anybody? No. He was not agitating. Okay, if you want him to be there, you call him to order. Go, boy, let's go for a roundtable discussion. Okay, one Biafra, okay, these are the conditions. If you can be able to meet these conditions, and then we'll give you Biafra. Then if you cannot meet it, then forget about Biafra. No, going to Kenya to go and pick him up there, bring him back to Nigeria, and arrest him. That alone is kidnapping. They're kidnapping from Kenya. Because Kenya is not Nigeria. Now you have detained for the 6 years now. So I'm waiting trial. What trial are you waiting for? We've got to court. Tomorrow they will adjourn the case. Next week we go to court, they adjourn the case. Because in that case, nobody can judge it. There's no competent judge that can judge that case. So be free or jailed. There are two things in it. Either you jail him or you free him. That's my take on it, please.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Your name again?
Innocent, you're welcome.
All right, so those are the thoughts. That is the thought of Mr. Innocent on the Free Nnamdi Kanu protest, which of course held in Abuja and in some parts of the eastern state of the country yesterday. And of course, we'll continue to monitor that development closely and provide you with further updates. Back to you in the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Matthew Ogunsuada, for that report. I think we had a bit of an audio problem with that one, but let's get back to the papers now. Let's continue with the headlines from the dailies. Still with the Vanguard newspaper, these are some of the headlines here. We've shielded no ally. EFCC recovered 500 billion naira in 2 years. Tinubu. I'd like your reaction to that. And then let's also react to this headline. NLC gives federal government 4 weeks to resolve education sector crisis. Says no pay, no work as ASU, SANU, NASU, others unite for action. Go ahead, please.
No pay. No.
Elvis, let me start with you.
The NSC giving an ultimatum 4 weeks.
And this is coming when
the 2 weeks of ASU is already, yeah, we are entering the second week now.
Yes.
So I think I'm even saying it's coming too late. I expected if NSC is actually serious and they actually want to bail Nigerians out, parents and students out of this ASU today on, tomorrow off, NSC is supposed to have done something much more serious than this. We're talking of another 4 weeks. Supposing ASU ends this maybe by next week Monday because it's warning strike, then they come back again and nothing is done. So in another 2 weeks from now, we are going back from then. We are going back to another strike, which may be indefinite. So I want the leadership of NSC to see how they can come into this ASU matter. Some of us are not finding it easy because some of us that have children in public schools know how this matter is affecting us. The last time these children stayed at home for 8, 9 months during the late Buhari's regime, this government, when they were coming, they said ASU will never go on strike. Today, ASU is on strike. Then NIC is threatening another in one month. What are the parameters on ground now that this government that did not answer ASU since December, when the ASU president said they sent a letter to the minister and the letter was not open until February. Now you are talking about 1 month. That's just 2 weeks from now. Well, I'm not happy with this NSC coming to say this. NSC should do something much more drastic. Joe Ajero, as president of NSC, should know that he has a responsibility. If it is not working well within the government, the public circle, his name must be called. And the students that are at home now for these 2 weeks, they think that the students are happy. Some exams are truncated.
They were writing exams just before.
Exams are truncated. Some are resuming. They are getting back home. So I'm not in support of this. If there's anything the ASU can do to make this thing much more drastic, not talking of another 1 month, 4 weeks again, then we'll come back to this matter can be resolved before then.
But are you confident that NLC is jumping into it?
I don't have that confidence in that. That's what I'm saying. They cannot. They are coming in will not make any change, but they should have come earlier, okay, so that this matter, both of them can come at the same time. Had this 2 weeks warning strike, then the school opens, then deliberation continues. So if nothing happens by next Monday, school opens, then we are counting down on NLC another 1 month. Then when that comes again, another closure will come. Something should be done.
Okay, now talking about NLC, a lot of Nigerians, don't trust that the NLC, that when they spit fire, and that even if there is fear, that fear will catch the fire. That is the problem with NLC. The other day on this show, Newspaper Review, I spoke about what we call political pluralism. Pluralism means where you have different centers of power in a sovereign nation, so that it is not concentrated in one place. That we don't have it here in Nigeria. Power is solely concentrated in the hands of the federal government. The federal government is the be-all, say-all, be-all in Nigeria, unlike elsewhere. And that is why, for all the things that, all the things that might not be very good that Pengassan and Nupen have done, I still say that, look, we need that center of power. Because it is only Nupen and Pengassan that can call the bluff of the federal government, and the federal government will listen. They will come to the negotiation table and say, this is what we need to do, this is what we want to do. We don't have it. And else, if it is Pengassan or Nupen that steps into this matter, it will be resolved quickly. Why? Because the government will have in their hands, shortage of fuel, shortage of gas, and it could trigger dire consequences for the government. You get the point. So when you distribute centers of power like that, one balances the other. They serve as checks on, okay, this is what you want. Can you give us this to take this? We don't have that here.
We have it.
Barrister, we don't.
We don't. We have it.
Okay, like
in a civilian setting or in a democracy.
Barrister, talk about what is real.
Hey, no, I'm coming.
Okay.
Is it not a fact that you have the three arms of government that checks each other?
Barrister, you have gone back to Ethiopian district. Are we checking?
Hold on. I said
theoretical. You are being idealistic. I'm talking about what is real.
Not realistic.
When the Pengassan you mentioned, they became active under the military because these three arms of government were not there.
Apart from Pengassan, mention which other one that is effective.
Hold on, I am coming. Because of their union, the activities of that body impacts on you and I.
Barrister, we are talking about now.
Hold on, I'm coming now. We cannot have it now because of this thing I told you. Because we are in a democracy.
What do you mean by democracy? America is not a democracy.
Which one is supposed to be more liberal?
On a more serious note, if you try,
it's supposed to be more liberal.
Hold on. The three arms of government, democracy are giving them that power you are talking about. You cannot act outside it. That would be
Barrister, we are talking about a government as an entity. We are talking about probably religion. We are talking about society. In Canada, when truck drivers called for a strike, what happened? Didn't the government listen? They listened. That's the center of power.
I am telling you.
Let me quickly say this. Let me say this here. You see, I understand your drift, and I also understand the other people's drift. You see, a case of ASU and NLC is a case of the minor becoming the major and the major becoming the minor. This strike should have been spearheaded by NLC and not ASU to make it a broader, agitation. But because NLC has lost its voice, NLC is no longer there. That's why ASU is an affiliate of NLC. NLC is a trade center.
Then you are still speaking theory.
You see what I'm saying? What I'm saying is that to answer Elvis' concern,
yes,
there is nothing NLC can do in this matter. They are only coming to show that we are still here.
Exactly.
You know why?
They need to be irrelevant.
Yeah, they are becoming already relevant.
Because they are no longer a center of power. They don't have force. Government listen.
Who made them? Who made them?
Government wouldn't listen to them.
They sold themselves out.
Exactly. They sold themselves out.
What we need to do is to have another center. Okay, let's talk about centers of power in politics.
Now,
why is it that now Nigerians are saying, or North is saying, no, we won't let this happen, and everybody is jittery because the North is ganging up against a certain president? That's a center of power. So what we need to do is to distribute those centers of power so that they will serve as checks on one another. What is people? What are the distribution?
Hold on.
It's the society that does. The South and
society that is complacent.
No, the West and South, the South and the East and the West should come together for another center of power.
Mr. Ogola, those who created this democracy, they are aware of this. That's why you have checks and balances in the three arms of government.
Speaking to you.
Yes, not theory.
Three arms of government that don't
exist.
Are they working?
Constitutionally recognized.
What we are saying is that
if they are not working, it's a different thing.
But they are not working. I'm saying that they are not working.
We are talking about what will withstand the test of law. These your centers of power you are talking about. Are they recognized in your constitution?
Barrister, we have pressure groups. We have pressure groups.
Those ones, yes, under the whatever.
Under what?
Nigerian Labour Congress.
But they are not effective.
The three arms of government, you should be talking of them being active.
You know that at a point in this country, we had what we call the Kaduna Mafia. The Kaduna Mafia was a center of power. They were dictating what is going on in this country.
You see what you are saying? You see what you are saying? A non-state actor telling the government
what is a pressure group.
No.
They have influence in government.
No. They have evil influence.
You know what they call IPAC? America-Israeli Public Affairs Commission in the US. They are, Barrister, hold on. Barrister, this is political science. I'll be the one to teach you, not law. Yes.
You have started.
Barrister, if you come to in the United States, you have what they call the IPAC, Israeli Public Affairs Commission.
The law did not recognize them.
IPAC in the United States is very powerful to the extent that they were the ones that... Barrister, hold on now. Barrister, hold on. We're talking about pressure groups. We're talking about centers of power. Why is it that anytime IPAC speaks in the US, the government listens, people listen, the Congress listens to them? It's a center of power. They have influence, they have money, they do lobbying and all of that. And they always get what they want. That is a center of power. We don't have that here.
We don't have.
It's concentrating only in the government and again in the north. That is what we are saying. Redistribute these centers of power so that they could serve as checks on one another, so that when people congregate, they can negotiate and say, look, this is what we want, this is what we want. Several interests are aggregated and we move on as a people.
No, I disagree because
on what basis are you disagreeing?
Good, because these centers of power, according to you, they are going to be propagating their own selfish interests.
That's when the check comes. You give me, I give you, give and take.
That thing you are looking for, it may not be to the interest of the generality of the
country. No, but represents certain influence. You know that if you go to the United States, do you know that the arms control unit, I've forgotten their name, you know, the people that are in the arms producers, that is a very powerful pressure group in the United States of America. It's a center of power. When they put out something, this is what they want. Government negotiates, and other people come with their interest, they place it on the table. You know, they build a matrix. Who should we inform? This person, their interest, is it very active?
When you talk about pressure groups, how well is SERAP doing, or how poorly is SERAP doing as a pressure group?
SERAP is doing very well. You know,
really?
Yes,
with achieving little or nothing.
No. They
make the public aware.
They make the public aware.
And then what happens?
No, they make that awareness over time. History is going to judge SERAP very well because they are contributing, you know, to sensitizing people, creating accountability and transparency. It might not be effective now. We might not have the outcomes, but they are doing very well. Unfortunately, their own center of power is not very, very effective. And that's why I still say, if you come to Nigeria, at the present, we have 3 centers of power. You know what? We have, in fact, 4. We have the government as an entity.
Okay.
We have the North. We have the Southwest. Lagos is a center of power. If Lagos says no protest in this country will work, it will not work. And if you want any protest to work in Nigeria, start it from Lagos. Let the Lagos people en masse join it. Within 1 week, 2 weeks, in fact, 3-4 days, the government will call for negotiation. But go to the Southeast and do a protest. If you want to kill yourselves forever, government will not listen to you. Go to the North Central and do it. Government will not listen to you. But the moment you do it in the Southwest, shut down the international airport, shut down the Ports Authority, shut down Marina and Broad Street, the banks will crumble, government will start running helter-skelter. Because they know that with that level of discontent from the populace, they could pour into the streets. It becomes a national security threat. Is that not a center of power?
So which is the 4th one?
The 4th one. I've mentioned the North.
No, you mentioned the North already.
I mentioned the government, the North. And now Pengasson and Le Pen.
Pengasson
and Le Pen, because it's also tied to national security threats. If there is scarcity of fuel and all of that, it could snowball. It could spin out of control. And the country could just get into conflagration. And that's why why did the DSS step into the Dangote Pengasson issue?
Now, Mr. Okoro, what I expected you to tell me is about lobbyists.
Who are you lobbying?
Hold on. When you have an interest you mobilize their lobbies. They will be the one like they do in the US and every other place.
This percentage of people I'm talking about, they are lobbying directly or indirectly.
I'm coming.
We are running out of time, but there are other conversations. Well, it's still on strike, so let's just marry to what we have already. And NARD, that's National Association of Resident Doctors Strike, looms as 30-day ultimatum of the federal government enters final week. So
then you now still bring in the position of labor here, NSC
position
here.
of labor.
Bring it in here.
Unions,
their entity.
Unions, NIMET workers vow aviation sector shut down today. Over
as a result of poor wages. You still bring NSC here.
Seems to be
like Mr. Dele was saying just now, NSC has just become just that bogus name without relevance. Because all the stories you read,
they're all affiliates of
they are all affiliates. If NSC was actually working as expected, all these affiliates, NSC would have shielded them.
So now the affiliates are stepping out to
affiliates are now stepping out because
for their own interest.
The head is very weak. So NSC would have shielded them to get what they are looking for. Because there is nobody looking for them. Like a father in the house.
If a father is no longer there, all the children would have to fend for themselves.
That's what it's
Why is NSC the head of these affiliate unions if they are there and they cannot take charge of what is happening in their various sectors?
Somebody said that aviation industry, they are going on strike too. Is that what I heard now?
Yes.
Then yesterday,
NIMET workers and unions.
Yesterday, somebody told me that Festus Keyamo is working, and I disagreed. I disagree. Was it not Okoro that told me that he was
the fact that he's working now.
Really?
Aviation and aerospace doesn't have anything to do with NIMET.
NIMET is the weather.
Meteorological.
Where do they operate? Is it not at the airport?
Not necessarily airports.
It's not
nationwide, really.
And they also forecast about all these floods.
Flash floods and the rest.
Mostly, no plane can fly out without these people.
Because they just have a department there in the airports.
Yeah, they have a so I don't think it falls under the purview of
it's not aviation.
Sorry?
It's not under aviation.
It's not under. So
it is. What is
they have a department in aviation. They also do.
That is where they are.
They are more of environment than aviation.
No. They are mostly seen at the airport because of their services. No plane can take off or land without them.
No, but it doesn't fall under the purview of.
They do.
The Minister of Aviation.
This weather thing, it doesn't come often, but I said no plane can take off or land without them.
We know.
They act mostly on that industry. This other one you are talking about weather, it doesn't come out with.
But are they under the control of aviation minister? That's what we are talking about.
I don't think so.
Who are they under the control? Who?
Environment or something like that.
No. Is the aviation ministry, please?
I don't think they will.
I think it's aviation ministry. Go and check.
Okay.
Check.
All right. Well, we're out of time. But for the sake of our viewers, let me just read out a few more headlines from The Guardian. The Guardian also has teenager arrested for allegedly removing sister's eyes for money ritual. And then Nigeria needs new constitution, not amendment, Olanipekun tells NAS. Nigeria under sustained attack from foreign propaganda, says FG. Sustained momentum, Tinubu tells judges, as EFCC nets 500 billion naira, convicts 7,000. Now those are... okay, #NSAS. Police reforms linger as Nigerians demand justice 5 years after. There you have it. Those are the headlines in the Guardian newspaper, and you'll find them in most other dailies. And that's how far we can go this morning.
Please, let me say something about the Constitution. It will be very difficult for that Constitution to change. As long as you have interest. How do you bring your tradition and culture in a national constitution and they want to change it? Will you agree? This Islamic...
This is all the time we have. This is all the time we have for paper review. But that's it on the show. Sports comes up next. I must say a very big thank you to Barrister Darlington Nagomo. Thank you very much, Daily Fanimo and Elvis Elimihele. And Chukwuma Okoro makes a comeback at 6 p.m. later today. Join him then on Political Lens. But that's it on the show. I'm Moses Humphrey. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Hello, it's another very beautiful day. Welcome to Sport Republic on Voice of the People TV. This is where we'll bring you the latest sports stories making the waves around the world. And of course, you can be a part of this show by dropping your comments on our YouTube platform. Do not forget to share, like, and of course, turn on that notification bell so you don't get to miss another exciting episode of this show. And of course, I'm Ike Chukwuaguagu. This is another very beautiful day, like I said before, and lots to talk about in the world of sports. The Super Falcons will be actually doing business over the week, and UEFA Champions League returns Monday 3. Lots of talks, and the biggest of it, of course, is the Arsenal versus Atletico Madrid game. And so much to look out in the world of sports, and we'll definitely be starting with what's happening in our own backyard, basically. And I find it very hard to actually put myself together because I was actually thinking about the Under-20 championship a couple of days ago that Morocco actually won. One of the biggest news was that how Morocco actually moved from basically more like an obscure nation in football between 2010 and now they are actually more like the super heavyweights in African football. I mean, from their male category, they got to the finals in the semi-finals in the Olympics. They got to semi-finals. Only team in Africa to have done it in the World Cup semi-finals. And of course, they also have a player in Ashraf Hakimi who is obviously going to be among the best three again come December in the CAF Best Player Award. He might, who knows? He might just win it. But of course, Mo Salah is there. It's still very much subject to debate. And they've been in so well. The female also got to the finals. They almost actually won it. But for the Super Falcons, the spirit of Nigeria actually prevailed. The La Decima, they actually won it. And it was a very difficult moment. An emotional one. The Super Falcons actually came from 2 goals down to actually get the 3 goals, actually won the championship. Now they're under 20. After 16 years, the second team to have won the World Cup after Ghana, all the way, against the favorite and the most successful side at the Under-20 FIFA World Cup, talking about Argentina. They won that particular game, 2-0. Zabiri, it was so huge. First goals in 12th minute and second goal came, in the 26th minute. So we'll be looking at a lot of conversation. But then, like they say, charity begins at home. We'll definitely be looking at, the Super Falcons and, our quest. I call it our quest, of course, Nigerian team. I'm a huge fan of it. And our quest to actually go the 11th, start from the qualifiers. If we qualify for the 2026, Women's African Cup of Nations, definitely we'll be looking at, going all the way to perhaps make it 11 this time around. Yes, the Super Falcons will definitely begin their preparation for 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations qualifiers against the Republic of Benin. 8 key players, including Captain Rashidat, Assistant Oshola, Folashade Ijamilusi, have arrived at the team's camps in Lomé, Togo. Other players who have reported to camp include Joy Omewa, Miracle Usani, Taiwo Afolabi, Andelin Ngbechi, Blessing Iliviede, and of course Kafayat Maferasi. The team will play Benin Republic in the first leg of WAFCON 2026 qualifying rounds tie at State Kagil in Lomé on Thursday, 2023, October. Of course, October 23rd, 2025, rather, and of course, the third leg is scheduled for next Tuesday, October 28th at the Moshood Abiola Sporting Arena in Abeokuta. Head coach Justin Madogo is expecting to, get the team players to join the camp, and of course, other notable players expected to feature for the Super Falcons, including goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie, who I believe is the best goalkeeper in the world at this point, Andelin Ngbechi, and of course, Rafael Unoachukwu. Defenders Osinachi Ohale, Shukurat Oladipo, Michelle Alozie, Ashley Pomta, midfielders Rashidat Ajibade, Taiwo Afolabi, Deborah Abiodun, Jennifer Echegini, Christy Uchebe. I have a very huge, concern about where these girls are actually preparing, right, in Abeokuta. This is exactly the Remo Stars ground where they got whipped over the weekend by Mamelodi Sundowns. Maybe someday we'll definitely come to that particular part and then ask ourselves exactly what's going on with our football. But yes, I fancy the Super Falcons going all the way to actually win this particular championship. Again, this is me saying it because I do not see any real threat. And with the likes of Echegini, Esther Okoronkwo, who, I don't know if she's going to be part of this particular qualifying round, but she's arguably Nigeria's most potent attacker in the world at this point. She's doing a lot for her club. She won the man of the match over the weekend, right? And no, last week she actually did that for her club side. So I think we have huge, rich talent, young and old. The perfect blend of a team. I want to see how far these girls will definitely go in this particular championship. But then let's start from where we are at this point, preparing for the WAFCON 2026 championship. Hopefully, the girls will definitely get it. And then when they get it, we'll... Okay, so yes, it's good to know that our guest is actually right here in the studio, joining us virtually, basically. His name is Abiodun Akpena. Abiodun, good morning and welcome to Sport Republic.
Good morning to you, Johnson. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good, and happy weekend. How was it? Remo Stars, we saw what happened to them.
Yeah, the weekend was let me say it was crazy because we saw a lot, happen in the world of football. Remo Star losing, Rivers United also losing, but that is where we are as a nation. We look at our football right now, nothing is working. Honestly, it's not working, except for the Super Falcons, who has been, the icing on the cake when it comes to footballing affair in Nigeria. They've been the only, national team that has been making the whole country, and we love the fact that they won the WAFCON. But then the performance once again against the Republic, and we are definitely looking forward to that one. So speaking of Remo Star, it was a disappointing performance from the Kennedy side. I wasn't expecting, a demolishing of such results. I was expecting something at least decent enough for them to go back to South Africa and actually fight for, that particular ticket. But then, once again, Mamelodi Sundowns showing us that they are one of the best on the continent right now. And just like, Honorable Pule actually said, you can't compete with all of these guys, because you look at the kind of player, the parade week in, week out in the CAF Confederation Cup. When it comes to football on the continent, you cannot compete with them because they've got the players, the financial backing, to actually bring in top players into their respective teams, and that is where we are not right now. Of course, we know that few Nigerian clubs have been trying in terms of recruitment and all of that, but then we are not there yet, and exactly what we saw in that game against Remo Star. But hopefully we'll go into that one and come out in flying colors. But trust me, I think it's the end of the road for Remo Star going forward into the second leg against Mamelodi Sundowns in South Africa.
Okay, so does this really explain the reason why the Super Eagles, that's the home base Eagles, actually persecuted the championship? Does this 5-1 outing by Mamelodi Sundowns actually show the strength of our league? Because it's obvious that a good number of the persons that are actually playing in the South African league are also part of the Mamelodi Sundowns, and also, I think one or two of them are also part of the Kaizer Chiefs. So basically, it's more like their national team playing against the Nigerian champions, talking about the MPFL champions. Does this show the level of our league in that particular game?
Absolutely, I think it's a reflection of where we are currently as a nation, and our league also. As much as we want to, glorify being a professional league, no disrespect to the MPFL, season in, season out, you see players do well in the MPFL, and boom, they're out of the country. And you also can't afford to these guys because they want to, take care of their families, they want to fend for themselves. Some of them who already have a family, they have a wife, children, they want to fend for, their family. So, and you cannot afford them for leaving the country. They want to, look for something else that them well. And some of these clubs, if you talk about paying them well, they are really paying well. And just like, I pointed out what Honorable Jonathan actually, said about how we can compete with all of these guys. It is the reality. You cannot compete with them because they invest in their team. They tend to sign quality players every season. So when it comes to playing against a Nigerian opponent, you find it very, they don't find it very hard to play against them because they know, of course.
So Abiodun, Sorry for botching it, but I mean, let me take your mind back to the early 2000s when Enyimba actually dominated the continent. Remember 2002, 2003, Enyimba won the CAF Champions League. I mean, one would argue that the money the players of Enyimba actually got back in the days it's not even up to what they get now. How were we able to actually keep our best leg? Even at that time, players actually leave Nigeria a lot to Europe, right? If you remember, that was exactly the era where we started experiencing, a lot of foreign-born Nigerians coming to the folks to play for the Super Eagles in person of Bartholomew Ogbeche, in players like Efetibori Soje. This was actually the beginning where George Abe. This is actually the beginning where we started seeing players who actually born outside Nigeria who actually playing in lower division club across Europe to be part of the Super Eagles. What did Enyimba do differently? That made them succeed. Not Enyimba. We know that the likes of Rivers United, Sharks of Port Harcourt and Dolphins also go into the continent and give a very strong performance. South African football club sides are not even in a reckoning at the point. The biggest threat were the North Africans. What did these guys actually do different to actually change the tides?
Well, I have to go, with what you just cited right now. You cannot compare Enyimba of then to what we have right now. You look at that Enyimba team, from the goalkeeper down to the attacking third. These are guys who literally play for their respective national team. I can recall that there's a certain Frimpong in that Enyimba actually play for the Black Stars of no mistaken. So these are guys who are basically national team of their respective countries. And if you look at that Enyimba team back then, of course, they are not being paid as much as the guys who are playing for Enyimba right now. But then those are quality players. And you spoke of the backing of the anarchy also. You can remember that the government in charge of the state, and then when each supporter of Enyimba, they pump in a whole lot of money. They support the brand, and the fans will also relate with Enyimba being the face of Nigerian football, so to speak. So I think for me, Enyimba back then, the passion is there for the guys, and they were able to bring in a group of players also who are quite experienced. I remember a certain Muri Ogundi actually played for that particular Enyimba team, and Muri Ogundi is the captain of the Benin Republic back then. He's the captain of the Benin Republic back then. So these are guys who are captain of their national team, agitators who want to fight for Enyimba, who want to, lay their life down for the club. But you don't get, passion from the guys anymore. Of course, like I said earlier, these guys want to, they want to make money, they want to go out there to Europe. And they basically use the NPFL as the platform. Once they get that, that attention from foreign clubs, they want to jump. And you can't afford them. They have families. They want to send for their families and all of that. So it's really because we are unable to keep our best players in the NPFL.
I mean,
after that is going to happen soon. Yes, some of these guys are not going to stay in the NPFL. Europe, except we are able to, actually leave expectations in terms of what other foreign clubs are paying. Maybe some of them will feel like, okay, it seems what I'm looking forward to or what I'm going out there to look forward to can actually be paid in the NPFL. Maybe we'll get to that level, but right now as we speak, these guys we can't the monetary aspect and come towards the CAF Champions League and the contribution stuff.
I mean, so sad that we are actually at this point. I mean, one would have expected that, from Enyimba's success, we would have really built on that to develop our league. But that's another story for another day. Let's move on straight to the Serie A, where, the head coach of Udinese, Costa Ronjek, is actually confirming that Maduka Okoye will remain the team's first choice goalkeeper. Okoye has been available for selection again after serving a 2-month ban for his alleged involvement in a high-profile betting scandal. Ronjek expressed his trust in Okoye, stating he's happy he's back and that he's trained well and used his period to reflect on himself, emerging stronger. Okoye's position as team's #1 goalkeeper remains unchanged. These are the words of the coach, Ronjek. And of course, Udinese will face Cremonese in Serie A match, and Ronjek couldn't confirm Okoye's participation. He mentioned that he's ready. Meanwhile, Romanian international Razvan Sava has expressed impressed rather in Okoye's absence and will continue as an option for the team. Now the big question here is with Maduka Okoye's very impressive. Every single time he turns out for Udinese, he's always shown that he's arguably one of the best goalkeepers in Africa. But then whenever he puts on the Super Eagles jersey, there seems to be this disconnect between him and the Nigerian reality. And with the lackluster performance that Stanley Nwabali actually gave the Super Eagles in Lesotho, there's a lot of fear. You see Maduka Okoye as the right heir or the man who can really challenge Stanley Nwabali for the jersey of Super Eagles #1 shot.
Of Maduka Okoye and Stanley Nwabali, I think it's going to be, because for the message of people to walk into the national team right now. Of course, he has always been part of the national team, from the onset. But when he made that mistake, we all felt like, okay, it seems this is not the right choice for us, and we went for another goalkeeper in Stanley Nwabali. He came into the team during the AFCON, and he did well for the national team. But since then, there's been some sort of change from Stanley Nwabali. I don't know what is happening to him mentally right now, but what we could see on the field of play, I think Stanley Nwabali is not stable. Honestly, the young is not stable, and you look at his gesticulation, his expression. Even when the team is trying to calm him down and talk to him, he tends to just flare and just tell him leave me alone.
Yes, let me come in now. Let me ask you this: Maduka Okoye, sincerely, every single time he's got the shot to be Super Eagles #1 in any game, he's really not live up to the billing. Now I'm asking you this right now. Tell me, what should we be expecting? What should Maduka Okoye do? Should we actually give him more chance to actually prove that he's got? Maybe is this a confidence problem for him, or what exactly should the Super Eagles actually do to help him? So he can actually replicate the form he gives out week in week out for Udinese in the Super Eagles.
Well, I think it's not the problem of Maduka Okoye. The young man, he has kept the best performance in the Serie. You look at his performance last season. But then it's about the manager, it's about the coaching crew in the national team. Are they ready? That is, what we don't know right now. Stanley Nwabali has always been the #1 go-to man when it comes to the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But he has shown that he's not stable right now. So there is this calling for Maduka Okoye to come into the national team and, of course, give Stanley Nwabali a run for his money. He has to be on his toes because he's enjoyed the #1 position quite some time right now, and maybe he's feeling complacent and he feel like, okay, I'm the only one in the national team right now. Nobody's coming close to me. But with the return of Maduka Okoye, I think this is the perfect time for Eddie Shell to actually tweak something in the national team. But then I wouldn't be advising Eddie Shell to throw him into the forefront because the playoff is knocking on the door already, and you don't want to touch a winning team. In as much as you want to criticize Stanley Nwabali not being stable and all of that, but then I still feel that the guys are still very much comfortable with him, being in the group. If the manager said Maduka Okoye is the next goalkeeper for us, who are we to actually question him? We just want good results from the national team. We want to be at the next World Cup. So I'm also open to the return of Maduka Okoye, but the question is Erichel actually ready to throw him on the front burner? That is what we don't know right now.
That's exactly what we don't know right now. But one thing we certainly do know is that one coach is really, really worried in the person of Coach Imama Amapakabo. I don't know, I really always struggle with this name. I don't know if it's just me, but every single time I try to pronounce Amapakabo, I really, really struggle. And he has actually attributed his 2-0 defeat to Shooting Stars Football Club of Ibadan to self-inflicted errors, specifically 2 technical mistakes. That's exactly how he actually branded. Despite dominating the second half, Abia Warriors wouldn't capitalize on the chances, leading Amapakabo to express disappointment with his team's performance. Amapakabo, I don't know. Why is this name always giving me a problem? Amapakabo emphasized that his importance of self-belief and technical quality, acknowledging that his players need to work on converting their chances into goals. He vowed to review the mistakes and focus on improving the team's finishing skills. The loss actually cost Abia Warriors to move from second place down to third place in the NPFL table with 15 points, while Shooting Stars actually rise above them to second place with same points, but of course with better goal difference. And now the question I'm asking you, you remember a couple of days ago we were having about conversation about this same Abia Warriors who actually won at home against Remo Stars, and I was asking, what exactly is it with teams playing at home, winning their games, and then when they move away from home? This time around, the coach is actually saying, this is absolutely not referee issues. This has nothing to do with, fans or any sort of intimidation. This has to do with our players' lack of, finishing. I'm asking this time around, is there something wrong with Nigerian football players? I'm talking about the ones playing the NPFL now, that any single time they move away from home, they seem to be a shadow of themselves. If there is a problem that tell us exactly, and how should they, best manage this particular problem?
Well, it's quite funny because players in the NPFL, some of them are quite good. They're fantastic players. I've met with some of them, and some of them are really not the kind of player that want to say, "Oh, I'm not ready to play for this kind of manager." And of course, Imam is a fantastic manager. He's done it with Accra United. And if you have, a guy in short, capacity, he's going to give you quality. But the question is, are the players ready to play for the manager? So it boils down to the manager coming to the round table, wanting to give the fans the result they are looking for. Other Warriors is, I'm not talking about joining that team. They're doing some sort of, changes, and they're doing some sort of improvement. But lately, we've not been seeing all of that materialized on the field of play. And it's really, really important for them to start picking up points, whether at home or away from their home. You need to start picking up points because the NPFL can be so crazy. You win a game today, you are not even sure the next game you are going to how crazy the NPFL is. And without a fantastic manager, then the players also need to be ready. They need to be ready to play for the manager. And he also spoke about the players not being, ready to convert their. They've been really, really profligate in front of goals. And once that continues, you are also telling your opponent that you can come at me, you can score me, since I'm not taking my chances. And it's really important for them to start taking their chances. But then, let's look forward to, another match day for them in the NPFL. Need to start picking up points because in as much as say, the season is still very young. The season you are looking at still very young. Some teams are already grinding out results, already picking up points, and that is, pushing them up the ladder. So if you are not careful, you'll be part of the team that eventually, fight for the relegation battle in the NPFL.
So away from that, let's move straight to the EPL. I know, of course, something very big happened over the weekend. Manchester United against Liverpool. Liverpool 4 lost on a bounce. First time since the era of Brendan Rodgers, precisely around 2016. It's so huge. United also won their very first game right there at the Anfield in the I think last time they did it was about 10 years ago. So it says a lot about how United have actually really traveled and grown as a team. And now one man who is actually really talking tough at this point is former United player, and he's actually speaking, giving his concern. Newcastle United. At the end of the day, you know, he was sitting with agents, no moves. He actually didn't do anything at the end of the day. But finally, the move materialized, and of course, they actually coughed off big money for him. And Rooney actually comments after United's defeat to. After Liverpool's defeat, I beg your pardon, to Manchester United at Anfield, which marks their 4th consecutive loss in our competition. And Liverpool's manager Aaron Slot's tactics were also under scrutiny, and Rooney noted that the team seems complacent. Meanwhile, his words for Ugo Ekitike remains firm that, I mean, he is actually the brightest spot for Liverpool at this point. Every other player seems to be, you know, a shadow of themselves. And I'm asking, just like everyone is asking at this point, what exactly is wrong with Alexander Isak? I mean, one of the best strikers last season. He's not moving from a different league. The story of acclimatizing and moving to a different environment, adjusting is not supposed to be there. Why are you struggling when a player who come all the way from Germany has been doing a lot well? And if you also saw that game, you notice that when Ugo Ekitike came into that particular game, there was a bit of a fresh a sense of urgency and energy in the attack of Liverpool. They became more of a threat going forward. And I don't know if this actually is going to continue, because I want to believe that Isak has really got the quality to turn it around. But at this point, do you think Rooney is right that Ugo Ekitike should play ahead of Alexander Isak?
I agree with Rooney, because the combination of that Liverpool attack right now, Alexander Isak, no doubt, a fantastic finisher, a good player from Newcastle United. You know, Liverpool. They cough out a lot of money to actually, sign him from Newcastle United. But then, he's not been working for them. And you also need to remember that he couldn't also play for Newcastle during the preseason and all of that. Maybe all of that is really taking a toll on him right now. But then I think the manager needs to go with the team that is already working for him. He started like on fire, joining from the Bundesliga. No any form of acclimatizing and settling into the league. He hit the ground running instantly. So